Hello and welcome back to Entmoot Live. It's nearly 7 o'clock in the morning in the UK, so it's still dark outside. You might be able to tell from my eyes, they're looking a little bit red, but I'm making it through. I've got 5 hours left of this insane charity stream. You can hear my voice is going slightly, but I'm doing okay. I'm surviving. I've still got enthusiasm for the hobby, which is amazing. I haven't painted a thing for hours, and I kind of want to do that a bit. I want to get involved in some hobbying, so that's what we're going to do in the next 5 or so minutes. We've got Andrew Cox from Beard Clipper, the YouTube channel, and responsible for the Tawny app, and is just a legend in the community. He's been involved in the GBHL for many years, all that sort of stuff. So Andrew will be in a very few few minutes. Thanks, Russell. You can do it, Harry. Thank you very much. And Scholar and Bard, home stretch now, bud. Yes, it is. It's only 5 hours. What did I say? Yeah, 5 hours. 5 hours left. 5 hours and 4. The last changing of the streams, says Tom Wag. Tom, have you been up the whole time? Well, you've said earlier you've been listening to the whole stream. So amazing. Thank you very much for joining in now. I know it's still very early in the UK. It's nearly 7 o'clock. So hopefully we can build up for the final stretch and get cracking with this sort of stuff. So I'll just send a link over to Andrew from the Beard Clipper, and we will see what happens. I think I've forgotten to send him the new one. I sent him the old link. So this is the new link for Andrew Cox. Getting in there. New link. Sorry, I can't actually. Yeah. So Tom, have you? Yeah, it kind of happened. So genuinely, Tom, you've been up for 24 hours now. You've been doing the same as me. You've been listening and watching, and you don't even have the incentive to do it. You're not doing it because you decided you have to. You're just doing it because you want to, or something. Crazy man. Well, either way, I really appreciate it, and it's great to have had someone sat here doing the thing the whole time. Have you been painting? What was your progress with hobby? You must have been doing amazing hobbying over the last 24 hours nearly, or 17 hours, unless you've just been I don't know what you've been doing, sitting there just watching and staring into my dreamy eyes. I don't know. Let me know, Tom. I'd really want to know. There's on the new link on the Facebook page, drop in some comments. I'd love to know what you're doing in the last few minutes. So Andrew Cox will be in a few seconds. I've just been fiddling around setting up the new stream, so I haven't had a proper break yet. My legs feel like they're glued to the chair. So I'm going to, and Andrew's just turning up there. So what I'm going to do, we'll get Andrew on and just briefly explain what we're going to do. Then we'll take a break while I fiddle around, get some lollipop sticks and all that sort of stuff, because we've got some excitement on the way. It's going to be terrain-tastic this morning. So a terrain-tastic start to the day, because Beard Clipper is in the building. So let me just find him in here. There he is. Okay. Here he is. Hey.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thank you very much for joining me at this early hour. It's what, 9 o'clock where you are? Is that right? Around there?
Yeah, just coming on to 9 now. Yeah. So it's not so bad.
No, it's not so bad. And you haven't been awake for 17. Oh, well, you haven't been streaming for 17 hours. So
no,
yeah.
I actually only woke up about 50 minutes ago. I had a crazy epic lie-in, which was totally unexpected.
Well,
so I'm fresh and ready to go.
I know you've got kids, haven't you? So this lion can be an unusual one, I suppose, if you've got kids.
Rosie's crazy. She sleeps till 7:30, 8 in the morning. It's absolutely we're very, very lucky. She woke up when I did. So.
Well, brilliant. So to the uninitiated, just briefly tell me who you are, Andrew, and set up the outline for Beard Clipper and everything else.
So I think I'm here for 2 reasons. One of which is Beard Clipper, which is the YouTube channel I set up, and you can blame Ben Bowles and Top Table Gaming for that, for giving me the bug. Generally do mostly terrain, a bit of miniature painting, and starting to get into model railways. But also, as part of helping James running Ardicon, I wrote Tawny, which is tournament organisation software. So I think we're probably going to have a little bit of a natter about that as well. So My plan for today, with what we discussed, the plan was to do a little bit of a terrain build, which is going to be fun. I believe that you're going to be gathering your materials. Mine are on the shelf behind me there,
Oh,
nicely
very exciting. So
prepared yesterday. So we're making a fence. That's the plan, a simple
So
fence.
a simple fence, which is good because it is early in the morning, and I have been up a long time, and I don't really want to do anything too complicated. I might end up cutting my fingers open. So, for anyone who's at their hobby table, Dan's just joining, by the way. Dan Slobodian, who was in yesterday, he says good morning. So this is
Morning,
excellent.
Dan.
He's nice to keep up. And Russell says if Tom, who's been here the whole 24 hours almost, says if Tom makes it to the end, I'll put another £10 in the pot. So Tom, it's on you. Yeah, and Tom says gaming on my laptop, the stream playing on my phone, mainly joining with the quiz. Yeah, so excellent. Get involved. So stay in, Tom, and maybe this is your chance to build something and make something useful happen out of the stream. Build something. So Andrew, what do I need to run around and gather in the next few minutes?
So a knife.
A knife, okay, could do that.
Some coffee stirrers, and some slightly larger wood. So whether it's a tongue depressor or a lollipop stick, something that's a little bit wider, maybe centimetre and a half wide, that sort of thing.
Okay, I've got lollipop sticks.
And matchsticks would be useful as well. If you've got matchsticks.
Matchsticks. I think I have some. Yeah, I have some long balsa wood matchstick type things.
Yeah, it's just to do the uprights.
Okay, that's good.
And that's it. I mean, if you've got a hot glue gun, then I'll show you two ways of making quick.
Oh, I do have a hot glue gun.
Sort that one out then.
I'll do that as well. So any kind of glue or hot glue gun. Hot glue.
Yeah, super glue for the first easy one. Hot glue we'll do a little bit of scenicking around the base. We won't get to painting, I don't think, just because of drying times or what have you. But what you'll have at the end of this is something which you'll just need to chuck some flock at, and it'll be ready for the table.
Excellent. Okay, terrain. So I'm just typing this down. DIY terrain build. You need. So here we go. So that's going to be scrolling across the bottom
Cool.
while we do this. Here we go. DIY terrain build. You'll need all of those things. So everyone, if you're watching, you're getting up at 7 a.m. If you're wandering around thinking what's going on, then grab some lollipop sticks, grab some super glue, grab all these things. We'll be back in a few minutes' time. I'll start the countdown when I'm about ready to go. So there'll be a 2-minute countdown or so. So there'll be probably a 5-minute break before then. And then we'll get going, if that's all right, Andrew. And you can gather your ingredients and we can all be ready.
I've woken with a cold, so I'm going to get another Lemsip. I'm not normally this sexy voice. This huskiness. It's not for you, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought you were just trying to impress me. All right, Andrew, we'll dip out for a second and we will be back with a terrain build in just a few seconds' time. So don't go anywhere for Entmoot Live. We're in the home stretch.
to happen that has not happened for an age. Entmoot.
We are back. What an introduction. I always love that little clip. It warms me up to right to the cockles. Entmoot Live returns, and I feel really revitalized, actually. I've just splashed my face and brushed my teeth, and I feel like I've just woken up early rather than just not slept. So we might actually survive, so that's always a good sign. Hey to all the people who are just waking up. It looks like we've got lots of people in for the last one dropping in. So what's this? An impressive amount of lights there, Beard. Yeah, there's 4 lights.
Cheers, Quinn.
Excellent. Atomic Soup, what's that? A knife, coffee, and lollipops. Interesting. I don't know what that means. That's oh yeah, is that the stuff that you need to? Yes, the stuff that you need to work on the stream. A knife, a coffee, and some lollipop sticks. Excellent. He had to pee. Yes, so I just needed to splash my face and have a pee. You're quite right. And sup, Quinions. There you go. So welcome to the thing. If you don't know, if you haven't been in so far, I've been streaming for 24 hours or thereabouts. I'm getting towards the last 5 hours now. I'm into the last 5 hours, and it's all for a good charity and for SBG entertainment. So if you haven't donated, feel free to. Which way is it? That
Other way.
Hey, that way. Up in the top right corner, there is a QR code. Down below, there's a donation link to support the Trussell Trust, which is a charity in the UK supporting food banks. So, Andrew, you're here. Beard Clipper is here. Tell me first of all. I can see some steam rising near you. Is that a cup of tea? Is that your lemsip?
This is the lemsip, sadly.
This is the lemsip to keep you going.
Yeah.
Just remind people. So you're a terrain builder extraordinaire.
Thank you very much. We wouldn't go that far. I dabble a bit. Yeah. What do I say? I mean, I've always loved small things. I think a lot of kids grow up liking small things, don't they? And making terrain was something I always wanted to do. And a few years back, I was stuck and working remotely in Belgium in an Airbnb. Started watching Mel, and frankly, here I am now. Just got the bug for it and fell in love with making. Fell in love with SBG, watching the early GBHL live games, the battle reports that James and Jamie used to do. So that's why I went into terrain and why I fell into the SBG community. So it's been 5 years now, 5.5 years since then. And I've spent more money than I'd care to think, and more time than I'd care to admit.
I think we're all in the same boat there.
Yes.
I certainly know I got back into the hobby because of Jamie and James's battle reports. Just knowing there are people out there that were playing the game was a great solace to me and a great encouragement. When there's part of you always thinks, I like those models, I like the game system. But I must be weird because I'm the only person that I know who plays it. And then you suddenly find solace that there's so many people out there that obviously love it too.
However, being weird is also awesome. So never worry about that. Weird is weird. Just to say hi to Quinn and to Hate, they're 2 guys from a Discord that I'm a member of. Thanks so much for joining. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for joining in. I'm glad to have facilitated a live stream for everyone to join in. So it's excellent. So you're going to get me building some fences.
Yes, I am, and I'm so professional here or something. Let's see if this works. And I've actually got a second camera, so I should be able to switch. And you should be able to see my desk.
Oh yeah,
you can look at that. It's almost like I planned it. I'm at my painting area, which is why there's so many lights, because this is where I do all my miniature painting. So if it's a bit too washed out, I can always turn a light or 2 off.
Maybe 1 off, but not loads off. I don't think.
How's is that okay? How's that?
Yeah, I think you can see just about well enough. Yeah. That's good.
Okay, so we're going to have a look at these fences. So first of all, I've got some that I did earlier in classic kind of like
Blue Peter
style. Yes, absolutely. So these ones, I was considering doing this style on the live stream, but it just turned out to be too much time and effort. But I thought I'd still show. So this is made using polyfiller. So for our American friends, spackle or wood filler. So what you've got is, and it is as simple as you slap your wood filler on, and then you push your matchsticks through and leave it to dry. And you leave it 24 hours and then it's dry. And from that point, you'll be able to use your coffee stirrers to put fences across or however you want. I looked for my to do a woven fence as well, but I couldn't find my materials in time, but I'll talk through how you do that. So that's just one way of doing it. If you want to use spackle, you can see that you've got a really nice texture, which you could just paint, put some brown paint on, and then it will be and then it will look really nice. However, that's not how we're going to do it. So I'll move out of the way.
You're teasing us. You're
teasing you, yes. So I use these, which are tongue depressors, just because I bought them really cheap on eBay.
So they're slightly thicker than the lollipop sticks I've got, but hopefully we can work with it.
They'll be fine. The idea basically is that it is going to be a stable base that you won't be able to easily knock over. So just have it a little bit wider. Oh, look at you with your camera pointing down as well. We're kind of exciting. So depending on the scale that you want, you're going to need to cut up some matchsticks. Now again, these are hobby matchsticks, so they don't actually have any of the sulfur on, but they're exactly the same as normal matchsticks.
Yes, I've got some. I've got one hobby matchstick. I've got some cocktail sticks here, which might
cocktail
be
sticks will work fine. That'll work fine.
I've got a stick as well. Hold on.
You'll want to cut the ends off, the sharp end off, before you cut to size as well. So you want basically about 20 millimeters for 28 millimeter scale. Oh, it appears that I've frozen. Am I still moving?
No, you're not moving anymore. Shall I dump you out for a second and put you back in?
My camera. I'm better. Yeah. I'm not
there
sure.
You go. You're moving again.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you want about 20 millimeters on the matchstick, and for a length that's This is about 14 centimeters, 15 centimeters. You'll probably want one every 2 centimeters. So 7. There we are. That was good maths, wasn't it this time?
Yeah,
so you want about 7 or 8 lengths at 20 mil each.
Okay, so
try to make them as squared off as you possibly can.
Bloody hell! Oh, fucking hell! The
tip to how to do this is so if you watch this, my camera's on the wrong side. I'll try to do it like this. So if you mark where you want it to cut and lift, so just lift into your knife.
No, see, I wonder whether these are. My knife is fresh, so it should be really good. But there we go. Oh, that did work. That did better. That's a really good tip. I like that. I'm already learning. This is brilliant. So I'll just trim that end off. There we go. And then we want 20 mils. You said, didn't you? So
about 20 mil lengths. Yeah. So get about. If you're doing one length, get about 8 of them, 9 of them, something like that.
All right. I think I'm going to lose a load of these though.
Are they spoinging?
Yeah, I've lost one into the ether already. So
the carpet monster, yes.
Yeah, right. So if I do this one, and then just carefully.
So you can get a tool called a Chop It, which is Micromark, is it? I think, and I've got one, but I actually find it easier to do this because it's quieter. The Chop It is really noisy. It's a big bang when it cuts.
I think this is going to be my method. I like the sound of it. I think there's probably a tool that's been designed to make each and every single step much more easy. But whether they're worth it in the end, I just can't decide. There are loads of these little tricky tools that, if you've got infinite amounts of space and money, then maybe. But nobody has the space to do something that a clipper.
I'm close to it, which is probably why I've got so much of it.
Yeah, so the space is the issue for me in particular. I'd love to have a infinite amount of space to store all these hobby things, but I just don't think I'd have the space. The girlfriend is already mad enough to put up with me with the 24-hour stream, me talking and shouting through the night wildly to people about toy soldiers. But
what would we do without the partners in our lives? They're just wonderful.
I know, they're absolutely wonderful, and she's put some lovely. She's donated to the charity stream. She's put some lovely quotes from Lord of the Rings and all this sort of stuff. So she's very much into it. So it's good, and she's probably being woken up at this point by me talking and firing little bits of stick. So how many did we need of these?
About eight or so should do it, I reckon.
Right, okay, so I'm on 5, so I'm not far off.
Cool. Okay. My camera does seem to keep freezing, but I seem to be able to reset it, so don't worry, I'm paying attention.
Oh, good. Okay. Right. Well, if anyone in the stream, do let me know if you're playing along, watching along. I'd love to know if you're actually building fences with me. So I suspect perhaps not at 7 a.m. Most people will not be up for this, but I suppose if you're in the other parts of the world, then maybe you'd be willing to build a fence. But I like the idea that you could be building along. All you need is lollipop sticks, coffee stirrers, matchsticks, or cocktail sticks like I've got. And I think when you start building terrain, you don't usually have these sorts of things kicking about, but then when you start building terrain regularly, or you've done a project, you start having these things kicking about. So actually, for me, having a load of lollipop sticks and cocktail sticks kicking about is relatively normal, because I've done some terrain builds fairly recently, which makes these sorts of mini projects a lot easier to do.
Another thing that you'll find if you start getting into this terrain thing is that you need to have space to save things. It's the most awesome recycling hobby I've ever been in, and I love it. I don't want to tell you the amount of volume I have of cardboard and pots and all sorts of things I've saved. And you never know when you want them. And the irony is that whenever you go and do a clean out, which I do every now and then, whenever you do a clean out, it's like the next day that you go, well, where's that? And it's gone because you've recycled it or you've thrown it away. So you always need to, there it is, it's fixed. Yeah, you always need to save everything because you never know when you're going to need it.
Indeed. Right, okay. Well,
I've gotten
to the stage where I've got a fair few lengths of 2 centimetres, wasn't it?
Yeah, about 20 mil, yeah. Oh, so the next step is super glue, and a little bit of a secret ingredient, which I didn't reveal, is water. So super glue activator, which I do have, I have some super glue activator, is basically the same as water. If you don't have water, you can use your tongue, but do it in a very specific order if you use your tongue. Don't put it on your tongue after you've put super glue on. I've done that once, and you'll never do it again.
That would be a bad mistake. I've got a little dish of water that's going to go in my mince pie tray that I had out earlier.
So basically it acts as a accelerant on the super glue. So I mean, your super glue will go off for quicker. So I've got super glue gel. This works with both. So what you want to do is put a little dab of super glue roughly every 2 centimeters or so down your base.
One at the end?
One at each end. Doesn't need to be too close. You can, and then dip your lengths into water and stand them up.
Okay, right, here we go. So this is
where it's still fine. It'll be fine with the water. It will go off pretty quick. This is where 17 hours without sleep will start being noticeable.
Oh no, you see already. Is it drying?
If you need to, just hold it for a minute or two. Just hold it for a second.
What?
This is excellent televisual entertainment. This.
I know this. Well, I feel like I should hold it the different way so people can see the failure. Well, why is it not? I haven't put the water on and dipped it. Oh god, it's not.
So
working.
what I'm doing is I'm dipping the little at the end in the super glue, in the water, sorry, and then putting it onto the super glue.
Yeah, that is what I did.
Now, if you've,
it's not drying. It's mine. Is it you? You did say yours is gel.
Mine's gel, but I normally don't use gel. I prefer the smoother stuff.
Okay.
So that one's not going to work as well.
Oh no, I'm getting stuck to my steady hands, says Atomic. Yeah, this is not a good chat. Oh my god, it's not doing anything. Hold on, I'm going to just drip a bit of water in. Can I do that? Actually, oh man, it's sticking to the top of my thumb, but there's no super glue in this end. Right,
that's amazing. That's 17 hours without sleep.
Yeah, that's my sticky hands. Good job you haven't been watching the rest. I've been, you don't know what I've been up to. Right, okay. How am I going to get a bit more water in it? Come on, lad. Right.
After this, we'll leave these to go off. So if you want to keep nattering and just crack on with that, because there's now a pause time because we need this to dry properly, otherwise it will all fall apart.
Yeah.
So if you want to start another subject and you just like fettle around, that's fine.
Absolutely fine. Yeah. So, well, Andrew, so just tell me. So you mentioned already that you started kind of doing YouTube relatively recently after kind of being inspired by Top Table Gaming. So just explain how that happened. What happened there?
let me move back to my face cam. The other one
Yeah.
is frozen anyway. Yeah. So Steve and BB, when BB was still part of Top Table, they did a community kind of thing where they asked people to do a hobby vlog and put it onto Top Table, which I made the mistake of saying, "Oh, I haven't seen one of them for a while," and so they said, "Well, you do it then," which is, never volunteer. So I was a little nervous, and I sat down and I thought, well, I'll just have a look at what I do through the week and do little clips and film little clips, and hopefully I'll get up to 20 minutes and it'll be fine. And if anyone watches my channel, you'll probably be wetting yourself laughing now, thinking about me trying to keep a video, worrying about making a video that's only 20 minutes long. And at the end of the week, I had about an hour and a half of footage.
Oh, wow.
And I just really enjoyed it. And I'd found that the making of the shooting of the videos hadn't taken away from a hobby. It actually inspired me to do more things and made me think a little bit more about what I was doing. And so I found it really complementary to the terrain that I've been doing for years anyway. And I had started a YouTube account with the aim of doing some videos months before. But always worried that it would just, I'm a very busy person. I do a lot of things. I'd just become a father then as well. And so I'd kind of put it off, thinking that it was a bad idea and it would just basically eat all my time. But the experience I gained and while I was doing that with Ben and Steve made me see, well, no, it's not really going to take very much time. And so I then cracked on, and the main thrust of it is hobby vlogs, which I do. My one will be going out later today. I do every Sunday. I release a hobby vlog on a week. Today is week 58.
Wow.
And I've managed to not miss any. Look like you're making some progress there. Very good. Well done.
I'm using the super glue activator now. Yeah, I've just.
Yes, I just thought I'd show a cheap technique. Activator does work better, but if you don't have activator, water.
Yeah, I think if it was the gel one, it would be fine. But if it's just the water, helping the
Cool.
very liquidy, thin super glue,
it just washes it away a bit much.
Yeah, this is cheap, crappy Wilco's super glue. So
fair enough.
That's why it's probably not working so well. Go on.
Sorry. 58 weeks, so just over my year. Managed to crack 1,000 subs, which I was very pleased with, very surprised by. Never really got into it thinking that I'd have more than 30. But yeah, it's been good fun. I've really enjoyed it. I've made lots of friends via some of the communities I've joined because of it. Quinn and Hate being a couple of them that are on the stream now watching.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's good. It's really good fun. I really enjoy it. What more can you do? You do these things because you enjoy them, I think. You have to do them for the fun.
Absolutely. Well, it's funny you were saying the people will laugh. Your subscribers, Quinn, says a 20-minute beard vid, at least an hour too short. Dislike. And then there you go. Quinn says you need some spray-on super glue activator, which is mostly water. Yeah. So that was interesting. What is actually the ingredients? I have it as well. It doesn't say what the ingredients are, but
it is mostly water.
Yeah. There you go. But I did remember someone telling me once that it's mostly water, but that it doesn't weaken the bonds. Or something like that, but I don't know how much of that's just them being hopeful because they've spent about £5 on a bottle of super glue activator. But it does seem to work better than water.
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So
you've done it.
It's drying. It almost stuck to the thing, but no, it's getting there. So in terms of the content, I mean, we're building terrain, but there's kind of and you mentioned the hobby blogs. There's quite a wide variety of stuff on there, and it seems to be anything and everything really, from SBG stuff to following on to what Lockie's doing in the battle streams in Middle Earth, and up to like D&D builds and things like that. So I mean. Is it literally just whatever takes your fancy that you do on your channel?
It's just me hobbying. It's just me. I mean, that's all it is. Exactly that. So it's not. I don't really have a plan as such. I just record what I do in the week and put that out on the hobby vlog, and then once I've finished a project, I'll combine all the clips together into a video and put that out mainly on a Tuesday. Sorry. I do some mini painting. I did the Santa's Express train around the tree for Rosie, so that was awesome. And I'm just planning. This is a reveal. No one else will know this. For her birthday in February, I'm going to do another little little model railway for her because she just loves that one so much. And it's going to be based around a train that appears in one of her little books that she loves. So I've managed to find the prototype engine, and I'll build the terrain to look like the books. So yeah, I mean, it is literally just me. The Battle Games in Middle-earth stuff is absolutely great. I'm once a month I do a video showing the terrain tutorial from that week's magazine. So this month, going out on the first Tuesday of January, this video is the final build from the Mariah trilogy. So we're doing the Bridge of Khazad-dûm.
Oh yeah, that is. I mean, I haven't watched all of them, but I've been very impressed by some of the Moria stuff you've been doing, because they're all. A lot of the terrain builds in those magazines are very idealistic, like because you read them and you think, oh, I'd love to have that, and then you think, oh, I need a load of foam, I need a load of this, I need a load of that, and then I need a load of space to keep it all, and I think I have always ended up going, maybe I shouldn't. And
they're amazing. One thing I've found with those magazines is how little I know. And I've learned so much from all of the builds I've done. There's not a build that I've if you watch the videos, you'll hear me going, oh, I'm reading the instructions, well, that doesn't sound like a very good idea, I'll say, and then I'll do it and I'll be like, actually, you know what, that was a bloody good idea. And it's just the guys that wrote it really knew their onions, and I would really recommend, if you have any of those magazines, get stuck into those tutorials, because they're inspirational. They'll inform other styles of terrain you're doing. It's not just Lord of the Rings SBG. You can use the things that you're being shown how to make for pretty much any war game, for D&D as well, for World War II, World War One. So for historical, any era historical, they're superb. They really are superb.
Well, I think they are, and I mean, I think you might be put off if you watch the first one. You try the first one, which is like a folded over sponge to make a hedge, but then it very quickly does advance into something some of them are very good, and I'll just pan over to the right, because I don't know whether you've seen this before. I did a video of my Cirith Ungol build a while back, and that is based entirely on the magazine, and that is this guy. So this is all from the instructions in the magazine, and I'm very much proud of it. Obviously, it takes up a hell of a lot of room, and it's got a lot of sellotape and random objects hiding in it now. But just because
doubles as storage, yes.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, it's really cool, and I love that that's been made possible by the SBG magazine. So. It's great. Sorry, I say the SBG magazine. I didn't mean that at all. I mean the Battle Games in Middle-earth.
It's the simple techniques that it shows you. Yeah. It shows you how to do things, how to achieve things without panicking. Because the biggest risk, or the biggest reluctance people have is the space. That's the one thing. But also thinking that you're going to screw it up, that you're going to make a mistake. But doing rocks is something that pretty much anyone can do. Bit of sand, bit of paint, done. It's nothing more than that, and that's why I love it. It's inspirational, and I think I said at the beginning that it was Mel that was the first guy. Mel, the terrain tutor. God love him.
Yes, I love Mel. I've watched loads of his things.
Well, he shows how easy it is. He takes away the mystique. You can watch some people and think, God, that's just museum quality, and I could never do that. But Mel's just like, just do this and watch him call it and he's so real, and I hope that I can manage to try to channel some of that in how I do it. I try to show my mistakes and show the stupidity I do, and I leave in the clips where I'm doing it wrong, and I might put a little bit of text to say, by the way, this is ridiculous. Don't do this. But you've got to show the mistakes, because just showing the perfection, it might put people off. People might think, well, I can't do that.
Yeah, and that's what I did with mine. Because I did a whole sort of time lapse of it, which took me, I think it took a few weeks to do it in total. But I showed the bits where I got everything wrong, and I had to re-change it and how I fixed it. And because there are parts of it when I was building it, I was thinking, this is not gonna work. It just isn't gonna work. And then it gets to the end. I mean, it's not perfect. It's certainly not as good as the ones in the magazine, but it's distinctively Cirith Ungol, and you can look at that and go, that is right. So it's well worth trying. Terrain shouldn't be scary. Shouldn't be scary at all.
Too right. Absolutely, yeah.
And,
So do you want to get your hot glue out, and we'll do the next one?
Okay, yeah. I need to plug it in and warm it up a bit. Quinn,
all right. While we're doing that,
and said, Brent from Goobertown did a full-on chemist level breakdown of superglues and activators and dissolvers. He's a PhD chemist, if you didn't know. So that sounds really interesting. I'll have to have a look at that at some point. Thanks for. I've heard of Goobertown Hobbies. I think that's the same guy, isn't it? So,
yes.
No,
he did one on resins as well, didn't he?
Oh, did he? Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah.
I'm interested. I might have run out of glue stick. Oh no, I see them in the box over there. So yeah, I should be all right. All right, I'll warm it up.
Yeah, and I'm just snipping some more. Roughly. Oh, I just had a ping. I'm snipping some more as well now.
Oh, so should I get some more in there as well?
Yeah, about the same number again.
Okay, cool.
I just remembered that I said I'd do that. And my hot glue gun's sitting on a bit of newspaper on the floor next to me. So
yeah,
it's not on fire, so it's okay.
No, that's good. That's always useful. So you, when you say like this was all inspired by Ben and Steve on Top Table. Had you ever really built terrain before that sort of stuff? I mean, what was your level of knowledge before you started doing it for the YouTube channel?
Yeah, for years. I've been making terrain, but not really of a high quality, and not really thinking about it very much. When you're doing it for yourself, you only have yourself to please, and it's very easy to say, well, actually, you know what, that's good enough, which I still do. I mean, I don't pretend to be of Luke from a Luke Towan level or something like that. I mean, they're just amazing, but very inspirational. But he's for model railways rather than for wargaming, so he doesn't have quite the same problem with it being hard wearing. So do remember that when you watch his videos.
I've already found that some of the terrain that I made for a tournament last year has gotten a bit battered. Especially because you make it out of polystyrene, and suddenly the paint peels off pretty quickly and chips off. But I mean, it still works the second year round, but it doesn't look as pretty, does it? So
a bit of a tip for that, and I'm gonna pimp Geek Gaming a bit, or make your own, because you can. But using his modelling compound is a really good way of making your terrain more hard wearing. It dries really, really solid, and even if you're just using the white bobbly foam, then you can put a skim of the modelling compound over the top, and it won't get damaged. I even use it's basically Sculptor mold, but just a slightly better version of Sculptor mold than you can buy anywhere else. He does show how to make it, but I'm lazy, so I just buy it in bulk. I buy kilograms at a time.
How much takes a while to get that sort of stuff?
A kilogram of that is, I can't remember, £8.
Well, that's not bad.
It's not massively expensive at all. Yeah. But I use that to actually. So I even use the modelling compound to line the edges of builds which aren't being looked at. So if I'm doing a diorama, for example, rather than trying to bond wood to the back, or just paint it, I'll do a very smooth skim of modelling compound around the back so that it doesn't get damaged. So I use it not just for doing the contours, but actually for toughening up the builds. I find it a really good thing. So if you are struggling with that, grab some modelling compound and you'll find it's much more hard wearing.
Because I did think about varnishing it and stuff like that, but because it's polystyrene, I thought it might eat through the paint, or maybe it probably won't. But even just a
varnish should be okay if you've painted it.
Yeah, but then you have to get a load of varnish, and it's probably quite expensive. So.
So I'm gonna swap the camera down, and I'm gonna show you how to do the hot glue one. Excellent. I'm not a big fan of hot glue because I find it quite annoying to use.
Yeah, well, this is a very cheap hot glue.
As you can see, that's just like dropped off and gone everywhere. So.
Oh, that's good stuff. There you go.
Right. So what you do is, and this is going to give you a slightly harder wearing than the previous one straight out the box, but you will obviously need to paint it, because unless you're in some weird D&D world, absolutely clear ground is not really.
So you're just putting a whole long strip along it then?
A whole long strip, and then you get your string everywhere, and then very quickly come along and push your uprights in.
Really quick, haven't you? You're going to be really quick. Okay.
Yeah, this is not my preferred method.
But I can see
if you're doing this, the preferred method for doing this sort of thing is the wood filler, because you get a little bit more working time, and it's a little bit more prototypical. It looks a bit nicer, once it's done, but you can see that they do fall over as well, so that won't happen in wood filler.
Okay. I guess I can,
So, yeah.
I can come around the edges and just support them up a bit. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a fiddly one.
Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of hot glue. I just thought I'd show it as an alternative rather than just doing one.
There we go. I'm getting them in, but it's just.
Yeah, you may need to get. Yeah, the problem with hot glue is that stringiness. As soon as you touch it, it's a good way of making. It's a good way of making spider webs. That's the word.
Yes, I did that for my shoe lob. I
cool.
just dabbed her with a bit on the bum and covered it up and joined up with the little Frodo guy on the base. So actually, it worked really well for that. So that's looking good. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm making a bit of a mess of it, but it is.
I think that's the rules. I think that's the law when you're using hot glue, is you have to make a mess.
Yeah, I've never seen anyone not making a mess, so I guess I'm doing it okay. And I guess once you cover it up with a bit of, sand or whatever, it'll be all right.
Yeah, I mean, we'll leave this at a stage where you're going to want to be putting some scenic paint and sand or something like that, or maybe grout and PVA mix, all of which there are 5-minute videos for on my YouTube channel.
At
the bottom of every video you'll find in the description. What I do is there's a list of now 6 very basic techniques which are really useful for making do with stuff you might have lying around the house. One other thing, I don't know if people know, I actually live in southern Bulgaria. I immigrated here 7 years ago now, and getting hold of hobby supplies is not the easiest thing in the world. We don't have any games shops. The closest Games Workshop might be Sofia, which is 4.5 hours away. So it's not really, it's not really an option. So I make do a lot with things I pick up from the local hardware store or just materials that you have lying around. So I've kind of tried to put a little bit of a playlist together to help people out in that way, which can also help if you're just getting into the hobby as well. You may not have, like you said before, having things in to do terrain is not something people have. But if you know how to repurpose things, then maybe you can just get started now. That's the thought.
Absolutely. I'll just put a link to your channel in there so people can find these things we're talking about if they don't already know them. So yeah, I've got my. Are we done with the hot glue now? Because
we are. Yeah. We'll just let that go off, and then we'll do the final step towards the end, which will be the coffee stirrers. But we'll do that towards the end.
Because it's leaking glue all over my mat. So
yeah, turn it off.
Yeah.
I'll turn mine off as well. Oop! There we are.
I almost get fire from my plastic bag there.
Try not to set fire to anything.
Yeah, I've nearly burnt a hole in the plastic bag that's got all my trees in it. So, but this is what you expect. I've got all this string everywhere. Look.
I love it. I know. Yeah, here's mine. Here's mine. I don't know. It looks like a. I don't know what it looks like.
A blob there. There we go.
I really don't like it.
That doesn't really look that. I mean, it's not that obvious. I suppose it's all right. There you go.
It'll be covered over. Another little hint: if you're not able to have coffee stirrers, tongue depressors or lollipop sticks, what I've done quite a lot actually, and I really like it, is I don't have any to hand, which was a bit short-sighted. I should have brought some down. But if you go to a hardware store, you can buy the metal joining strips for. They're the ones that are they're straight strips with holes in for the screws. I'm not entirely sure what they're called, but they're used for joining 2 bits of wood together. And they are really good for terrain base because they're heavy, so they don't get knocked over. So you can do exactly the same techniques as we're using here. Bit of masking tape over the top to cover the holes over, and then either hot glue or wood filler over the top of that, stick your uprights in, and then you've got a really heavy base that will not get knocked. So there we are. And you can buy them in all sorts of lengths. So you can have really, really long lengths or really short lengths, and you can have 90-degree corners. They're actually just perfect for doing things like this.
Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I like the idea of that. All these little tips are very, very useful. Just a couple of comments. Good day all, says JX123456. Good day. Thanks for joining. The A Moffat says, come on, see what was happening on the road. Shouting daddy. So I'm guessing that's your other half. Lying around the house. Hoarded, lol.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
She's long suffering, I can tell you.
Oh, bless her. Well, thanks very much for popping in and saying hi. So what are we doing now then? Are we weaving something through the rest of the fence, or how are we making the fence itself?
Okay, so there's a couple of things you can do here. I'm only going to show one because, like I said, I couldn't find the materials to show the other one. If you've got a fir tree near you at Christmas, this is topical. If your live fir tree is dropping needles, don't throw them away. Save them all.
Oh, right.
Because you can use them really nicely. And I'll try to pop on and put a comment in later after this with a picture showing how it looks. You can use them to do wattle or woven fences. They're very traditional where I live. That's how they make them where I live. So you have the uprights and then you weave like basically willow branches through and you make a fence. You can use the needles from a pine tree to do that at this scale, and they're really, really good. They look great. But for this, we're going to do a traditional split wood fence. Okay. So what you need is your coffee stirrers. Let's change the camera again.
So I've got lollipop sticks still, so I might have to split them down the middle or something like that. Maybe
you're going to split them anyway because. Okay. I split anyway. I even split my coffee stirrer. So take the rounded edges off, and again, the top tip there is just hold your knife down and lift the long end, and you'll find it cuts it much easier than trying to push through. So just hold the knife steady and lift, and it will break. If you've got a very thick thing, you might need to score it a couple of times, but it's a much easier the way than trying to go through in one go. You'll find it much easier to. As with most things, scoring and doing things slowly and doing 4 cuts instead of 1 is a really good way of hobbying. You don't cut your fingers as much and you get cleaner cuts. So maybe it teaches patience.
Yeah, this is a very sturdy stick. There we go.
There we are. Right. So if you're doing this with coffee stirrers, you'll find it easier than with.
Yeah, the lollipop stick's quite thick.
Yeah, they're quite thick.
There you go. Right,
I hear snapping sounds, so I think it's working.
Yes, it is working. How long am I looking for these things?
So to do this, so if you jump on and watch, to do this properly or to do this really nice, you can try and get ones that your coffee stirrers to be the same length, which means you can do them in one go. But you can also make it so that they go across half or even 2/3 and a third, and then you've got to join, and then it looks a little bit more kind of varied. So what I'm going to probably do is do a 1/3 and 2/3 and then a 1/3 and 2/3 underneath, because we'll just do a 2-bar fence. So you'll need 2 lengths for each of your fence sections. So for me, that is just 2 coffee stirrers, because I'm splitting them in half to give them a little bit more of a kind of jaggedy, rough cut look. So they look a little bit more like actually split. Oh, I've frozen again. 1 second. Let me kick my camera. It's a bit annoying. I'm back here. Yeah, so they're a little bit more kind of jaggedy, and they don't look quite so clean cut.
Right, I'm just working my way through, so I'm going to just try and cut all the way along. There we go, let's try that. So how are you talking, half a millimeter? A millimeter or 2? How many millimeters are we talking?
Mine are about 2 to 3 mil. 2 to 3. They're very thin.
So that's what I've got about there. Oh, it's splitting the wood.
It's okay. It's okay. Split wood is what happens in real life.
Yeah, that's true. Oh. The big question is, when am I likely to split my hand open doing this?
Just light cuts. Draw it very lightly, gently, and then you won't, because you won't jerk. It's the sudden movements and the jerks that cause you to cut yourself.
And also,
that's how I know.
And also having a slightly blunt knife as well. If you have a really nice sharp knife, you're less likely to cut yourself, from what I understand.
Absolutely. Having a fresh knife is really, really important. Blunt tools cause pain. It hurts, yeah.
Right, okay,
I've just had a message from Lockie saying that he wasn't able to join us. Well, that's a shame.
Yes, he did. He's had some illness early on in the family. So, but I believe he's hoping that he'll be okay to join later on when it's.
Fingers crossed. I'll try and dial in on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, towards the end of the morning over here, so it'll be 11 o'clock my time. So that'll probably early afternoon
9
for you.
Yeah. 1 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah, 1 o'clock. Yeah. There we go. Right.
Right, so we have our
links. We've got one stick. It's taking a bit of time, but I'll get in there.
It's okay. So I'll crack on with the next steps and show how to do that.
You know what?
While you're continuing to
easier?
Balsa wood will be a hell of a lot easier. Yes.
You know, I'm going to just do that rather than the lollipop stick because I've got it here and I might as well use the damn stuff. So
just use it. So cut with the grain. So have it so that your lengths are with the grain.
I will do exactly that. I'm just going to cut a length out. That's just going to get a length out just so that I've got a workable bit.
This is something which the Battle Games in Middle-earth magazines has really encouraged me with, is using balsa. I would avoid it. I found it really hard. I'm very clumsy, which is quite ironic. And I found it really difficult to work with because it's so delicate. But because there's so many things that they encourage you to use it with, I kind of have become more confident. So.
I mean, it's so much easier to work with this stuff. So
yeah,
I've already gotten my lengths there. Look.
There we are. Perfect. Look at that, flying through it.
Yeah, it's just so lovely. And like you say, it can be very brittle, but it's good. So, all right. So what are we doing? You said a third.
So what I'm going to do is if you offer up the length to the base of your fence, and I'm going to do about 2/3 to 1/3 roughly. So you offer it up and then just split down your, I hate that word, then split down your lengths. So what you'll end up with is the correct length for the fence, but with a split in it.
Okay, so does the third have to be in line with one of the poles, do you think? Or does it matter?
So actually I've lied. You probably will need 5 because if you've done yours right, I haven't. So I'll need 5 lengths actually. So you want it to have a couple of millimeter overlap from the outer upright, otherwise you'll end up with damage. So I will just do that.
I'll go to...
And then that can go there. So you can basically line it up on your bench and find your cuts without having to use any kind of measuring or drawing any lines. Just offer it up so that it looks about right. So there we are. And this is where your super glue activator or little double water is going to come in again.
All right, excellent. I'll just cut a few more strips out, I think. Lovely.
Right.
Okay.
This is concentrated hobbying quietness going on.
Yeah, I was just thinking that we're both clearly working hard.
Yes.
Which is good.
Is anyone else out there doing this? Has anyone claimed ownership of actually getting stuck into this?
No, I don't think so.
I'm disappointed in you, Quinn. Come on, man. You can do it.
I did hear some people were commenting saying steady hands and things like that, but not yet. Oh, this is a good one. Good comment. Pine needle wattling has blown my mind rather than eyes. Do I need to be sneaking under my relatives' Christmas trees to gather bags of the stuff? Yeah, it sounds like you should. Yes, if you've got a Christmas tree, why not?
The answer is always yes. Oh,
see, I don't have that. I've never had a traditional proper Christmas tree. I've always had plastic ones, so no luck for me, sadly.
Yeah, we have plastic ones, but where I live has a lot of long, whatever they're called, pine trees. They just grow around us. So in the summer I go out and pick up bags of it and dry it, and then it's great.
Quinn is saying he did make it a few times, but never did a video on it. Making these fences, I'm guessing you're referring to, or That's good.
So Quinn was also doing a 24-hour charity thing recently, which I don't know whether the charity is still taking money, but he did a playthrough of Final Fantasy VII this week on Thursday, I think it was.
Oh well, Quinn.
So yeah,
I know how you must have been feeling at this time, but so well done. You clearly survived if you're here in the morning now. So well done, and obviously for a good cause. That's excellent work
for the children's hospitals. So yeah.
Oh, brilliant! That is brilliant.
Cool. So once you've got your lengths, this is where I don't have any clamps with me, which is also very. If you watch my videos, you'll know I have a love of clamps.
Well,
so
I do have some clamps, I think.
Yes, mine are upstairs.
Yeah,
on my normal, because I'm lucky with the space I've got. This is my normal painting area, and I've got a separate space for doing my terrain. So so
got a plastic clamp somewhere, but I think too far away.
Yeah. So what you're doing is you're putting a blob of your super glue along the near the bottom of the fence uprights.
Yeah.
And then this is where steady hands is needed again.
I've just broken one of my fence posts off. Oh, the second one. The super glue activator has not worked well enough.
See, my water's doing right.
I actually think it looks like it's your glue that's done the better job, because yours is like thick jelly Loctite glue, whereas mine's cheap, poor rubbish glue. But I can just drop a bit more.
We can thank Angela for that. She's the one that went and got this glue for me.
Well, there you go.
Supplies are running low, so thank you, love. So yeah, so a little double of super glue. Oh, I've frozen again. The camera down is not working very well for me. It's annoying. Right, and then put the other length on, and that's it. I mean, you've got a fence there. Ultimately, that could be good enough.
Yeah,
and that's the idea. I mean, people. A video I've wanted to make for a while and haven't yet gone to is, why do you put effort into making terrain for wargaming? Because ultimately, we can play war games with coloured, with bits of paper pushing around on a flat table, because ultimately all you're doing is rolling dice and measuring. But it's all about immersion, isn't it? It's all about being able to lose yourself and tell a story. And Angela's brought me clamps. Thank you.
That is so lovely.
There we are. Here we are. You see, it wouldn't be a Beard Clipper video without some clamps.
Oh, brilliant! Look at that.
For these ones are your best ones. These little spring clamps.
Oh yeah, I do have some of them. I might have to just call my girlfriend and tell her to get her act together.
yeah. Come on, you're being shown up.
Yeah, I've been shown up. No, she's quite.
So there
right
we are. That's how I use my clamps. So you just clamp it in place, and that means that it's not going to slip or slide or get knocked.
Yeah, I'm going to just settle it down carefully.
So but it's all about immersion, and so you have to decide what level of immersion is enough for you.
Yeah.
So if this, I mean, it's wood. And it's a fence. It's clearly a fence. So you could have enough here. The next steps, if you want to go further, is building up a base around it. Again, using the modelling compound or using wood filler. You can also paint the wood with just normal hobby paints if you want to, or household paints. But what I do normally for my wood is actually use wood stain. I've said already how it's difficult getting specific hobby supplies here. So I will literally just use the wood stain that you'd use if you were actually staining a real fence. And funny enough, it looks like stained real fence.
Well, yeah, because it's wood being stained by wood stain. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So so it really does come down to how happy you are with your immersion and how happy you are with what you've got in front of you as to when you stop. You can go crazy. You can start to put flowers on the base. You can put get some green paint and add mould if you want it to look like an old fence. But ultimately, what we've done here is probably good enough for a tabletop. And yeah, there we are.
It's not bad. I've got an overhang.
Perfect.
So I'm going to let that dry. But,
and then clip it off.
Yeah, clip it off.
You've made a fence.
I have made a fence. And actually, I'm trying to think when the last time I made a fence would have been. That was stupid. I should have waited for it to dry a bit longer.
Yeah, wait for things to dry. Patience is good.
Yeah, no, I'm not the patient type, but I should be for this sort of thing. There you go. But yeah,
so there we are. We have a fence.
Last time I made a fence or something like this, I probably would be. It would have been. God, I don't know. it would have been early on, maybe even when I built the hedge from the Battle Games in Middle Earth, and they told me to do a fence half, like it was like a half fence, half thing. I remember that one quite fondly.
Yeah, well, this actually probably is stolen from them, but it is a very, very common technique. No, I don't think anyone can claim to have originated this.
Yeah, it's just like you say, it's just sticking fence posts in, and that is pretty straightforward. I'm just gonna I'm into it now. I'm very much into it. I have to finish my.
I'm just going to blow my nose just once. I'll mute.
Yeah, mute away. That's fine. This depressing thought that my alarm clock has just told me, do you want to mute your alarm because you're already awake? I was like, yeah, I am already awake. Thanks for reminding me. That's the pleasure of this, which is good. So would you use the glue gun to glue these together, or would you stick with the super glue?
I know people that do, but I always struggle too much with stringing and being clumsy, so I always stick with super glue.
Yeah.
If I'm not in a hurry, I don't even go with super glue. I go with PVA and clamp it, because PVA will give you a stronger bond than super glue. And I know that Two Fat Lardies argue about this all the time with their MDF terrain, but I'm in the PVA camp. Super glue only if I'm in a hurry.
Yeah, I'm trying to think whether I've ever used super glue really on terrain, but I don't think I would usually.
You can go back afterwards with some PVA. So after this, if you're a bit nervous, go in and put some PVA around the joints, and it will also help. The super glue works as kind of holding in place, and then you can go back and reinforce it with normal PVA.
Yeah, that sounds like a sensible move to me. I'm going to just try it with this hot glue. I don't know whether it's hot enough yet. See what happens. There we go. Da-da-da. Oh, it's going a bit everywhere. Let's see, that's the thing.
Yeah, it's that stringiness. It really winds me up.
But hey, that's worked a bit.
There we are. That'll be perfect for some Hobbit terrain that I'd have said.
Yeah, I think so.
Rustic.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, it's all in the description. If it looks rubbish, just say it's rustic. It's fine.
Yeah, I think
that's what I do.
I don't blame you, and actually, this is exactly but it's the sort of stuff that is doable for anyone. So, and that's the point is that we you want to inspire people and this is exactly what your channel's all about. I know of kind of saying anyone can do these things. So you don't have to be, like you say, Luke's APS or whatever, doing these things, because those sort of, as amazing as some of the stuff that these people do is, this is not working, I'm not going to use this. As amazing as some of that stuff is, it's really, it's almost sometimes counterintuitive, because you think, well, actually, we'd quite like everyone to be able to make this sort of stuff, but obviously it's artistic and brilliant that some people do these things. But I'd like that. I just like that anyone can do it.
Yeah, this is it. If I can do it, then anyone can. Because I'm not especially, I've got clumsy fingers. I break things all the time. I've got, it's all about just wanting to do it. I think if you want to do it, you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Say hello in the chat. I see some people commenting on. Nathan Talbot's back. Nathan, when did you go to bed? You went to bed. You can't have been that late. Sorry. So thanks very much for joining. What's this? Yeah. You made a good point, Quinn. That was probably when I was saying about calling my girlfriend to bring the clamps. Rowan says morning. And Luke is god tier war game builder. Yeah, he really is. He is just so good. And
he's a lovely bloke as well. That's the thing. The thing that I really like about Luke from Geek Gaming is how he doesn't want to keep it private. It's not that he's very good at what he does, but he's not sitting there going, I'm going to do this and I'm not going to show you all the steps. Yes, he has Geek Gaming and he sells the supplies, but pretty much all the recipes are there as well on his channel if you want to go and do it for yourself. He's a generous builder like that. He's not trying to keep the secrets. And you have to kind of give praise to that, especially when it's his income, it's his livelihood.
You're almost undermining your own business in a way by saying, it's like Coca-Cola turn around saying, well, this is how you make Coca-Cola. But I guess
then no one would buy it and drink it anyway because they'd see what shite's in it. So.
Very true. Very true.
A little bit political. I'll move away.
No, it's fine. But yeah, but I guess that's the argument, isn't it? But I suppose you're saving so much time by doing these projects, and you want a bit of the flavour of being Luke's APS or whatever. And you can skip some of he can do some of the hard work for you by mixing that compound or whatever. And that's
I buy that. I've got the base ready. It's fantastic. So I do. Even though I can make what I want, his stuff is good price and good value and works, so why not? Time is money.
Well, yeah, exactly, and that's the thing, especially like you say, if you've got limited time to do these things, then crack on, buy it, save the steps, sort yourself out. Yeah. So
he's still having fun there.
I am a little. I've just worked out that because of my wonky fences, look, I've managed to do a kind of weave.
That's perfect. Excellent.
So that looks. I'm just trying not to break everything properly, but there you go. So it's made it
one top tip: put it down.
Yeah,
and then you won't break it.
Yeah, you're right. I'll leave it there.
Yeah.
There you go. Look at that. 2 lovely fences. I'll just move this one. So there we go. And then, so you'd put these on a base, would you then, after this?
No, that's it, I'd say. So you can probably put a little bit of PVA and sprinkle some sand on and paint it brown, and then you've got yourself some dirt, a little bit of flock, and then you've got some grass. And that's sufficient for me. I don't add to anything else.
No, I think that is a really good combination as well. Look at that. That is absolutely top-notch stuff. And what sort of stuff are you going to be sort of moving into? And then, do you have like big plan? You mentioned your training plan. What sort of stuff are you planning at the moment with your hobby, with your blog and stuff?
So in the coming months, next January, I'm doing a collaboration with Ben Bowles from Benji's Hobbies.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a something where I was inspired by one of his videos where he did 20 minutes an evening, every evening painting, just to show how much you can actually get done in that time. You don't need to have lots of time to achieve a lot of painting miniatures. So what we're doing together is for the entire month of January, we're going to commit to do at least 20 minutes. You could do more if you want to. At least 20 minutes of miniature painting every day for January, and see how much we can achieve through the month of January. So that's going to be a lot of fun. There'll be videos coming out through the month from both of us. We may very well do a little bit of a kind of drop-in hobby session as well, live stream. Watch out for that on both our channels. So that's coming up in January, which I'm really looking forward to. And obviously the model railway thing is probably going to be going in 10 years. I mean, model railways are never finished, so that will be massively ongoing. But Rosie's birthday is in February, so I've got about 2 months to do a basic model railway layout, which will be running by the time of her birthday. So that's quite a tight schedule, but should get done. I mean, plans, I don't really plan as much. I get a project, I get an idea, and I just run with it. I do quite a lot of challenges. There's one in the Tabletop Crafters United Discord, guy called Ryan from Canada, top lad. He sets a friendly challenge. It's not, you don't win anything, but it's not about winning, it's about taking part, very much about having fun, seeing what other people do. So I'll be doing builds for his challenges, whenever they're set. Encounter Terrain on Instagram, he does a monthly challenge. I'm just in the middle of that now. I was very, very, very flattered to actually take home the Crafter's Choice Award for my first build a couple of months back, which was just amazing. That's voted for by the other crafters, which is just blew my mind. I woke up and looked and I was like, what, I won? That's insane. It didn't even enter my mind that I might. So a lot of the stuff that I do is inspired by those sorts of challenges, people saying, build this, do this is a subject. Or it's just stuff that I want to do. I'm doing a 1/24 scale build for the Tabletop Dungeoneers Discord, which is where Hate and Quinn are in, which is a post-apocalyptic car. So that's going to be a totally and utterly different thing. So what can I say? It's very hard. I do everything. Whatever takes my phone.
Well, it sounds like you've got lots of ideas and lots of things on the go, which is always awesome. I mean, and I guess because I play primarily Lord of the Rings, and I haven't really done 40k stuff in a while. I guess I'm missing out on doing the kind of industrial fantasy kind of sci-fi stuff. But fences are in everything. So fences I can do, trees, they're good. So please feel free to ask questions in the comments, because I know Andrew, you've got a fair amount of experience of sort of finding your own way, and I guess it's great to share that sort of stuff. Rowan has been asking a question. He says, recently got into terrain building, but only rocky stuff. I don't have anything green other than some tufts. If I want to achieve grass on rocks, what kind of flock should I buy? So and he continues, he says, I start looking on sites. There's so much flocking and foliage choice, I just don't know where to start to get a simple effect. Good point.
So there's two things. One of which, check out Geek Gaming. Like I've said, his stuff is very good quality and it's good price. But if you want to save some money and you happen to have some sawdust lying around, then you can make your own really, really easily. It's not a difficult thing to do. I've got a video on how I go about doing that. I think it'll be in the description of any of my videos that I post. But basically what you do is you get a very fine sieve and sift your sawdust as fine as you can. And then you mix up some PVA, some paint, and some water. I don't originate this idea. I don't claim to. I think I picked my one up from Mel. And you literally take some sawdust, you drop it into your paint mix, and you mix it together. It's great. You get really filthy. You keep adding sawdust until it turns into a dry mix. So you don't want it to be sticking together at all. You can put far more sawdust in than you think. So mix up a very small amount of paint, PVA and water. Don't put too much in, otherwise you'll end up with like a kilogram of flock. And once you've got that to a dry mix, spread it out thin onto a tray and leave it to go off. And honestly, that's what I use. I have very small amount of shop bought flock. It's shop bought that I bought in Belgium when I first started getting into terrain. And just to give an idea, I still have it. And that was 5 years ago because I went and made my own. And the benefit to making your own is you can get whatever tone or color you wish. So you can mix whatever color paints. So I'll do a darker green by putting a bit of black into my green. And I just use house paint. I don't use any special paints. It's just, you can go down to B&Q if you're in the UK and go on the bargain shelves or pick up a sample pot for £1 and a sample pot of green paint, a sample pot of black or brown and a sample pot of white. Just those three will make you more flock than you'd ever need. If you don't have sawdust while in B&Q, go and have a word with the wood cutting section and say, have you got a bag of sawdust? They throw it away. They have no need for it. They don't use it. It's a waste material for them. So you can get that for free. And that's it. Bit of PVA, bit of water, bit of paint, mix it up until it's a dry mix, spread it out very thin, leave it above a radiator or in the sun for a day or two, and then you're rocking. And and that is actually all I do. Every build you see, I will comment if I'm using the shop bought because it's so unusual.
That's really interesting. So, and that, what kind of flock does that come up? Because it's not a static grass or anything like that, is it? That's like a sort of more.
This is the ground cover flock. So the static grass for wargaming is, people have some problems with it because it can make your miniatures a little bit wobbly, because if you go above 2 or 3 millimeters, then you've got quite a lot of kind of variation and your miniatures can fall over. This is very good for wargaming terrain. It's not so much for model railways. Static grass is more what you want for model railways. But you can apply it with a base of PVA or Mod Podge or whatever, sprinkle your flock on top, and then seal it over with more PVA, and it turns into rock because it's sawdust. So you're mixing wood and wood glue, so it becomes very, very hard wearing and it won't go anywhere. So it works really well for wargaming terrain.
That's a great tip.
Not static grass.
No, not static grass at all. That's interesting. So rubbish in, rubbish out. So look for
rubbish in, rubbish out. You were one of my first ones as well. That's really cool that you're watching. Honestly, I loved your early videos. Brilliant.
Yeah, rubbish in, rubbish out has been in and out of the stream the whole night. So
I've got a little bit of a kind of geek that's amazing.
Yeah. Celebrity moment.
Celebrity, that was the word I was looking for. Yeah. Cool.
Look for some sawdust spare. It's very fine and wonderful for flock, but it's nice to have some larger pieces to it. It makes great forest ground cover. So yeah, I guess if it's got chunks in it, ace.
Yeah, so I'll put through different size sieves and save it all. Yeah. So I'll have and I number my sieves and then I number my buckets, which I've got. So I do this for sawdust as well as for sand and gravel, and I'll end up with different grades of sand or sawdust. And yeah, then you can mix it up and make different textures. It's a good tip.
Excellent. Quinn says Home Depot will give you 50-gallon bags of sawdust. You've just got to check with them an annoying amount to find out when they dump it if you're in America. That's interesting. And also a tip from Mel is spices. using dry tea leaves and spices work well for dirty debris cover. That's a really nice idea.
Yeah.
I'd imagine that's a bit more expensive, but then I suppose compared to flock, it's probably not that expensive.
Well, dry tea isn't. I've got a big tray of dry tea leaves, and for 6 months or so, every time I made a cup of tea, and I drink a lot of tea, this is my teacup, I have pint cups, I would save the tea bag, dry it completely, again, on a windowsill in the sun, and then cut the tea bag open and save the tea leaves. So it's used tea leaves I use. They're darker. They work really well for leaf, for underneath trees and that. So yeah, it's a good tip. Make sure they're dry, though. Absolutely make sure they're dry.
Yeah, no, but use tea leaves, I suppose. Yeah, once they're just going to go in the bin. So why not you put them to use in some way? If you have any other questions about terrain or any other things, then pop them in the comments below, and we'll try and work it out. Yeah, Quinn says dollar store spices, so cheap stuff. Yeah.
Makes your terrain smell nice as well, so you can go into your hobby room and it's that lovely smell. Yeah.
Something like that. That's amazing. Good idea. What sort of how do you get hold of things like polystyrene and things like that are really useful for making, say, rocks or rocky terrain? And because I've used insulation foam traditionally with that big foil stuff on one side, which is a bit of a pain to get rid of. Do you use that, or is there something else?
So here, again, I'm in southern Bulgaria. My supplies will not match anyone watching, but we have access, because it's a cold country in the winter, there's a lot of insulation that's done of houses. And so they use both the white bubbly foam, you can get 10, 15, 20 centimetre thick just in any shop around here. It's very cheap. Or you can get the XPS, the more solid foam, so I buy that just from the hardware store. It does not have the foam side. We don't have that. It's literally is just the blue foam or the green foam or the white foam that you see people use. So yeah, that one thing, luckily where I am, that's easier for me to get than it is, I think, in the UK. I think people in the UK can sometimes struggle. I see a lot of comments, where can I buy it? And there's websites that are recommended. Here, I just go down the road, go to my local shop and say, give me another bale of foam of this thickness, please. And they look at me like I'm strange.
Yeah, they must be wondering what on earth you're doing with it. But...
Oh no, I tell them it's for my play, for my hobby, and they just laugh. They're crazy Englishmen.
Yeah. I guess that's true. Are they all speaking in English or Bulgarian?
No, they don't really speak any English. It's Bulgarian and Turkish where I am. So
I was going to say, are you a fluent Bulgarian Turkish speaker?
For building supplies, I'm not bad at Bulgarian. For 7 years of renovations that we've been doing on the house, so I've learned quite a lot of that. But no, I'm far from fluent. Sadly,
I like the idea of this sort of, like you say, strange Englishman coming in with broken Bulgarian translations of polystyrene sheet or whatever it is. But I suppose polystyrene is probably a very useful universal term.
The good thing is insulation is insulatia, so it's nice and easy to know that one.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that makes sense, I suppose. Nathan says, my old man bladder needed emptying, so I thought I'd drop back in, especially as I figured you'd want to witness to your sleep-deprived finger loss. I've managed all right. I did do some cutting, so no finger loss as of yet. But yeah, we are just chatting stuff now. So I mean, we've been talking about terrain and so on, but one of the other reasons I wanted to get you on was because of the Tawny website. I know your day job is kind of involved in computers and technology and development and all that sort of stuff. So it kind of inspired you to help the community in a way, the SBG Lord of the Rings community, by inventing Tawny. So just tell me about it. What is it?
So Tawny grew out of Ardacon, which we hope comes back very soon.
Yeah, I really hope so.
My one and only tournament they ever get to, and I was helping out. I wrote the website just to sell tickets for James, and then went and played, and I saw firsthand how a large tournament like that being run on paper is difficult, and I ended up being behind the screen quite a lot, giving a hand to the guys, just trying to keep the organisation and trying to keep it running on time. When you've got people handing in score sheets and it's in handwriting and people using different names, it was really, really stressful and really hard. And I mean, fair play, props to the guys for keeping it going, because that was not an easy job. And so on the plane home from that event, I sat with a bit of paper and a pen, and I planned out a tournament organisation website that wasn't just selling tickets, which is what I'd started off doing just to help out. So that admin task was taken away from James, but also involved being able to gather scores, do the matchups, and assign those matchups to people so that they would know who they were playing when and at what table and at what time. And they could then submit their scores, and then the logic of the site would then, using either randomization or the Swiss ranking, would then assign you next table. And little did I know just how complicated tournaments are. It's a huge subject, and still is ongoing. But we ran Ardacon on it last year, and it worked okay. We had some issues. It was a massive, not last year because that was this year, which didn't happen, but the last one that ran, we had some issues. 200 people in a room. It's not easy, but it worked, and now, it's not just SBG. Mythic Games for the past 3 weeks have been running a tournament for Super Fantasy Brawl on it.
Oh, wow.
So it's working for remote tournaments, which it was never planned for, never designed for. But Sam and the guys over at Mythic have been making use of it, and so it's kind of grown from there. It's a labour of love. It's a money sink and a time sink, but it's also great to see it being used. And when it's used, it makes me smile. When it's not used, it makes me frown because it's hard work. But,
obviously, so you said you started this because you wanted to help out and do this. How complicated is it? Without getting too bogged down in the details of technicals that I probably will not understand, and nor will many listening. But I'm intrigued at how do you start building that? Because it's amazing the calculations that we can do in our head to organise a Swiss ranking, for example. But once you start putting that down on a program, it becomes very complicated, I'd imagine. Yeah.
So how you start writing any software is you need to know where you're aiming. You need to have something which you know is done. It's the same with like terrain, I suppose. Like I said, what's good enough? And the only way to get good software is to know what's good enough and to have someone who's willing to test it. And Lockie from Zorpazorb, he was my first user. He ran Ardo Unleashed in Australia using it, and bless him, went through all of the pain of a brand new bit of software being used live. And I slept on the floor of my office, obviously with the time zones, and it was a heck of a weekend. But he managed to run the tournament. So how you start is you need to know what you're roughly aiming for, what's the minimum viable product, as we call it in the trade, and then you just need to stick to that. Again, it's the same as with terrain. Try not to get yourself distracted by shiny. Try and actually just do some functionality. So I think what I started off with was recreating the website. So recreating, being able to define what a tournament is and what competitions might be, and create tickets and sell tickets. But do it not just for one tournament, because Ardacon is a very special case and very odd, but do it in a way that's generic enough that if you're running a tournament with you and 20 of your mates, it will work for that as well as you and 200 of your mates. So it's a case of a lot of pen and paper work, not even going near a computer. My current boss talks about 3 meters away from the desk. Don't go near a computer when you start. Write it down, work out what you want. And talk to people. Have a lot of people that you can run those ideas past. So again, James was really useful. Lockie was really useful. People that run tournaments were able to tell me, because I'd never run a tournament. I'd helped with Ardacon a bit, but I was coming into this very little experience in actually even playing any games, let alone running tournaments. And so all the people that helped me were back in those early few months. I say thanks to you as well, Andreas, obviously from Spilferenginen, the fellowship. I can say it. You see, I had to say.
Yeah, I was going to say SDF, but
Spilferenginen. So there was a lot of people that helped me, and I'm still learning. There's still a lot of gaps in what I want it to do, and there's still a lot of progress before I say it's done. But it's running tournaments now, so. We had people using it yesterday, and it was smooth and pain-free, so that's always nice.
Oh, amazing! And like you mentioned already that Aldecon had a few hiccups with it, but you were like, that was literally trying to test it. Like, it was like trying to build a car and just go straight into the Formula One or something. When
Absolutely.
you need to go through all the stages first, Formula 2, 3, or whatever it is. But what sort of, because I know there are some complications, and it is a complicated tournament because there's teams, and then you can't be drawn up against your team. Then there are other there's good versus evils or something like that, is there? Or you can't play the person you've played already. So there's loads of different things, and I mean that must have been really quite complicated to piece all those things together eventually.
Yeah, I mean, eventually you end up you can't go too crazy. So eventually you say, if I'm not able to find a new matchup for you that's someone you've not played against, then sorry. And one of the concepts that Tawny is written with is it tries to help, but it doesn't try to force. So it's written with the concept of it'll do as much as it can to get you 95% of the way there, but if you as a tournament organizer look at the matchups and you see, actually, I don't want those two people playing each other, it is possible for you to swap them and change the matchups before you publish them. So there's very little that it stops you doing. If you're going to break the system, then it won't let you, obviously. If there's something like if you change this at this time, it will cause a problem, then it will be disabled. But yes, there's a lot of very clever logic in there. But one thing I despise as a software developer is software that tries to think for me. And as a user, software that tries to be so clever that it becomes unusable because it doesn't match my specific use case. And so while there are very clever things in there that will do the matchups and do the rankings and do this, that, and the other, you as a tournament organizer can override all of that. You can do whatever you want. You can change it all if you want to. And I think that makes it more useful. And less annoying, hopefully.
Oh, it's amazing. I mean,
it is complex. Probably 1,000, 2,000 hours. I don't want to think about how many hours I've put into it.
Well, there you go. There you go. Rubbish in, Rubbish Out says he ducked off to grab a beer and he comes back to talk about developing some software. As a software developer of almost 25 years, my ears picked up. Yes, Andrew's a developer, and he's built a tournament system or website app basic system so that to make organizing tournaments and matching people up in tournaments much easier, and it's used to run one of the biggest Lord of the Rings tournaments in the world, or the biggest Lord of the Rings tournament in the world. So it's always interesting to hear about some of those little extra bits and bobs. And so I guess we've talked about terrain. I've talked about your hobby, that blogs and stuff like that, but we haven't really talked about your gaming. You mentioned that you play SBG very rarely these days. Do you actually get to play very much? I know you said you were in
very little
rural Bulgaria. Is that now become, you're so used to it that you don't really miss it anymore, or
Well, I mean, I got into gaming after I moved here, so I never really knew it. So yeah, it was when I was working remotely. I'd already moved out to Bulgaria and working remotely that I got into terrain, and then it was watching those videos with James and Jamie that got me into SBG. So terrain took me to wargaming rather than wargaming took me to terrain. So that was the route. So yeah, I mean, my opponent, unless I have visitors, is Angela, and we did used to play relatively often, and she's come to Ardacon and played. Bless her, she's actually been a competitor, and we love it. I mean, she tells me she enjoys it, and she does play. So, but since Rosie's come along, we had a golden period where Rosie was having an afternoon nap, which meant that once a week on a Sunday we could get a couple of hours, and we were actually playing Mansions of Madness because it's a slightly easier game to set up, and it's a lot of fun, and we both enjoy it. But now Rosie's binned off her afternoon nap, so getting time to play when you've got a young child is pretty much impossible, especially if in the evenings you're both so knackered. All I want to do basically in the evenings after she's gone down is a little bit of hobbying and then go to bed, and all Angela wants to do is like chill out and watch a film and go to bed. So finding time now is very, very difficult. Every now and then I have visitors. Every now and then I get to play games. I taught a friend of mine visited a couple of weeks ago and kicked my ass at SBG. I'm obviously a really good teacher. He'd never played it before, and he beat me badly. But yeah, so those are the times I get to play. And I can't remember who I was talking to, but I was discussing the irony of making terrain for wargaming and spending so much time making terrain that you never wargame, and that's where I'm at now. There are people doing solo plays, and I do get to play some games solo. But again, I spend so much time doing terrain that I don't even play solo as much as I want to. So maybe as Rosie gets older, it'll become easier. But for now, it's a bit tough.
But I suppose, like you say, if your first stuff was terrain anyway, then if you enjoy the terrain, then that's your part of the hobby that you think. I mean, lots of people don't really enjoy the gaming side of it, but they love painting the models and want to take them to tournaments to show them off. I guess that's the same with you in a certain way. That you can really enjoy the terrain side of things.
Yeah, I do love playing though. I would love to get more games, and maybe I will. Like I say, when Rose is a bit older, the school is now with Corona, with COVID. She started going to school or play group, and then they closed it. Hopefully, they open it again soon. That will make things easier as well, because then we'll both be a bit less knackered during the week, a little bit of time off.
Yeah, because I suppose you have to, if you've got baby at home. I don't know how old Rosie is. Sorry,
she's coming on to 2. She's 2 in February.
So yeah, I'd imagine having a toddler around makes your day working schedule all over the place, because I'd imagine you have to pick up some of the slack in the evenings occasionally and things like that.
Yeah, so I finish work at 4 and then straight to Rosie time, which I love. There is no complaint happening here, but it is tiring. Yeah,
I can imagine. Rubbish in Rubbish Out says, wow, cool, well done. He doesn't just build terrain, my first love, but also supports the game with tournament software. Looking forward to having a browse for his channel a little later. So there you go, Rubbish. You've earned a fan.
It's a pleasure having you joining me. I don't know if you heard, but along with Mel, you were one of my earliest YouTube watches. So I'm used to, and I think that the flock technique that I described earlier, I'm pretty sure I stole it from you, mate. So full credit where it's due. The paint PVA and sawdust mix. I'm pretty sure that was Rubbish in, Rubbish Out. So. Well,
there you go. I must say I'm intrigued by Rubbish in, Rubbish Out, because he's appeared, and I really like the logo, and that's just such a cool. It's got a bear in the middle, which I like, and then it's got toy soldiers on either side. One of them looks like World War II, one of them looks Napoleonic, and the title is very intriguing. So I'm going to have to check out this channel. So let's all have a bit of a circle motion of checking out.
Follow it, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So excellent stuff. So it's coming up to the end of our time before we introduce the next guest into the stream, Andrew. But I did have a few couple more bits and bobs that I wanted to just finally ask you. So, I mean, what sort of tournaments, what sort of armies did you play, or what sort of models were your first sort of armies that you picked up, I guess?
So I kind of went crazy. I was in Belgium for 3 months, and I had access to eBay and money coming in and a lot of time. And so Angela ended up with a pile of boxes that was doing this, waiting for me to come home to. And yeah, so I went a bit crazy. I got a lot of different models before I even played the game. I'd never played the game, and I had probably 400 miniatures. I mean, the pile of shame has grown since then. But yeah, it was a bit steep.
That's quite a start. What was the first thing you opened?
I honestly cannot remember, but the first tournament army, I can tell you this, was to Ardacon, because that's the only one I've ever been to. And I did Corsairs and Haradrim. And it was a hell of a lot of fun. And if Ben Pearson is watching this, he will remember, because Pedro, I name all my models, by the way. Every single one has a name, not just the heroes.
I love that.
And Pedro had a classic moment in my game with Ben, where he was back to back with Dalamir and shielding for days. And I think he survived 4 or 5 rounds trapped, and they allowed me to steal the win where that absolutely should not have happened. And if Pedro hadn't held out, and even last year when I saw Ben, we greeted each other with the war cry of Pedro, and that is what I love about gaming, is you can have those stories that years after you're still laughing about. Last time I took an entirely mounted camel rider force,
lovely,
which was a hell of a lot of fun, and Dewey, thank you very much for lending me 6 and a chieftain to make my full army up.
Dude's been in the chat and I'd actually featured in the show earlier. He was doing a quiz, an SBG quiz.
Dewey's quiz, yes.
Yeah. He's been a legend in the lockdown period, replacing those quizzes that we missed so greatly from tournaments on a semi-weekly basis. So
Evil Men is my army, to answer to do the short answer, which I never do. Evil Men, really. So
I like that. Yeah.
Easterlings as well. I've got a huge Easterling force, probably 3,000 or 4,000 points of Easterlings, and I took them as well to Ardacon. Yeah, crazy.
And are they all built and painted, or is it just
Easterlings? Well, probably 85% built and painted. Yeah.
Wow. What I mean, do you have like enormous games when you have a game to make up for the fact that you don't have them up very often?
No, like I say, gaming is kind of secondary. So painting them is the joy, and making them is the joy. And because I like to name them, I have to have a mount and a dismount. So that means that I've got loads of. I've got a pair for every mount that I've got dismounted. And for every hero, I've got the Fell Beast, and I've got mounted, and I've got dismounted. So yeah, it kind of adds up.
Yeah, I guess that's really interesting, because I know obviously there's lots of people who have big armies that they've collected, but usually for a point to get to 1,000 or 1,500 points. But I suppose a collection is a collection, and if you like you say, if you enjoy building and painting something, then what's the point in just stopping at 1,000 points when if you enjoy the process of painting those models, then crack on.
I really love the mounted Easterling models. I think they're beautiful.
Yeah.
I just kind of went a bit nuts, as I do, and bought loads and loads, and I've painted them up slowly over years.
Well, that's brilliant, Andrew. It's been an absolute pleasure having you in. I think we're gonna have a little bit of a break before I think it's. Let me just double check. It must be about time for the Green Dragon, the Green Dragon himself, Jeremy Hunter.
The controversy.
Controversy segment. Well, sort of, not really. But it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to say the least, and it'll fire us all up at the start of the day. Andrew, thank you very much for coming in and supporting the stream and supporting the cause and just helping keep this going. Because if I didn't have people to talk to, especially early in the morning, then I wouldn't be able to manage doing this. I wouldn't have thought. So it's been brilliant.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for inviting me. I've really enjoyed it, and congratulations for having those eyes still open and not using your matchsticks. I was wondering if maybe that might be a second use.
That is a good idea. I've got a spare one just in case.
Just in case. Maybe a bit later. But thank you, and everyone get into that QR code up in your top right hand corner and get that's the right way. Get donating, everyone, because it's a really, really good cause. It's been horrendous. The last year, it's been really, really difficult for people. I know a lot of people that have been struggling, and the support that the charities that you're supporting give is life-changing for so many people. So if you can, give as much as you can, because it will change someone's life. It's a really, really valid and an awesome cause. So well done for doing this. Really cool.
Well, thank you, Andrew. I really appreciate it, and you said it all there perfectly. So I won't say any more, but other than the links are below and in the QR code at the top of whichever corner it is. I still haven't worked out after 20-something hours. Andrew, thank you very much. And actually, I'll tell you what we can do, because we've got 5 more minutes before Jeremy comes in, and I've got some quizzes that I've been doing with people throughout the day.
Go on then.
Well, not a quiz in the usual sense. Damien and Steve had a lot of fun with this last night. It's kind of like the Krypton Factor, if you've ever watched that. And essentially, what you have to do is you watch a Lord of the Rings clip, and you have to very carefully look at the whole clip and every bit of it. And I will ask you a question about this clip after the clip, so you have the same information that everyone else has, and we can all play along at home with a quiz. Are you keen? Are you up for this? Excellent.
Big thumbs up.
Big thumbs up. Okay, so I'm going to play a clip, as I say, and you've got to keep a close eye on everything in it, and we will see what the question is.
My matchstick's out as well.
Yeah, we'll see what the question is after we've watched the video.
Where have you been? Father, there you are. I was worried.
Yes, sir. Payne, get them in. If you speak of this to anyone, I'll rip your arms off. Off.
Up there.
Dad, why are there dwarves climbing out of our toilet?
Will they bring us luck?
There you go. It's a good scene. It is a good scene. One of my favourites from The Hobbits, actually. So the question is, let me just phrase it correctly. Which characters do we actually see coming out of the toilet? So can you name the characters that we see coming out of the toilet? Now, give people a few seconds to have a think, because people might be really keen to drop them in the comments before you spoil it.
I won't spoil anything because I'm rubbish at names. So there was some dwarves that climbed out of a toilet. There we are.
That was the line. That was the line. Can you name any of the characters that jumped out of the toilet there?
Sure, I'll wait a minute, like you say.
Yeah. We'll wait a few seconds.
My problem here is I'm actually rubbish at names. So,
well, it's funny. That's exactly what Rubbish in, Rubbish Out says. I'm terrible with the names. And I don't remember their names, says Crinian. Well, feel free if you have a guess. Go on, have a go. Go on.
So obviously Dwalin is the first one.
He is. Oh, there we go. We've got someone says Dwalin. Yeah,
that's Angela.
That's Angela. Yeah, and Nathan says Dwalin and Bilbo.
Does Buffer come out? I think.
Yeah, I think you've got. Yeah, you're getting there.
I think Buffer does, because he's the one with the axe in his head, doesn't he? That's Buffer, isn't it?
Oh, actually, no, I don't think it is. It's Biffer.
Oh, yes. Well, how are you supposed to? I can't even remember my own name.
Yeah, I know. I almost said that you were right there incorrectly. So Josh Bryan. Josh Bryan's woken up. And
hey, Josh. How you doing, mate?
He says Dwalin and Bilbo, no idea on the third. There were four. The four have climbed out the toilet. Angela says Biffer, so she's in there. She's got 3 out of the 4. There is a fourth. Who was the fourth? Did you notice the fourth? Did you notice it? Oh, someone says, Tom Wag says Dwalin and Bilbo, Philly and Biffer. It's not Philly. Good guess though. It is one of the dwarves. Who's this? Oh, it's GBHL podcast. That is Damien O'Byrne is up. Norrie is not Norrie. I'm guessing that means Norrie rather than Norro. Norrie is not the other person we see. Actually, is it? Hold on, let me just double check that. No, it's not. I didn't think it was. All right. Keep guessing. Anyone know? And Andrew, have you got any other ideas?
Not a clue. No. My memory for names is way too bad.
Okay, I'll play it one more time because it's not a long one, and I do like to see the dwarves climbing out of the toilet.
Where have you been? Father, there you are. I was worried.
Yes, sir. Payne, get them in. If you speak of this to anyone, I'll rip your arms off.
Up there.
Dad, why are there dwarves climbing out of our toilet?
Will they bring us luck?
So did you pick up who the third one was? Because you see a flash. It's
the young one, but I can't remember his name.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember his name.
You've got it right. Does anyone in the chat know exactly?
I can't remember his name.
It's tough. Well, we've had Biffer, Boffer, Dorry, and Norrie. He's not Bomber. We know that.
That would have been brilliant. I wish they'd shown that.
Yeah, that would have been quite funny. Who else was left? It's not Sir Ian McKellen. I see. Sir Ian McKellen is the only man on earth that can name them all sequentially. It says it's definitely not Norrie. It's definitely not Norrie. Oh wait, you said Norrie. It's Orri. It's definitely Orri.
It's Orri, yeah.
Yeah, that's who I've got it down as. I'm just double checking that. Ori the dwarf, because I did this when I was yes, it's definitely Ori. It's definitely the young Ori. Yeah, that's correct. It's not Norrie. It's not Norrie is played by Jed Brophy, and that is not Norrie. So there you go. It is young Ori. So well done.
Well, hey.
And Damien, you can keep commenting underneath there and claiming you're right. It's definitely Ori. Norrie is not the fourth. No, it's Boffer is the fourth. So Ori is the third, and Biffa is the fourth with the axe in his head. So there you go. Thank you very much, Andrew.
Controversy just before your controversy section.
Exactly. This is what it's all about. And I have
segue that.
Indeed. How many quizzes do I have left? I have 3 more quizzes left. So maybe I'll get them all in the next half an hour before. It's not Biffa. It's not Biffa, mate. It's Biffa. It's definitely Biffa.
It's Biffa. He's got an axe in his head, so it must be Biffa.
Exactly. It's Biffa. I've written the answers down. Hold on. Let me get them back. It is Dwalin, Bilbo, Ori, and Biffa in that order. And I will not take any other answers. So nobody got it right. So nobody gets a draft of Ent draft, which goes something like this. There you go. That's your draft of Biffa. Anyway, we need a video replay. Okay, so I'll get one more. Here we go. Yeah, until Damien turned up, it was absolutely calm and relaxing, and we all had a great time. Oh, I've just deleted the video out of the feed, so I'm sorry, I can't do it anymore. But anyway, Andrew, thank you very much for being here. For the last
You're welcome.
Hour and 40 or so minutes. It's been a pleasure having you, and welcome to all the people who are just waking up to see you guiding us into the early hours of the morning. So I'm going to take a quick break, and then Jeremy from the Green Dragon will be in afterwards, and maybe we'll play more games, and it'll be good fun. Right, Andrew, thanks for showing me your building the fence. It's dried and looks very nice. Look at that. I'm quite happy with that.
Very cool. Well done. Brilliant work.
Thank you very much. Right,
I hope to see it on your channel at some point in the back rep if you do one.
Yes, that's a very good point. I'll have to make sure it's featured proudly and mention that. Lovely. All right. Thanks very much. So cheerio to Andrew.
Ciao for now.
Clipper. I've put a link in the link to the YouTube channel somewhere in the stream. Yes, I am tired, everyone. Damien says it's fake news. It's not fake news. It's just true. You go back and watch it. Just Google dwarves. There are dwarves coming out of my toilet, and it's the top thing that comes up on YouTube. So you can do that. Rowan says we need a replay, but we're not having that, I'm afraid. Josh Bryant's confused. It doesn't take much. Whee! Right. So just before we crack on, we're coming to the final stretch of the stream. So coming up, we've got Jeremy from the Green Dragon, and I've billed this as controversy hour. Well, sort of. We're going to talk a bit about third-party miniatures. Is it ever right to use them? That's one of the big questions. So I'm intrigued at what you think, and also a little bit about, is the Quest of the Ring Bearer great, or is it good? Or is it bad? Are there some legendary legions which ruin the game? We'll find out. Jeremy is going to provide all the controversy soon, and I'm sure that'll delight everyone waking up at 9 o'clock in the morning to get some anger in your bloodstream before you start your Sunday morning. So it all should be great fun, and that is all coming up in the next hour or so, or next 15 minutes or so, and then we'll be there for an hour, and then we've got Out of the Frying Pan Out of the Frying Pan podcast chat, and we'll be talking about podcast, but also about painting, because Dan and Stu from the podcast are absolutely excellent painters. Sadly, I don't think Stu can come into the stream, but Dan is an excellent painter, and I really want to see delve into the mind of a painter. So we'll be talking about painting, because I don't think there's been enough painting throughout the show so far. If you are painting even this early in the morning, 8:45, I know it's early, so fair enough. But if you've got some unfinished models from yesterday and you've got a few hours, get involved, sit down, set your paints up. You've got a few minutes break before we have a chat. I'd love to see your comments, and I'd love to see your pictures of your progress. There's been a few little posts on the GBHL Facebook page over the last 24 hours that one I have pinned now. I think it's I don't think the admins will mind if I pin this to the top. So if you go straight back to the top of the GBHL page, you'll be able to see the little post, and you can just comment under there and check it out. Check it out. It's gonna be good. Right. Okay. So I'll 5-10 minutes break. I'll set things up, and we will see how goes it in a few minutes' time. Right. Let's leave you. Oh yes. In the meantime, while people are gathering in again, it's been amazing overnight. If I don't know what time you left, what the situation was when you left, but it's been really top-notch stuff overnight. We have cracked my target amount of money to be raising for the charity, the Trussell Trust. So we've got to £1,073, and we crossed that border sometime in the wee hours of the morning, and people just dropping in money all the time. So amazing. Thank you very much to everyone who's contributing, and to all the people who have been able to contribute by just keeping things going. So feel free, scan the code at the top left, top right, and drop in below if you think we need a bit more. It'd be great to get to 1,500, wouldn't it? In the last well, maybe that's a bit ambitious. 1,250. I'll put that. I'll change the thing in the next few minutes and put it to that. But feel free to donate, and this is what it's all about. I'll play the clip that I've been playing throughout this show, and then we'll have a bit of a break.
I mean, first of all, it's been very busy. We've increased by 108%. Since March, we've given out 52 tons of food. A lot more people have had to go on benefits this year. Universal credit, the numbers have increased so much, but that's because people haven't got jobs anymore. We had a mother come in after not eating herself and mashing her last potato for her 6-month daughter, and she came into the food bank because that was her level of desperation. It just makes me want to cry. But I'm happy that she came. I'm happy that she was helped, and we've been able to support her further and connect her in with lots of different places that can help her further. So I'm pleased that we were able to be there for her, and but the fact that she was in that position in the first place is just absolutely heartbreaking.
Yes, that's right. I mean, it has happened for an age. It feels like an age to me anyway. This is Entmoot Live, and we return. I come to you now at the turning of the tide, because it very much feels like this is a moment. This is the last 3 hours of broadcasting that I'm going to be doing, the 24 hours of SBG content that we've been dealing with throughout the night. And many of you have been dipping in and out throughout the last, quick maths, 21 hours. 21 hours, and saying hello and popping in and doing some toy soldier painting, doing all manner of different things, including playing along with games, talking lists, submitting lists. We've just built some terrain. I built some fences just now live on the stream. They're actually not bad. I'm pretty happy with that fence. That's pretty good going. So yeah, it's been a good stream so far. We've got 3 hours left, and we've got some Australians to come, which is always good. We've got Lachlan Linton-Keane coming up later on. He's going to be the standard bearer of Zorpa Zorp. He's going to be coming in towards the end. We've got the Out of the Frying Pan podcast coming up in the next couple of hours. But first, we've got Legends, the only podcast from many years in the SBG community, and we've got the kind of the channel host, the friendly voice, and perhaps fresh to you, first time you might have ever seen his face. This is Jeremy from the Green Dragon. Welcome to the stream. Hello.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you okay. I was just wondering if I need the headphones, because you're definitely looking the part. Were you clean shaven at the start of the stream, or is that just...
No, you're quite right. It's been so long, I've grown a beard. Oh, it's been great fun. But welcome, Jeremy. Yeah, no, if you can hear, I'm glad I can hear you. Thank you very much for joining in. So, I mean, most people will know you as the voice, or one of the main voices of the Green Dragon. But it's amazing to think you have a face almost.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. I keep it secret usually. I'm not one for YouTube, mainly because whenever I'm watching things, I can't get my painting done. So I'm definitely prefer audio podcasts, even ones where you've got basically audio content like we're probably doing now. It's really tough to do it because I want to see the people's expressions. So if I can cut that out entirely, then I'm all good. But you've got my face for now.
Okay, well, we'll keep your face on for a little bit throughout this morning. So, first of all, for anybody who doesn't know the Green Dragon podcast, and which I'd be very surprised, to be fair, if you know Entmoot and you probably heard of the Green Dragon, but just set us up. Where did the Green Dragon come from, and how long has it been going for? And how are you involved?
Oh, that's a good one. It started years ago, probably 10 years ago now. I was listening to podcasts a lot. As my living vicariously through other people, and waiting for there to be a Lord of the Rings one. And of course, people said Lord of the Rings is dead. Why would they ever have that? Why would anyone have a podcast? And there was sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy there where we didn't have really anything. I know there was some stuff happening on YouTube about that time, or maybe just after that, but we decided to start a podcast and totally failed. It didn't work at all. Didn't know where to start. Got a few people on, did a pilot episode, and then just nothing came of it. And then probably about 4 or 5 years later, we've got some of the group members decided to let's try it again, and it was successful that time. And it's stuck, and it's still sticking, and it keeps sticking and sticking for a lot longer actually right now. Initially we had little short episodes, maybe 15-20 minutes long. Now we were slightly more than that, but we feel like our content is pretty focused.
Slightly more than 15 minutes is probably a bit of an exaggeration. I mean, I think the last one that I looked at clocks in at something 4 hours plus, is the Isengard episode.
Oh no, that's just under 6, I think, wasn't it?
Was it? Oh my God, I haven't got to the end yet. So maybe it only downloaded most of it, and it's just gone. You know what? This is just too much. This is too much content. You can't be doing
too much.
But the Green Dragon. I mean, I suppose it's fair to say it's got its feet in both doors, in the sense that it's not just a competitive style podcast talking about lists and all that sort of stuff. It also, you delve into the profile specifically, and also the scenarios, which is a little bit rare for content in the community to be focusing on the widespread. I mean, is that your doing, or is that everyone?
It's a bit of everyone. It's mostly me for the scenarios in particular, because that's been how I've been playing the game for years and years, since it first came out. And when it first came out, that's all we had. We had scenarios, and points match was just some sort of pipe dream that you just wouldn't even consider. So we wanted to talk about that. And once again, I remember putting together some episodes. There was, I think the Last Alliance website was around at the time. And I submitted quite a few articles talking about scenarios, and they all got rejected. Basically said no one's interested in this, which is always interesting to get rejected by a free content website, which is good for the ego. So I decided to talk about it on my own. I wanted to make sure that content was out there and share that people do play the scenarios. And locally as well, when you first talked about scenarios, we've got a lot of people saying we never play them. Either it's too much resources to put them together, or they're not interesting enough for us, or something along those lines. And I feel like the community's changed hugely, and maybe we've been a small part of that, but it feels like scenarios are much more mainstream now. People talk about them. People, like, you hear, like, you guys talk about scenarios sometimes, but the Out of the Frying Pan especially talks about scenarios all the time. And then we have lots and lots of YouTube channels doing scenarios. I know Lockie, you're having him later on. He does heaps of scenarios, and it's really become a big part of the game, and that's exactly what we want. It's very easy to talk about the tournament stuff because there's a lot to talk about and a lot to do with the competitive things. So you tend to fall back on that, but I prefer to have the storytelling.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. It is easier to talk about the tournament stuff because I guess there's more to get your teeth into, because once you've done a scenario once, that's kind of it. I mean, yes, you can tweak it and you can fiddle around with the combatants and whatever, but yeah, I suppose once you've done a scenario once or twice, you've kind of learned all there is to it. It might be really fun to play it over and over again and recreate those great scenarios. But yeah, I guess that's maybe that is why.
Not so much that. It's just I think more people have access to the tournaments, and there's like the scenarios. A lot of it's already there. There's not a lot of there is a lot of choices, but there's not a lot of pre decisions. So when you look at a scenario, you open it up and it tells you exactly what you need to do, exactly what your objective is, exactly what models you need. So there's limited content you can do there. Whereas if you're talking about a tournament, you can go on forever about what you're bringing and why you're bringing it and what you hope to achieve with it. So it does tend to make for it is easier content, but it's also it's stuff that people want as well. People ask us a lot of questions about what they should bring in their list, and that we try to talk about that. We've sort of got a format we've got going at the moment with the lists, which is sort of gotten out of hand in terms of time, but we make sure we cover all the profiles, and then we talk about the scenarios and the tactics, probably in a different order than that, and then talk about lists as well at the end. So hopefully that people keep listening can get the lists. But in the end, I think, especially this year, we found that talking about like theory and lists and tactics and that has been our main thing, just because we've been limited in what we've been able to play.
Yeah. Well, I suppose, and the thing about scenarios, I suppose, is that that what I find most difficult about scenarios is you get a very, very fixed, predetermined list of models that you've got to use. And so, you know, some of them have really ridiculous numbers of certain models. You know, say I don't know, one of the ones in the the Gondor War book is like, you've got to have 30 models of like the Lossonark guys and things like that. And I think, I'd really like to play that scenario, but that's a real barrier to entry. So I guess maybe people like the idea of building a list because they can build it with all the cheap plastic models when they start, and then they can work up from there. Yeah,
that's a fair point. But keep in mind that you don't, like, you're playing a scenario, you're only playing with maybe one or a small group of people. There's no reason why you can't proxy something or use something else initially. I remember early on when we didn't have access to all the elf heroes in my playing group, Restor and I think there was another one, Elrond, played roles in almost every elf hero that ever showed up. So we needed a Gildor, Elrond showed up and pretended to be Gildor, and Legolas sometimes. You can get around it by putting other models in, and it's probably worth giving it a try initially anyway, because even if you've got the models, it's a big investment to paint them all and to build the terrain and things. So it might even be worth proxying them with something else as well, something similar.
And that leads me nicely into one of the first topics I want to have a talk about. So this is something I want everyone to get involved in, actually, because this is something that proves controversial occasionally. But I know you've been a big fan of talking about this sort of thing and kind of being a champion of third-party miniatures. But so we're playing a game, we're talking about a game that's based around Games Workshop's rules and Games Workshop's models largely. So can it ever be right to use third-party miniatures for our games, in tournament play, in match play games, or in scenarios? So first of all, let's fire it off, Jeremy. What do you think? Can it ever be right to use third-party miniatures?
So are you going for the one-line answer where you just get a little snapshot, a soundbite, and you can play it over and over again, or do you want the in-depth answer, Harry?
I'll go in depth. Get stuck in.
Okay, so first of all, we probably want to talk about what actually we mean by third party, because I think there's a little bit of ambiguity around that. So it's just something that's made by another company. Some companies make it specifically for Lord of the Rings, whether it's another game system, whether it's another rule set, or whether it's this game in particular, or some of them, like, they're making just Dungeons and Dragons models or historic models, and do you want to use those? So there's a little bit of a difference there, and we probably need to go into that a little bit at some point. But you're playing with a miniatures game. The miniatures themselves, the only thing that makes a difference in the game with the miniatures is the base size and roughly the height of the model, how much space it's taking up when you have terrain. So if you have something that represents that, you can actually play the game. That's I don't think we can sort of debate that too much. So in terms of just game mechanics point of view, there's no reason why you couldn't use models that are roughly the same size to represent whatever models. So that's the first part. Now, with the idea of third-party models, I'm very much for using third-party models, but I think we want to break up that some of these models that I'm talking about using are ones that are not designed for Lord of the Rings, and some of them are designed for Lord of the Rings by companies. So, for example, I've got some historic Vikings in my Dunland army. Now, those companies who made the Vikings never intended those to be made for Lord of the Rings, but Lord of the Rings, the Games Workshop chose to use Vikings as their Dunland models. So it sort of makes sense to put some more Vikings in and get some more poses. There's only, 2 shield poses. So I could have those same 2 shield poses, I could convert them, which I've had a go at, or you can add extra Vikings in to make your models different, to make them stand out. And if you do a bit of work, you can make them look very similar if you want, or you can keep them different. Some people want to change the armor. So I know there's a big group of people that don't like plate armor in Middle-earth. So when they'll play things like Gondor, they'll go for Gondor with mail instead of plate armor. And I've got no problem with that. That's what they want to do. I think we've got to be really careful to not try to push people away for what they want to do and just say, you can't play, because you can start putting all these artificial barriers in. Now, there's another issue where I know that every time someone comes on the forums and says, can I use this model as this? Someone will always reply as, you can't use that in the tournament. It's not official. And I worry about that sort of attitude that we're trying to, a little bit of gatekeeping, but also trying to push people away for that ideas. Because a lot of times they don't say, can I use this in a tournament? And people designing a tournament can put any rules they want. So if you're running a tournament, which I know you have, you can say, I'll allow this, I won't allow this. That's you're welcome to say that. And people then say, yeah, I agree with that. I'll follow that rule. Games Workshop at the stores, they can say whatever they want. They can say, you can only bring our models in. I can see why they do that. It's very clever marketing. It's a good way of pushing things forward. But if we're playing it at my house or we're playing it at a local tournament at a gaming store, some of our local gaming stores sell a whole bunch of different models. We've got no issue with playing with some other stuff. As long as you can tell us what it is and it's obvious, that's all fine. I know I've got some Warhammer Fantasy bats as my war bats. I'll eventually get the four-jawed ones, but I've got some of those. I've got an unreleased miniatures, it's a man on horse, which I use as Grima Wormtongue all the time. So we've got models that we mix in, and sometimes I just forget where they come from eventually. So I start using them. Sometimes I accidentally take them to the Games Workshop tournaments, but no one picks me up on them. It's just part of the army.
Well, there you go. That's Jeremy's thought. I'm really intrigued as to what everyone in the comments thinks about this. I'll get my opinions out in a second. But just before we get into those comments, I'm intrigued. Do you think it's okay to use third-party miniatures in tournaments, in SBG generally? Let me know what you think. A few people who have been getting in touch about just getting back in the stream. Josh Bryant says, what's he talking about? Oh, I don't know what that's talking about. That's something about earlier. Respect for the strategy stream. Big up from Hungary to all MESBG fans. Thanks very much. It's 1:45 a.m. in wherever that is, America somewhere. Congrats. That was about, I think I hit a target. Dan says, morning, Harry. Glad to see you're still powering on. Looking forward to watching through the overnight content over my next few painting sessions. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Green Tree says, good morning. Not going to lie, I half expect to see Harry fast asleep, mouth open, snoring in his chair. Yeah, I'm actually feeling all right. I think
pretty good. How long have you been up?
Well, I got up at 9 o'clock yesterday, so I've been up.
I've got no idea what that is.
24 hours now. I've been awake.
Wow.
I've got 3 more hours left before the stream is ending. So I've been streaming since 12 yesterday. So I'm on the 22-hour mark. Yeah, so I'm all right. Looking pretty compos mentis. Hope Lockie's daughter's okay. We'll find out later. I'm sure she's fine. Guardians of Wiltshire. Good morning, Harry. I was going to join earlier, but sleep took me. How are you feeling? I'm I'm all right. I think now it's bright outside, it's easier, so that's good. Good morning, Harry's still going strong. I see. I think that's an exclamation mark and a fist bump, but it's just a one instead. Here we go. Right. We got some comments coming in now. Rubbish in Rubbish Out said 100% it should be fine to use any model in the army as long as it's recognisable and doesn't detract from the overall aesthetics. That's interesting to focus on the aesthetics though, because I kind of think that's almost the least of my worries. I like it when people match the movies or match the ideas from the books or whatever, but I'm not that desperately bothered. But I think the issue comes from it depends. I guess it's a kind of philosophical argument. Is that if you don't support the people who make the rules, then maybe is it fair to then kind of use their rules? And I don't know. Like it's because if without buying the models, would they make the rules? So I don't know, and
that's an interesting one. I wouldn't mind that comment first. The aesthetics, there's a lot to do with aesthetics. Like if you play with unpainted models, you're probably distracting from the aesthetics a little bit for some people. 100%. And I know I've played against unpainted models as well. Things that are badly put together. Some really nice conversions. My preference personally is to play with really nice models that look on both sides of the table, but you can't always do that. So yeah, distracting from the aesthetics is very much a personal taste thing. On the support the company thing. Look, if you like the models, go buy them. Like that's absolutely it. As a customer, if you want to buy something, go buy it. There's no issue there. I do it all the time. I know that you do it, Harry. I know that sometimes you buy models for me, and we get past the UK thing.
Yeah, we do. Yeah,
secret live. But so I've got no problem with buying the models from the company. The support's an interesting one in that my theory, and this is just a theory, so I want to put a disclaimer there. My theory is that Games Workshop is basically putting the minimum amount of resources they can into this game just in order to maintain the license. And then if anything big comes up, say maybe an Amazon series, they've got the first choice to jump into it. It's also to deny competitors the license, which is probably a solid business move. If you keep it away from your biggest competitors, that's going to be a good one there. So I don't know that actually us buying a lot of models is going to greatly change what they're doing. I think there's actually more of a demand than they realize, or maybe they want to realize, or maybe they want to put into it. Because when the releases come out, things sell out instantly. We get things gone straight away. I think if they wanted to sell more Lord of the Rings, it's one of the #1 fantasy licenses in the world. Like, it's a big thing. They definitely could. I don't think they want to, and I think probably good business reasoning for it. Like, I'm not going to hold it against them or anything, but my thought is that they probably want to focus on their other lines. Like, maybe they've got a better profit margin. I know that they're probably thinking of the future. How can they make money when we can all 3D print our own models? Maybe it's the rules, and maybe it's just the licensing, using their licensing stuff out to other companies. I know that they've made some figures of Space Marines now other companies are making for them, and there's lots of video game licenses and things. So it could be a business plan strategy there. Once again, I don't know 100%, but I think the support the company, that's not really our job either as customers. Our job is to buy stuff we like. It's their job to make stuff that we want to buy. And they do. They do a really good job of that, and I buy a lot of stuff. But it's not my job to support them and prop them up. It's my job to, when I see a tree beard, that I go out and buy. That's what I buy it for me, not for them. I'm not doing it to support their company. I'm buying it because that's a model I want in my collection.
It's a completely reasonable argument about the it's as consumers we can consume what we want, and we can ultimately buy whichever models we like the look of and all that sort of thing. And I suppose in some ways the tournament community here in the UK has almost, not, I wouldn't say policed is probably too strong a word, but definitely encouraged people to support the Hobbit hobby because of the time when there wasn't very much support. And I think that's a bit of a hangover from those times, and I don't know whether that's part of it. That there's those things like, say, for example, the selling out thing. If Games Workshop consistently sell out of all of their new Lord of the Rings models, would that not? Surely that would encourage them to make more. In a logical world, maybe you're right. Maybe they don't care, and maybe they're going to make more money off the Space Marine stuff, which they obviously do. But surely, if it's a license to print money, then they would just do it. Like that's pure economics. If they can make money and they keep collecting out, wouldn't they just do that? Because there's going to be some people who play Lord of the Rings, like myself, who are just simply not interested in 40k anymore. I've lost interest many years ago, and maybe they hope that they might convert us back in by keeping us a drip feed of Lord of the Rings stuff to keep us interested, but actually secretly they just want to convert us to 40k. I don't know.
Maybe. Well, look, I think that could be part of it for moving on. I think they're pretty risk averse, so they've mishandled it once, and I know you've talked to people who worked at the companies at the time, so you've probably got some more inside information on that. But they did really well at the start of Lord of the Rings, then it didn't do so well, and part of that they told the shareholders, and they probably believe it as well, which is fair enough. That the issue was that the bubble burst, and they don't want to do that. Now, could they come back to the shareholders and say, we're investing big in this game now again that's already bit you once? I don't know. That might be a tough choice. They seem to underproduce all their models as well. And I know that some people have said it's factory issues, which it probably is. But there's definitely, like, I know a lot of businesses, if you go and just produce a certain amount, sell all that, that's exactly what you want. You don't want to be sitting on any stock whatsoever. You want to make sure everything just gets out, just goes, and keeps moving that way. And I think that's the model that they've moved to as much as you look on the website, and there's on all ranges, there's bunches of things out. And there was before we had all the issues with COVID and stuff around. That was their model where you sell things out. So I'm not entirely sure. I do think there's definitely more space to sell. I think my argument for the minimum stuff is, what do we get for a release? A couple Forge World models, which would take no time at all to make and produce. Like, you know that you can turn around those hand molded models in like a day or two, really. The plastic models take a lot of planning, but we're getting one plastic character, recognizable character from the movies, maybe two every release. Whereas I've just picked up the Blood Bowl game to play with my son, and they're getting models all the time, new sets of models. Necromunda is getting new sets of models all the time, and these games are not particularly big. They might be. I don't have the full analysis of it, but they're getting huge amounts every time, and we're getting a little bit of a drip feed, which I actually like. I really like it because I can keep up, and I don't have to spend all the money on it. Although I haven't got the latest releases, but I think they're happy to hold on to the license. I think they've got their staff. They've what have they got, 4 or 5 staff on it? That's enough. And if they produce what they can, and they've got a limited. Like, if that's all you're going to put towards it, that's all you're going to get out of it.
Interesting stuff. Let's get into the comments, see what other people are saying. Nathan Talbot says third-party minis fill a vital gap in the range. Yeah, and I think that there's truth there. There's certainly models, for example, mounted Gil-galad and stuff like that that have profiles and don't have models, and it seems strange that they don't, especially because they're quite popular models to be used in gaming. So that's a good point. Yeah, exactly. Corsair Reavers that have or Numenorian captains, or loads of things. I haven't seen GW run an event in Australia for years, so I don't know why it's it's not valid in tournaments is even a thing. None of them are run by GW. Yeah, that's a good point.
We're a bit different to the rest of the world, though. We're far away from the Games Workshop influence in Australia, so we've got a very biased opinion. GW is very, very hands off here, and I think we seem to be an afterthought a lot of the time.
Yeah. I suppose it's probably market forces to an extent, isn't it? There's probably a lot fewer of you playing it over there, but equally, it's strange that they charge you so much for things like Forge World deliveries and stuff like that. But hey, we get around that. Michael says, third-party miniatures, manufacturer's intention is a key element.
Intention.
There will be always a grey area. Yeah, TOs to use their discretion. They're the ones putting in the efforts. Yeah, fair enough. So I guess it's up to the bosses of the tournament. But yeah, a manufacturer's intention is an interesting one, because obviously nobody can know exactly what a manufacturer's intention is. But say, for example, companies like Unreleased Miniatures, which seem to be deliberately filling the range. There's some ones that make Guards of the Fountain Court. I don't know which company it is, but
no, I'm not sure who got. Like, I would like to get those, but I think someone's just designed them, and there's like they're 3D printed, I think, for those ones. But look, I'll respond to that one, because that's like intention's interesting always. But yes, Unreleased, for example, do try to fill holes in the range. Some of their stuff, like, there's no chance of being IP infringing at all. So things like the Corsairs they've made, they're just pirates with no shirts on. That there's no issue with that whatsoever. Some of the stuff might be pushing the boundaries. If it is, Games Workshop has got the right to send them a cease and desist, or to go and take them to court or whatever if they do that. But once again, that's not us. Like, it's not Harry and I that have to deal with that. We're the ones that are customers. We don't deal with that business stuff. If someone's overstepped the mark, they've got legal recourse. Games Workshop has got plenty of resources to go after people that are doing the wrong thing, and they should. If someone's doing the wrong thing, absolutely they can defend the IP that they've got. Or what is it? Is it New Line that's got the IP now? I don't know who's got the IP.
Yeah, I think it's like a co-owned thing between Warner Brothers, New Line, and
I've got no idea.
I don't know, God knows who it is.
Whoever's got that, take them to court if you have to. That's all fine. But for us, yeah, look, intention's a tricky one. So is there any difference to me using some pirates from one range for Corsair Reavers as opposed to unreleased miniatures? Maybe. I don't think so, but for some it might be, and that's fine if it's up to them. I definitely agree with the TOs. TOs can decide. They can say whatever they want. They can say you have to paint all your models red if they want.
Yeah, and then people might not go to the tournament, and ultimately that's it. And if you say we're going to refuse anyone who comes to the tournament entry if they don't play with GW miniatures, and then nobody turns up, then they'll know why, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, so the market will decide that as well. But they're absolutely within their right. They can say what they like. Sometimes they put even more restrictions. You can only take models from Rohan, Dunland, or Isengard, and we'll have a very specific tournament. So they can set whatever rules they want, and I'm happy to follow that as long as they put the rules out ahead of time. And if they put the rules out, no problem.
Fair enough. Miss Kindle, which is Kylie,
I know this person.
your co-host, and who's already been on the stream in the last few hours. 100% fine with the third party, keeps GW honest, and keeps pushing GW to improve the quality of their products through competition. That's an interesting one. And
that is really good, actually. I don't know if it's happened so much in Lord of the Rings, but you definitely see it in things like I talked about Blood Bowl just before. I've got back into that after 20 years or whatever because my son's very keen on it. There are a bunch of third parties that produce for that, and it's very obviously fantasy football teams. But now Games Workshop has gone and said, we want people to buy our stuff. So they kicked it up a level, and their stuff's fantastic that's coming out now. So I do think there is something to that. I think like Games Workshop, if they want to sell models, has to be producing models that are good enough to buy, and they do, and they've definitely got the skills to do that. So if that's the case, if one of these other companies comes out with something and Games Workshop turns around and does something better, I think we're the winners. I think that's a great thing for us as customers.
Yeah, absolutely true. And like you say, if it improves the quality of the miniatures we get in the end, I think it's a bit dodgy if you're pushing those borderlines. If you're literally taking, I don't know, Viggo Mortensen's face, gluing it to a new model, that sort of thing, then I guess. But like you say, is it up to us?
But that's a different thing, isn't it? That's stomping all over someone's IP, which is you're not supposed to do, and there are ways to go and challenge that, and they should be challenging that if that's the issue. I'm talking more about things that are much more generic. Like if I have a bunch of rangers on a horse, no one's got IP to that. Every company's made rangers on horses. That's all okay. So if I have some, and then I can use them as rangers of the north on horse, there's no issue with that. Whereas if I get a ranger that looks exactly like Viggo Mortensen, well, we might get an issue.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Yeah, that makes more sense. So let's skip a few because people are having conversation there about how each other are doing. And third party, Josh says, I don't mind them either taking things from another range or using things like unreleased miniatures designed to cover gaps in the range. I do own unreleased miniatures, not for long, which I definitely do use, and I also own not Faramir, Captain of Affiliate on foot, which I plan to use in my upcoming Gondor army. That's good point. Good point.
Nice models.
Yeah, they are nice models, and well, to be fair, I've never actually seen any of them in the flesh, but the sculpts look really nice on the models. People paint them up; they look really nice. So
there's some of the better ones. The range is a little bit inconsistent. The unreleased miniature range, some of them are not great. A lot of their horses are a little bit on the thin side, so like combining them with another model is probably the way I'd go there. But the Forlong model, the what is he, some Bismarck or whatever, because that's GW's envisioning of it, and they've made a model that matches in with that, but GW doesn't make any Forlong on horse equivalent, so that one works really well. I think that one they would have a lot of trouble if they wanted to challenge, because Judge can say, GW, where's your Forlong on horse model, and they'll say, well, we've got the thought of it. So that one's probably one of those lucky grey areas where unreleased can have it going. What was the other one? The not Faramir. That was based on the one that wasn't based on the movie version as well. So there was that one Faramir that came out that was not supposed to look like the movie version, I think. They went to that weird stage where they didn't use movie images. Maybe they just didn't want to talk to the actors. I don't know.
Yeah, something like that. Who knows? Maybe they have some sort of agreement. I know from the conversation I had with the Perry brothers, which you can see on the on the channel as well. They said that it takes a very long time to get the approval process sorted between actors, or they certainly did in the early stages. I don't know whether that's changed over the last few years. I feel it like it's surprising if an agent or a manager of Viggo Mortensen as an actor now has to approve using the likeness. I don't know. Maybe you do, maybe you don't.
That's an interesting one as well. Like I'm surprised the actors get a veto right there as well, because I know that like when we make stuff for work owns it and they get the choice for it, and that includes things like any images we make or anything like that. So I just assume that with movies that they would have that. So that's interesting. It would make the process a lot more streamlined if you didn't have to ask it. And I think like there's the Hobbits on the ponies, and they were nothing like the movie ones. And I think maybe they went through that same idea there, where they just thought, well, if we just avoid this and make them look very different, we're all okay.
Yeah, it's an issue. Like, he definitely said something along those lines about having an approval process. I don't know whether that was just the movies but there was specifically about the likenesses. So, but I mean, for example, Christopher Lee's dead now, so I don't know how you can make a likeness of him, surely, and there'd be no issue. So who knows?
Or maybe the state suddenly has to approve it. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know how long the copyright, but it's really interesting. Josh Bryant says, totally understand GW's policy of using their own models at their own premises defence, but apart from that, obviously the community should give it a pass. Interesting.
Once again, I've got no problem them policing their own stuff. Like, I think it's in some ways a little bit cheeky. Like, you don't go to a clothes store and say you can only wear these sort of clothes, but they managed to do that, and it's probably done really well for them to be able to say you have to use our models. For a while, you had to paint them. Do you still have to paint them, Harry, when you go into Games Workshop stores?
I'm trying to think about it now. I haven't been to a Games Workshop tournament for a long time, but usually they say they've got to be painted and based and stuff like that. Okay. So they're not too fussed about what base you put them on, so I don't think there's...
Oh, that's interesting. So, I was thinking about that as a terrain. Like, I don't think the community... Correct me if I'm wrong, but the community doesn't seem to have any problems with producing like terrain that's obviously for Lord of the Rings, like Osgiliath-type houses and things and buildings. So terrain seems to get a pass. Everything else seems to get a pass, but miniatures definitely seems to be that area that people want to debate and want to defend. So I find that strange as well, because I think a lot of the architecture is just as... iconic as well, and that seems to get a free pass for...
So the crenellations on Minas Tirith with those specific... It's very unusual. That's an interesting point. Josh says he supports recasting in a limited capacity as long as something is out of production, and yes, I do count in production fail cast that used to be metal as out of production. That's an interesting one. I mean, I kind of think that's getting very close to the borderline between stealing someone's rights. But I guess if it's out of production,
the thing is,
to Games Workshop,
it probably is wrong. It probably still falls under the use. I think like with books, for example, I don't think you can just reprint them if they're out of print or take them off. So I think it's probably still not the right thing to do. But I can see why people want to do it. If they want to get hold of a model and that's the only way to do it, then really it's one of those things that is probably absolutely wrong. But if you've got the model and you're not making a big deal about it, then it's not really hurting anyone. It's not hurting sales as such. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But it's definitely probably pushing it past our limits here a bit, and I can see issues with that.
Agreed. Remember, GW have to jump through more approval hoops for Middle-earth than, say, Blood Bowl. Fair point. Bear in mind, these comments are 10 minutes old now because we're taking so long.
Well, you sort of covered that directly, and that could be a big deal, and that could throw apart my theory about them not wanting to. Maybe it's very resource intensive to make stuff for Lord of the Rings, and that's why it's probably better to keep it smaller as well.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Dave Shearer, thanks for joining in, says, I quite like the drip feeder models, though. My problem with 40K was I just couldn't keep up with the rate of release and actually just lost interest because of it. And that's a good point. I agree. The rate at which, not just the models that come out, you can get a new army that comes out and they give you hundreds and hundreds of models for it, like the Necron release that's just come out. There's also rule books to keep up with all the time, and it seems like it's every 6 months before there's something that fundamentally changes the system. Whereas, we could all still continue playing with just the Armies of the Lord of the Rings rulebook. And yes, there's a load of extra stuff added on, but the fundamental rules haven't changed a great deal other than the odd FAQ here and there, which, you don't necessarily need all that. So yeah, I kind of agree. I like the slow drip feed of stuff. of content.
I'm a massive fan. I actually don't think it's a slow drip feed at the moment. The models, yes. The books, we're getting books at a phenomenal rate, aren't we? Like we're getting the books for this. How long has this edition been out? 2 years, maybe? I don't know, approaching that. And we've got a pile of 6 or 7 books already, and we know we've got more coming. We definitely got some Hobbit stuff to cover in this edition. So I think the rate's pretty fast. I know that well, Jay said that he can turn around a book pretty quickly, and I believe that. So look, I think the rate of models is really good. I think unlike a lot of systems, Lord of the Rings, there's a lot of people who buy everything, who maybe do scenarios, or who are collectors, who say, I want the range. Maybe they don't get thousands of everything, but maybe a couple models of everything. So the release rate, I do like it. If it was much quicker, I would have to start to make choices. My theory is that if I want something, I need to buy it pretty much straight away, because Games Workshop, it's going to go out of stock at some point. And then once it's out of stock, you don't have a lot of options of how to get it again. You either go really big money on eBay, you beg from all your friends, or you do what Josh said before and go through what the dodgy black market means for it. So but buy them straight away. I know that the gambling came up just recently, and I jumped onto that straight away because that's a model I didn't have because it wasn't released, and needed to get a copy of that because I'm not paying it straight away. It's probably going to sit on my shelf for 2 years, but now's my window to buy it, so I need to get it straight away. And if they keep coming out with stuff, then it becomes harder to do that because at some point it's not feasible. The bank account starts to cry a bit, and we cause all kinds of issues.
Absolutely, good, completely fair point there. Daniel McNee says, I think GW are asking for it at times. A warband of the Dunland Horsemen would be financially unviable for some. I'd say more than just some. I'd think for a lot of people it would be unviable. 6 to 12 Viking or Celtic Horsemen would be an aesthetic fit if you buy the rule books and the lion's share of your models are GW, and I don't see an issue at the tournament. Yeah, I think the cost implications can be a big deal. And yeah, I guess I kind of think, well, you choose to be part of this game system, you choose to get involved with this game system, so maybe it's I don't know, it's difficult because on the one hand, I don't know, I kind of
you have to figure the answers, Harry. What is this beating around the bush and well, I think it's a good point though, and from Games Workshop point of view, if you can only afford, say, 2 Dunland Horsemen, and it is an option to just grab some historic models and mix them in, if you really want to play Dunland, that's 2 horsemen that they're selling. That's more than 0. So if you had no other option, you might end up not buying at all. So your way of supporting your Hobbit hobby is, as you guys said, might be to buy a limited amount of models from Games Workshop and then some others from other places. And that's like, if you want to go that supporting route, which I've already said my thoughts on, that's not a terrible way of doing it, actually getting some. And look, once you get the rule books, it does say in the rule book that you should use Citadel miniatures. I'm sure it does, but
yeah, it's got a silly line that nobody will read at the very first page or something, isn't it?
My lawnmower company said I had to use lawnmower parts from their lawnmower only, and I was able to change it. It still works. So like, all companies do that. They say you use our stuff for it, and they should, because that's how you talk people into it. But you don't have to. And look, if the only issue really, if your friends don't mind you playing with it, there's not an issue at all. It's if you go to an event, you just got to follow the event's rules. And if they say no non-Games Workshop models, and then you go and kick up a fuss, then you're causing a problem, and you need to talk it through. You can definitely question them. You can just say, why have you said this? And they'll give you a reason. And if you agree with the reason, that's fine. If you don't agree with it, you can just say, well, maybe this event's not for me, and move on. But yeah, I don't think it's as big an issue as sometimes people make it. And I know that there's people who want to go and save Games Workshop, and they'll go into forums and they'll defend the company, but the company doesn't really need to be defended. They're happy looking after themselves. And look, if you're going in there causing trouble and pointing out where you can buy things from China, then you're an issue, and we've got to stop that. But if you're going to come in and just say that, hey, here's my what was that model we saw recently, Harry? There was a Kraken model from Reaper that someone put up on.
Oh yeah.
The brilliant model works so well as a Watch in the Water, and I think a lot of us looking at it going, yeah, I'm going to use that model. That's fantastic as a Watch in the Water. So it's just their generic Kraken that Reaper Bones, I think it was, that made the model, and it was the paint job of that model. I can't remember who posted it. It was just fantastic. It looks so good, and I would love to play against that model every day of the week. Would love to play against that model. I think most people would. I think most people look at that and say, I'm more than happy to. So. Yeah,
I wonder what that model is a fine example, because it's a beautiful model. It looks great, and the paint job was ace. I wonder how many people went on and thought, when I come around to buying a watch in the water, I'm going to buy that model because of that post. And I don't know whether there were people saying, "Oh, yeah, maybe you should go with the GW model underneath or not." I don't know whether that particular model caused a debate. I don't think it really did. But I also think that if we overly police that sort of stuff, I don't think people really care that much. And just posting a nice model in a forum like this, or on the stream or in the GBHL Facebook page, I'm not convinced that it actually leads directly to hundreds of sales for something other than Games Workshop, because ultimately that's the main thing most people are going to go to Games Workshop, is just because it's easier. The models are very nice. The Watcher in the Water is pretty good, although having said that, I don't have the one that you're meant to play. I'll show you what I've got just out of interest because it's right here.
Oh, are you really like you got some third-party models here, Harry? What's going on here?
It sort of is, and it sort of isn't. It's this. So this is what I made. So this is the tentacles that you can get.
Is that someone's plaster one, or is that did you sculpt that?
I didn't sculpt it. Somebody else plastered it with a plaster.
Yeah, I've got a plaster one as well that I got years and years ago with the old metal tentacles. That looks fantastic.
Yeah, and it's got I've made a water base out of it, so that's legal. I don't know whether it'd be GW.
Is that legal?
I don't know. Well, I don't know. I don't know. But,
it looks brilliant.
I think I'd love to know what people think. I mean, would you accept that at a Warhammer tournament? It's partially GW. The metal tentacles are GW, I think. So
by what percentage by weight and what percentage by volume?
Good point. I think actually it's probably weight-wise, it's more resin than anything else. But yeah, I suppose there's more. But the thing is, you could do that without the plaster face, and it'd just be the tentacles coming out of the water, and say it's just still underwater.
So what you could do is, when you go to Warhammer World, you could just get the I don't know, pliers or something like that, and just rip off that top part, and then it's all legal.
Exactly. So who knows?
Is it a Games Workshop base?
It is a Games Workshop base, yes.
Oh, there we go. Perfect.
They'll be fine with it. Right, let's go through these comments because I know lots of people are getting involved in this.
This is fun.
Josh Bryant says he doesn't buy anything from GW anymore. He goes directly through the FLGS, so Friendly Local Gaming Store, much more affordable that way. Yeah, fair enough.
They still get the money for it though, because they've got to get it from somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Miss Kindle, Kylie says Fat Medieval Bismarck on horse. That's the one we're
that's the unreleased one. Yeah. They're not for long.
Yeah.
I've got another comment on it.
Yeah, we're talking about that one. I picked up unreleased Traitor model for Isengard, which I guess is a sort of...
that might be the Grimmer, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Grimmer, yeah. Base's official GW line is do what you like as long as the dimensions are okay. Fair enough. A whole only use our stuff in stores has done well for GW. When I had my retail store years ago, a young chap wanted GW static grass instead of a larger, cheaper variant. He was worried about not being able to play in the GW store because he had someone else's static grass on the bases. So that maybe they've just built a really good, idea around it that has this kind of fear that people are scared of doing it. And I'm pretty sure that if you go to the GT in at Warhammer World, that nobody comes and polices my games. Nobody's ever looked at my models. I know people have said that they've been kicked out of Warhammer World using I don't know, different kind of models, but I've never encountered it myself. So maybe it's just a folk story they've perpetrated to make money. Who knows? I
don't know. Like, if you're causing problems, I think you would, like, if I was working at Games Workshop and someone was annoying me, I would definitely find a way to get them kicked out. If that was it, if they had like the wrong static grass, like that's out. Like, you're annoying me now. So I think if you're behaving nice, you're not causing a problem, it's probably not going to be an issue. I don't think anyone cares that much to look at every model in the range. And sometimes when they're converted, they don't actually know where they come from. Like the Kraken we saw before, a lot of people would just assume that scratch built or made from something else and not another company's models because they just don't know the ranges. So,
and actually from a distance it doesn't look that much different anyway, so you're right. This is a good point. We sort of touched on this already. What are your thoughts on making a cast for yourself? So converting a King's Horseman on a horse for your own battle company, say you've press molded the head or press molded the body or something like that. Is that how close is that to straying over the line of legality here? This is the interesting debate.
I don't know about UK laws or any other laws, but for us, if you're producing stuff for yourself, there's no issue whatsoever.
Yeah. So
you can do whatever you want. Like, once you buy something, it's yours to do what you wish with. If you go and commercially reproduce that, so just say I grab, I don't know, a horse from the latest AMR, I make a mold of that, and then I try and sell that, then that's an issue because that's not my own work. But for making myself, if I wanted to have 3 more copies of that horse, or I wanted to make some other heroes, there's really no issue with it. So do what you want for that. And I don't think Games Workshop have ever really had an issue with that either. They've always been okay for doing that. I know that we've been press molding shields for a long, long time when you used to get just not enough shields for your whole warband. So you get the green stuff, you get the press mold, you make another shield, you put it on there. Not really a big deal for sculpting your own stuff. But whereas if I make a mold of those shields and then go and sell those shields, that's probably an issue. Because, in most countries, I think they'll be breaking the law.
I guess what most people probably have find irritating about all these sorts of debate is that there really shouldn't be the debate, because if the hobby was support, I know. Hold on. If the hobby was
turn around and say this shouldn't be a debate that you bring up.
Yeah, but the point is, if the hobby was supported in the 100% of the way that we ideally as fans would want it to be, i.e., we could buy plastic shields. We could buy replacement shields, or we'd have all the characters that we wanted that are in the books, but all the time, always in production. I think most people would never bother buying any of the other stuff because you wouldn't bother with it. And I guess because I'm quite happy to buy a load of metal Urukai that have just come out on made to order, because I like them more than the plastic ones, or the whatever the latest thing is. I'm trying to think of a good example.
What is the latest thing? What did you get from the made to order, Harry?
I'm trying to think now. I've got most of the things. I've got a Gamling. I got a Legolas on horse, which again I could have converted Legolas on horse fairly easily, but because it was available, I thought I'll get that because I know I'm going to use it. Yeah, and I think that's the thing. If they make these things more available, then maybe people would have there wouldn't be the debate, because we wouldn't have as many third-party miniatures, because the company that's allowed to make them would be making them.
I think there still would be a debate, Harry. I think you're underestimating the ability for us to be argumentative and to cause problems.
Yeah, you have just proved my point by saying there will be a debate about this debate. I will debate you on whether there's a debate about this debate.
Otherwise, what are we going to do? We're going to talk about nothing and just say we agree with each other the whole time. That's going to be boring.
Yeah, that would be boring, especially for 24 hours of content.
Did we answer that question? The King's Huntsman. I said there's no issue whatsoever with producing stuff for yourself. Any issue with that, Harry?
No, not really. I think it's fine, and it makes it. I guess it makes sense for you to be able to convert stuff, because if you're a really good sculptor with green stuff, I've seen people do some amazing sculpts with green stuff, and they're very good at it. Then how is that different to if you're making it for yourself? Then I don't know. It's not a lot different if you're pressing.
If you make it yourself, as long as it's not taking anyone else's IP, then you could reproduce and sell it. Whereas if you're casting from someone else's stuff, you can't, and that's fair.
Yeah, fair enough. Matt says, "Good morning, all. Harry, glad you're still sticking in there. Is it second or third breakfast time soon?" I'm actually still surviving on the pizza from last night and the bag of natural unsalted fruit and nuts, which I've still got a few nuts left in. I've got some there we go. I've got these red peanuts, which are slightly disappointing. One's a little shell on them. Not a fan, but they go down nice. They keep me going. So, but thanks, Matt, for joining in again. Books are being churned out. Josh says, yeah, absolutely. The Horus Heresy ones have been. Look at the quality first one compared.
Yeah, the Horus. I put a little bit of a foot in the door for this one as well, because I've been in. I've got a Horus Heresy army, and I've been involved in that scene a little bit, not as much as Lord of the Rings in any way, shape, or form. But there has been some issues with the latest Horus Heresy ones, with significant editing issues, looking very rushed. We only have very, very minor issues with ours, and it's usually stuff that we would love it if there's no errors whatsoever in the books. But largely, they've been pretty good. The quality we get, and maybe that's just we've got writers that maybe have more time to do it, maybe are a little bit better at that. I still think from across everything Games Workshop, they could do a little bit more of the proofreading, but I think deadlines are probably the reason that they don't. I think they just have to get things out by a certain time, and if you had infinite time, you wouldn't make any mistakes whatsoever. But if you say you got to get this book out in 48 hours, something's going to slip through. Perhaps.
Yeah, and I know Jay mentioned quite a lot about the fact that the Scouring of the Shire in particular was something that they had a gap in the schedule. They needed to fill it, and they wrote a book in 2 weeks and pumped it out. And actually, that's remarkably free of errors. I think more of the errors are in the armies of the Lord of the Rings books, which just got weird. I think you were talking about in your episode recently on the Green Dragon about Lurtz having heroic actions as one of his heroic actions. The way that it's paragraphed up. Let's see. Peer into the crystal ball, says Michael. How will home high quality 3D printing affect GW Mantic Warlord Perry miniatures? etc., etc. I think this is where it starts
good one.
becoming really complicated, because say someone designs a 3D printing, whatever you call them, pattern for that looks very much like a Guard of the Fountain Court, and then doesn't sell the design and just puts it out on the internet free, open source, so they're not making any money off it, and then you go and print that and build your stuff. Nobody's making money out of that, but GW are definitely losing money. So I don't know where the law clamps down on that. And if there is even any law being broken, but it certainly would kill the business, wouldn't it?
Let's we're not lawyers. Let's ignore the law side for that, because we really don't know. We're not experts on that. Let's be honest. That's something that we can theorize about, but we can't say. What we found is like I've got a 3D printer. It's very, very low end stuff, and I'm getting used to using it. I've just been printing a lot of 10mm stuff that can be used for the old Battle of Five Armies game, but more so for Warmaster, which is entirely community driven now. So there's a community that have it. They actually have a people voting on it. They have a group. I can't remember the name for it at the moment, but there's like the Warmaster committee of some kind, and they go and they vote rules changes, and they publish a set of rules, which is open source. You can just go. You've got plenty of people doing, especially patrons, where you go and you pay your $10 US a month, and you get to print off a bunch of figures. So I've been printing off some wood elves and some skeletons, vampire counts, and it's phenomenal. And it has the potential to move me away from other games, absolutely. And I know that a lot of other game systems have that. At the moment, it's pretty tricky to get your 3D printing up and running. It's not for everyone, and there's a real cost of entry. And like anything, you want the higher quality. If you want the highest quality, the Games Workshop stuff is producing that. So I think what the issue is going to be is whether the price that they want to sell it for is going to stop people buying, and people just go, I'll go for 3D printing. Because the 3D printing stuff I can do, it costs nothing to print it. So when I want to print a new unit for Warmaster, I'm spending, the actual cost of the gloves cost me more than the resin. So I have to put on gloves to deal with it, and that's costing me more than the models. So they're not worth anything to sell again. But eventually that will trickle into our gaming system. Probably we're going to get some generic stuff. I know that someone's put some Arnor Warriors, I think, on Thingiverse, and that's something that's just Games Workshop's design. There's nothing that they can do to stop that. Perhaps, I don't know, maybe they can. If they can, do it. Like if that's illegal, then by all means put out a cease and desist. But then again, once things are on the internet, it's pretty hard to stop them moving around once those files are out there. So,
you could almost get into that. I mean, we won't go into this debate, but we could always get into the same debate about music and films being illegally downloaded and streamed on the internet.
There's still a film industry, isn't there?
Yeah, exactly. And I inherited a collection of records from the 70s not so long ago, and one of them was
you didn't get them by illegal means, did you, Harry? We're talking inherited.
Off the back of,
that's all about war. It's not a euphemism for
bonk on the head. Quick,
just remove them from the radio station.
Yeah, no, that sort of thing. No, but I got Fleetwood Mac's "Rumours" was in it. So a classic album. And in it, in the sleeve that the record comes in, it said, home cassette recording is killing the music industry. It said, if you record this album onto a cassette, you're killing the music industry. And I remember, that was 50 years ago now that album was pretty much released. So it hasn't killed the music industry. But so I wonder whether people generally, maybe this whole debate is because people are slightly moral about these things. They generally understand that GW, they own the rights to these things, and actually we kind of want to support them. And often they're forced into by doing the illegal stuff when they just really want something and are willing to bend their morals slightly to compensate for that. And in the same way that people will download music because it's convenient and easy, and then suddenly Apple iTunes came along and everyone can download it, and they're making money off downloading stuff, which wasn't happening before. So maybe it's
crystal ball. Let's do predictions, Harry. I've got a prediction. As soon as Apple gets a 3D printer, it's going to be accessible for everyone, because they'll make it so you don't have to be some sort of genius to use it. You'll have a base level model that everyone can use, and at that point, all the companies will get involved in it and start selling it their own, because they'll find a way that destroys the file after a certain use or whatever. There'll be something along the line where, like the Apple has with some of the books, like GW sells books for download for quite a huge amount of money. I think there'll be something like that where you can buy, I don't know, the latest Treebeard or whatever that comes out. You can buy it, print it off, but then it'll delete itself after you print it. So I can see some of that happening.
I could definitely see that. I think there's always going to be an element of people sort of making their own versions of stuff, in the same way that, like, people can sculpt their own models now, and they might be a bit crap compared to GW, or they might be really good if you're really good at it. But I suppose in this way, if you're really good at designing something on the 3D printer software, and you can print your own thing that looks really cool, then people may do it, but they're probably still going to be very much in the minorities compared to those people who actually don't have the time, the inclination to do it. So I don't know. I think it's going to be trouble, because once 3D printers are cheap enough and easy enough to set up, so I don't know, it could be 5 years, it could be 10 years, it could be 6 months, for all I know. I just don't know. But if they're like hundreds of dollars at the moment, hundreds of pounds.
Yeah, probably in the hundreds. You can get the low end ones for probably a couple hundreds, depending on your whatever there. And like anything, you can pay as much as you want for it. And for miniatures, you can get pretty good quality ones for even the low end ones. Like, the speed will change and the quality changes, but it's pretty good that way. I think what's going to happen is a lot of these companies are going to have to hire the 3D designers and get them involved that way as well. So if that's the case. Because people can't just, like, yes, you can make stuff for free, but there will always be people that if you can get a job doing it, will do it. So, like for music, I could make music and put it out there for free, or I can make music and get some royalties for it, and that's really appealing. If I'm producing the stuff, why wouldn't I go and try and earn some money off it? And I think we're probably going to get the same for all these 3D designers. They're going to want to monetize their skills, and hopefully they do. That would be great. But I think a lot of these big companies that have some resources might go and just say, well, we'll hire you and give you a salary or whatever, and organize something, and then make sure that they're still able to produce. Because I can't imagine all these big companies stopping producing the models. And yet there's always going to be a market, I think, for people just buying something off the shelf and having it ready to go. Because
100%.
Printing is still going to be tricky. Will it become really easy? It's still going to have a setup cost at the very least.
Yeah, and GW already has a bit of a kind of history of that sort of thing. They brought in people who designed apps for army builders for 40k and fantasy and all that sort of stuff. So you never know; it might be something they continue doing. So Josh says, I think 3D prints will affect historicals far less than sci-fi fantasy manufacturers. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know whether it's either or, really. I actually think that they'll affect them all almost exactly the same, because
Yeah, quite possibly. I think the fantasy stuff tends to sell a lot more, like in terms of cost, tends to be higher. So if I want to buy like a box of Perry miniatures, I get really high quality stuff, but I get like 45 models in a box, and that's probably enough. So I could see it being more difficult to go and 3D print it. But then again, I'm sure you'll get like different scales. Some of the smaller scales, 3D printing lends itself to so well. Like if you're one of those 10 mil or 5 mil, sorry, no one plays 5 mil, 6 mil or 2 mil or 3 mil players, 3D printing is fantastic, because you can get whole units that would cost a lot to manufacture, and are very tough to manufacture that scale. You just get them for nothing. So I think it depends on the scale. I think the 28 mil scale, it takes up a fair bit of space in your printer. Maybe it won't affect as much, but like the 10 mil, 15 mil stuff, I can see it affecting historicals as well. But the thing with historicals is it's just lower cost of entry, and maybe that's to do with the market. And I don't know if you know about historical.
I'd imagine that's part of the fact that historical armies, they play on bigger battlefields. They have more people, so they have to make them in bigger quantities. So I think that's maybe why there's usually a few more. The next question is interesting. What are your opinions on using other companies' components? I use Fireforged spears, sticking them behind the shields and Numenorean sword warriors in order to field them in large numbers. My answer to that is this. This is a Numenorean warrior, and I believe that is a Fireforged spear. So I'm quite happy to use spears. But again, if Games Workshop produced bits like spears, like Numenorean spears that you could glue on and convert these things to, I'd probably buy them, because it's a hell of a lot easier than drilling a hole in this hand. So
I agree. Ease is definitely there. I've got a whole pile of Thunderbolt Mountain, which I think have just come back as, maybe Reaper's got the rights to them. I don't know who's got them, but they're fantastic models. I've got a huge amount of hand weapons, and this is my treasure. I'm not giving them away. And I use them for orcs and for humans and everyone. And if I ever want to go and convert a bunch of flails, I've got my flails ready to go, just in case I want to lose more. So that stuff has been fantastic, and no one's ever had an issue with it. And no one, it's not. I don't think anyone can really work out where it comes from just by looking at it. They have to ask you, where did you get this? Did you make it yourself? Did you print it? Did you chop it off another model? Where did it come from? And usually when they ask you, it's not because they're saying you're doing a bad thing. It's because they want to steal your ideas or want to see what you did. So
yeah,
I don't think it's a real big issue. Use weapons.
Yeah, 100% agree with that one. So let me see. So Andrew saying, I've been able to use the third-party bits at Warhammer World at GW Run 30k event, emailed in photos of my minis and asked them. They said they were fine. Can't imagine anyone having a problem with third-party bits. So that's bits anyway. Stockwell's Nut official sponsor. There we go, Stockwell Nuts.
This is a whole new world for me. I don't usually do ads in the middle of it as well. But
yeah,
it's
the only way to get revenue off this. As we were saying, you monetize these things if you want to keep doing them.
Too easy to grow my own nuts. Why would I have to buy them? I just plant my own.
Exactly. Rubbish in, Rubbish Out says 3D printing is like frozen dinners. Frozen dinners haven't destroyed restaurants of people ordering or takeaway. 3D printing won't stop people buying models off the shelf either. I have 6 3D printers and I'd buy a model off the shelf every day of the week. Every day of the week is a lot of models. I hope you've got a lot of money if you're going to be doing that. But
it says I would, though. It doesn't say I
yeah,
would.
Okay.
Let's not get carried away with that. No, it's absolutely true. Like, I've got a 3D printer, and today I bought a Blood Bowl Treeman Ent. No, it's not an Ent, because that would be copyright. It's just a Treeman, Blood Bowl Treeman for my son to put together, and it was a great model, and I'm very happy with the purchase for it. So yeah, absolutely, it's a mixture of things. But I would never buy a 10mm model now off the shelf because it's just too much money. It's like $20 for a little unit where I can print it for cents.
Yeah, and unless they could make those 10mm models that much better than the 3D printing, and I'd say that's probably unlikely at the scale you're working at. There's only so much detail you could realistically get and physically fit in that space. So yeah, I can see the logic. Yeah.
That said, the original Games Workshop ones still sell. They're still worth money, whereas my 3D printing ones, if I tried to sell them, people would laugh at me. Like, I'd have to give them away, essentially. So the models you buy at the shelf do hold their value. So, well, for some companies, Games Workshop definitely holds their values.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, although I must say the Space Marines and things like that, they do lose their value quite quickly because they change them so often that you've got a tactical squad that you spent £30 on.
Isn't that because they just doubled the size of them or something?
But that was clearly intentional. They've got so many tactical squads out there on eBay that people have dipped into Dettol and cleaned that they just needed to bring some new Space Marines out that were better because. Otherwise they wouldn't sell anymore. Well, there you go. I think that's pretty much. We've caught up with the pace of comments. So actually, that's. I don't know what the conclusion is. I think the conclusion for me is definitely that it isn't always wrong to use third party miniatures in SBG, but there's certainly times when I would encourage not to go for something because I think
the way you ask the question is it only gets one answer. Can it ever be right? Of course, it can be right. I think the issue is that we all set our own expectations. I want to be really careful about gatekeeping the hobby. So saying that if you want to do this, you are not part of the hobby. I think that's very dangerous. We've got a small enough community that's risky. If you do that and send people away, you risk losing out on a lot of people. Maybe the people you don't want in the hobby to start with, but you also risk losing a lot of people maybe you do want in the hobby. So I think there's definitely a time and place for it. If you're a store or you're a tournament, whatever, by all means set your own rules. But then don't expect us all to turn up as well if people don't like that. And I don't think there's really any issue there. I think it's probably a smaller issue than it's been made out to be.
Yeah, I agree. I think generally, I think go ahead, use third-party miniatures. It would, and in some ways, I'd say maybe steer clear from the ones that are direct copies of existing models. So I'd say those Arnor ones, for example, and the Fountain Court ones that people have. I think that just gets a bit dodgy. Maybe when they're filling a gap in the range, I'd be more okay with it. But if it's something I like it. Yeah, if it's something that someone's directly copying a kind of a character like a Guard of the Fountain Court, then yeah, I'm not as cool with it, even though those are nice models.
So would you play against them though, Harry?
Yeah, I don't.
What would you do? Someone put them on the table. What would you do?
I'd probably say, oh, where'd you get those from? It's like, oh, right, okay, interesting. Yeah,
so you start friendly. You hit them with a soft question.
Yeah. No,
When they
I
feel
would.
comfortable, what are you going to do? You're going to accuse them? You're going to take them outside? What's happened?
No, I would never do that. I think I would, yeah, I don't think I would never call anyone out on it. I don't think I'm too chicken for that, but I definitely would.
I think most people are. I think it takes a lot to confront someone and say, hey, your stuff's not acceptable, get out.
Yeah.
I've got an interesting story. Early on when I started, I got confronted over my painting of the models, believe it or not. Someone was very unhappy that had models painted differently from the movies and just like wanted to query about that. And that was their boundary, that how can you have it differently? And they were trying to question whether maybe I was cheating a bit by changing the color or maybe I was doing something inappropriate. I know that I was talking to some of the other players and they've said maybe because other games have rules based on the color of the models, but you get people set their own boundaries but it does take a huge amount to go and confront someone. And I don't see you being that kind of person, Harry, to be able to just call someone and say, you know what you're doing, it's not good enough. It takes a lot. It takes, because you have to be willing for the people to bite back at you and you have to be pretty confident with your conviction. And I think most like store staff wouldn't really. Like it takes a big deal. Often you get your manager to do it because, yeah, just going out, calling someone out, how are they going to react? Are they going to react rationally or are they going to react?
To use a very 2020 analogy, shop staff aren't even calling people out who are wearing masks or not wearing masks in shops at the moment. So, you know, and that's
you're up to that, yeah.
Yeah. So that sort of thing. But no, I think I'd be fine with it. I can understand the argument that, say, for example, you've got models that are something slightly different, and they're, you know, say if they're the Perry Miniatures Vikings, they're using as something. There could be an issue where there's not clarity over what that exactly represents in the game, and you could absolutely ask them, but I suppose it might be a bit more confusing in the heat of the moment when, you know, you've got a Viking that's either standing in for a Dunland warrior or a Huskarl, for example, and you're not quite sure because there's some
feels like a straw man argument to me. I've heard this argument a lot of times, and I don't know how other people are playing. I could see it being an issue if you had a language barrier. If you couldn't speak to the person or couldn't ask them. But I've never, ever played a game where I didn't, at the start of the game, say, do you have any models that aren't what they look like? Do all these have shields? Like, those sort of conversations you always have. And people go, no, everything's exactly as it is. And people say, yeah, all the same, except this guy's my captain. Oh, that guy looks like a normal Rakai, but what's different? Oh, he's got a white hat. Great, I can see that now. I think you almost always have that. And it takes seconds to do at the start. So the only time I can see it really being an issue is maybe if you're doing one of those international tournaments, which we really don't do here, where language was an issue. If you had language issues and then you had an argument later on, I can see it being realistic. In a normal game, if you don't ask the person, I don't know. I feel like you could talk that over. Maybe there's some exceptions. Maybe we'll get some exceptions in the comment. People point out something like this.
Joe's made a good point. He can't remember what's what anyway. I can't see third parties making that worse. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, when I say the Huskarls and the Dunlending Warriors, that's a good example of, I don't know whether I'd be able to pick them out on a line anyway. So yeah, it's good.
I know the range of this stuff that I put out and just go, what is that again? It happens, doesn't it? Especially with some of the heroes. Like which hero is that? Who's the new range of heroes? I've got no clue which is which.
Or Eladin and Elrahir, which one's which, or even something as like if you've got a ring wraith army, keeping track of which one's which. You know, pointy sword up,
how much,
sword down.
How much explaining? This hobbit's this, this hobbit's this, this hobbit's this.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's some good points to be had there. Well, Jeremy, it's been interesting getting your thoughts on that sort of stuff. Just before we go and move on to the Out of the Frying Pan podcast, we're going to be coming on later. I'm just intrigued generally at your kind of. You're known for your controversial opinions and your kind of.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. Yeah,
no.
You're known for speaking your mind, which is great. But I'm intrigued because your podcast, you say, is all about the scenarios as well as the competitive game side of things. Do you consider yourself more of a kind of thematic player or a competitive player? Because when I listen to the podcast, I get the impression you're probably a very competitive player when you're playing in a tournament, and yet you seem very keen on having thematic armies and scenarios. So what would you pin yourself down as?
I would love to think of myself as being a story player, but I tend to find the actual mechanics of the game pretty natural. I'm able to deal with that sort of maybe the maths behind it, maybe the strategy behind it pretty easily. So what I find is when I'm in the game, I treat it as a big puzzle. So it's about telling a story, but it's also about solving a puzzle. So I use the thematic armies as much as I can to limit myself, because I don't want to be putting non-Lord of the Rings stuff on the table. I don't want to bring an army that's just like, the best unit from here, the best unit from here, the best unit from here to create the best combination. That's something I want to avoid at all costs. So I force myself to do that. The scenarios I love because it changes the puzzle up quite a bit, as well as telling a story. So I have a puzzle that's not of my own devising, whereas sometimes I find the points match stuff and the competitive stuff a bit samey because the puzzle becomes very similar quite a bit. So good players will definitely break that up. I'm a very experienced player. I'm quite a decent player. I know that Kylie, who's an outstanding player, regularly comes to me for competition to brush up on her skills and make sure that someone's maybe thinking outside the box sometime or trying something weird and changing it up. So I can definitely match it in that scene. But first and foremost, I'm interested in when I play the game as a puzzle. But while the actual story for me, the reason I like to play the Lord of the Rings game, or Middle Earth, or whatever it's called at the moment, is for the books and the story and the background and the telling the story on the game. I think that's what really gets me going for it. Otherwise, there's plenty of other good games around that I could definitely play. Definitely get a bit of White Line fever when I'm on the table. I definitely want to win.
Yeah. Kylie says, "You train me, Jeremy. There will always be a competitive part of you."
We're keeping it a secret, aren't we? That's
like it's like a Mr. Miyagi kind of situation, wax
keep
on,
my
wax
skills
off.
under the wraps.
Yeah. It's interesting because Kylie obviously rates you very highly as a player, and from what people say in Australia, you seem to do very well in the top tables of big tournaments. Have you ever been tempted by coming across to the UK in the way that Kylie has done to wreck the scene and prove put your money where your mouth is, as it were?
Oh, that's interesting. Look, I've got nothing to prove. Like, I don't need to go and do that. Maybe years ago I would have, but I know my own ability, and I know that I could probably match it with any good players. On a good day, on a bad day, I can rely on my dice and my tactics and any other distractions to foil it for me. It's never my own fault. It's always someone else's fault or something else's fault. So you've got to blame the dice, or you've got to blame anything else. That's all good. But short answer is yes, tempted, absolutely. I feel like my plans this year initially was to head over to New Zealand in November. That was going to happen. Obviously, when we got locked in our house for whatever it was, 6-7 months, then that wasn't going to happen. But at some point in the future, absolutely, I will. But it won't be to prove myself. It will be to meet all these people that I've seen online, that I've seen their wonderful work. It will be go to play games with them. It will be the after stuff. The games are a good puzzle and they're a fun thing. But I think the community and getting to see people is what I'm really interested in at the moment. And if I win, I win. If I lose, I'm not fussed. Like that's all fine. In the moment, I'll do my best to win. But sometimes it just doesn't work out for you. So I'm got nothing to prove, but I would love to head over to the Northern Hemisphere and play some games, because I think there's some fantastic people over there that I'd love to roll some dice with and have a chat with and have a beer with.
Well, your podcast is very popular over here. I'm sure you get the email from those strange people who send podcast data to everyone. I get the emails. I don't know whether you get these. I get emails from these people saying, "I've got the highest rated podcast in Luxembourg for hobbies," or whatever it is. And all these sorts of strange things. That was my one, wasn't it? I got a similar one. So maybe they're just sending it to all of us guys. I don't know.
There is a listener in Luxembourg that basically listens to our podcast, and I think it skews the data quite a bit.
Yes, yeah, probably. Tim says, let's get Jeremy over to Lincoln. There you go. Get to Lincoln and come to my tournament when it happens. But yeah, I know Kylie says she's tried to get him to head over. Harry, she's tried.
It's the wrong time of year, Kylie. You know that. I'm working and I've got to pay for my house.
Well, either way, Jeremy, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on. I've got one last thing.
Okay,
I would like everyone to get involved with this one. So I've got some games that I've been playing throughout the 24 hours, and I'm running short, but that's good because we've only got an hour and 50 minutes or so left of the stream, and I've got basically this is an observation game related to the Lord of the Rings film. So people who've been watching throughout the thing will know this as being great fun. And potentially controversial.
It's not controversial. I'll just show that I haven't watched the films in a long time.
No, well, this is the good thing about this. This basically you watch this clip and then I will ask you a question about the clip that you're watching, but it won't be a question that tests any of your knowledge, just your observation skills.
Ooh.
So,
I won't look at this either. Let's do
okay.
it.
So everyone get ready to keep an eye. Yes, the Krypton Factor is back. This is Larry Miller, who's been in and out of the stream the whole time. Apparently it's very similar to an old game show on the telly that I've never watched. But yes,
did you like rip off their IP, Harry? Are they going to?
Yeah, I think so. I think they call it the observation round, so I'm going to call it the observation round. Okay, right, let's crack on. So I'm going to play a short clip that's about a minute long or maybe less, and you have to keep an eye on it, and everyone keep an eye on it carefully. Here we go. Great moment.
Okay.
There you go. So I hope you were paying very close attention to this. Now, I'll ask the question, but hold your thoughts for a few seconds because there's a slight delay in the comments, and I want everyone else to have a few guesses as well. So the question relating to that clip is, how many shots does Legolas fire at the Uruk-hai on his way sliding down the stairs on the shield? How many shots does Legolas fire at the Uruks on his way down the stairs? So so everyone get your answers in there, so I can see people starting to watch and comment. Oh, here we go. We got loads and loads of stuff popping in there. Let's just have a quick look. Good part of the movie to pick. Yes, I agree. It's an
the movie. Yeah, I was listening to the music. It was fantastic.
Yeah, it is, really, isn't it? Legolas' shield surfing probably counts as an assault course. Yes, someone was waiting on the Krypton Factor assault course bit. Got it. There we go.
Harley's going to get this right, and I'm definitely not.
Okay, right, here we go. We've got loads and loads and loads of answers now. This is great. This is great news. Everyone's getting really involved. Well, actually, Jeremy, you'll be proud to know, I think that this is the peak audience of the entire time. So you've clearly...
That doesn't surprise me. It's the time of day, isn't it, for both of us? Like, it's a good time for us. It's a good time for you. People are awake.
Yeah, I guess that's probably true. 10 a.m. Quarter past 10 on a Sunday morning. Yeah, it's not a bad time to stream.
9 p.m. Everyone's put their kids to bed. It's a good time. Good time to come on. And plus, like, Lockie's coming on soon, and the Out of the Frying Pan people are on soon. So you got to gear up for those.
Yeah, that's true. So what would your answer be? What would your answer?
My answer would be 4, but I think one of them was not actually aimed at an Uruk-hai. It was aimed just behind it. But
yes,
that's what I'm going to go for.
That is slightly. Very close to being correct because of the question, the way I questioned it. Hold on. So let's see what everyone says. Rubbish in Rubbish Out says 4. Dan says 4. Dan says 4. Larry says 5. 4 says 4.
If Carly says 4 and I say 4, I'm happy with that. I'll stick with that.
Lots of people say 4. Nathan says 3. 4. We got 5, I think. Oh gosh, God, there's loads of comments. 6, 4, 4. 6, 5.
You're very good at reading numbers there, Harry. I like this.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's lots of people here who have got involved. The answer is, of course, 5. 5. Now, and that's because I was very specific in my wording. It's 4 arrows and 1 shield. So I said, how many shots does Legolas fire? And I think that counts. Don't you think a shield counts? I don't know. It's up to you. But yeah, it's 4 shots and a shield. But
I don't know. If Legolas wanted to hit an Uruk-hai, I think he would have hit an Uruk-hai. So he's got that auto shot. I don't know. I think you've got to give some credit to those people who said 4. I think you need to be more specific at the start of your questions, Harry.
Yeah, you're quite right. I'll give you 4
think you were
or
trying
5.
to catch them out there.
I'll give you 4 or 5. Yeah, I was just trying to tease you. But intriguingly, you say he's got the auto hit. He misses on 2 out of 4 of those shots. So Legolas, not even that great. He does not do very well. He shoots 2 orcs and then hits on one with a shield. I reckon if he'd have walked down the stairs, he'd have got a lot more shots on target, and he'd have helped save Gimli much quicker.
He probably could have just ran down the stairs as well. I don't think he needed to go there. It was just maybe practicing for the Mulmec thing later on, where he's surfing down the trunk.
I think that's right. So Josh says, I'm quite sure there is actually 5 bow shots in there. Well, I counted
No, Harry said 5 bow shots. 1 hit a shield, didn't it? Wasn't that?
Yeah. No. 4 shots and 1 including the shield that flies out from underneath him. That's what I counted as. But hey, well, I counted it. I'm way into stream, so I don't know.
We'll get the judges to just to decide a bit later.
Feel free to look back on it and send me rude comments. There you go. It was clearly 1 turn he wasn't using his auto hit. There you go. Excellent work. So thank you very much, Jeremy, for taking part.
Thanks, Harry.
It's been a pleasure to have you on, and for many people, it may well be the first time they've ever seen your face. So
yes, and for many, the last time as well, which is maybe a good thing, maybe a bad thing. Who knows?
Who knows? Was Jeremy's face an appearance?
Come on, you can't ask that.
Yeah.
Even though I say you have to ask what people think of Harry's beard. Is it the way to go, or is it just trying to look a little bit more adult?
Yeah, I think it is definitely the latter. Well, Jeremy, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure talking to you as always. I always love talking hobby, and it was interesting to hear your perspective on the third party debate. We got quite a lot of good points out there. I think we
had the audience that was very receptive to us, and I think maybe that if they didn't want to be receptive to us, they would have seen my name and said, "No, I don't want to hear this guy's opinion on it," and that's fair enough. We want them in the hobby as well. People who don't like me, we want you to still play.
Yes, very fair, very fair. Yeah, Neil says, amazing to finally see his face. There you go. Excellent. Right, Jeremy, I shall say goodbye. We've got 10 minutes till the out of the frying pan guys come in. So cheerio. That's Jeremy from the Green Dragon. Thank you very much to Jeremy, and thank you very much for joining in. So coming up, it's literally the last hour and 40 minutes. So I'm going to just quickly delve back into the charity stuff. Let's have a look at how everything's going. So if you don't know, I'm doing this all for charity. It's not for the good of my own health, because I'm pretty sure it's probably going to be bad for my health doing this. So this is what we're doing it for. We've got the Trussell Trust that's basically supporting food banks across the UK, and I've been supporting this on the Just Giving page. We've got to £1,073. This is amazing. This is incredible work from all of you. £1,000 or just over £1,000 has been raised. I'm amazed that you're all so generous. It's been absolutely fantastic to see that sort of tally climb progressively over the last 24 hours. It's been amazing. Feel free to contribute now if you haven't already. You do get submitted, if it's any consolation, you do get submitted into a prize draw to win a Hobbit Hole 35 Bagshot Row. Ideally, you won't be based in New Zealand or Australia, because you have to pay import charges, and it would be ridiculous to have paid import charges for it to come this way and then to go back. But I will send it to you no matter what. So get involved, and also there's a ticket to a Cardiff tournament into the West up for grabs as well. So anyone who donates gets entered into that draw, and we will draw that later once I've delved into it to work it out. Now, coming up in the next 10 minutes, we've got Out of the Frying Pan's Dan Collister. He's a legend. I think everyone's been legends. I should stop introducing everyone as legends. He's an absolute star of the SBG community. The Out of Frying Pan podcast is the I think it's probably been going for a year now. It must be a year. It was, but it's really great. And I love listening to Stu and Dan and talking basically about their hobby life. So we're going to get him on, but Dan is a great painter, so that's what we're going to focus on. We're going to be talking painting, so please do get your models out and talk join the conversation about painting in a few minutes time. I also want to highlight the stream. I know people have been involved in the commenting in the little streams as well, so if you've got taking pictures, if you're painting, head over to the GBHL Facebook page, click on this, it's on the announcements, drop a comment in. We had some in the previous threads, which I've lost now, I think. So please drop what your progress is. I've coming up to 24 hours having painted nothing. Hopefully you'll have painted something while watching for the last 24 hours. So we're going to have a break. for about 5 minutes while I get Dan in. It's the home stretch now. Yes, it is. We've got an hour and 40 minutes to go, and we still have Out of the Frying Pan and Lachlan into Keen from Zorpa Zorp. So I'll play my little trailer about the reason we're doing this, and then we'll have a short break for another 3 or 4 minutes before we get him in.
I mean, first of all, it's been very busy. We've increased by 108%. Since March, we've given out 52 tons of food. A lot more people have had to go on benefits this year. Universal credit, the numbers have increased so much, but that's because people haven't got jobs anymore. We had a mother come in after not eating herself and mashing her last potato for her 6-month daughter, and she came into the food bank because that was her level of desperation. It just makes me want to cry. But I'm happy that she came. I'm happy that she was helped, and we've been able to support her further and connect her in with lots of different places that can help her further. So I'm pleased that we were able to be there for her. And but the fact that she was in that position in the first place is just absolutely heartbreaking.
Hello, and welcome back to Entmoot Live. It has happened for an age, or it feels like it's happened for an age. It's been 24 hours minus 1.5 hours, which I believe is 22.5 hours of live streaming. And you can see from my eyes, not feeling very great about it. No, I'm actually doing okay. I'm still quite perky, still quite up. I think, who is it? Is it Nathan or Frederick who said very start we should take some pictures of the end shot and the beginning shot to see whether I look as attractive. I think I'm looking okay. You can see the defined bags, but it's great. The harsh lighting is now becoming more pronounced because the outside world has lit up and everything. So the window is open. There's lights everywhere. It's all looking great. So we've got an hour and a half of SBG chat to finish. I know some people are saying they're heading off for various reasons. Thanks very much, Larry, for being in. Nathan says he's missed 4 hours of sleeping earlier. You can watch that later if you're doing that, and good on you. I mean, thanks very much. I guess it's free content for you. Go for it. So without much further ado, let's introduce the next guest for the stream. I've had lots of podcasters on throughout the stream because naturally these people are audio specialists. So I've decided to put them out of their comfort zone and go straight onto video. And I'm going to start with Dan from Out of the Frying Pan.
How you doing?
I am very well, thank you, Dan. And how are you doing? I know you've been sort of watching some of the stream go out. I just what do you think of it, first of all? Because I'm intrigued at how well it's gone.
You've done very well. You're looking remarkably fresh-faced. I guess that's the benefit of youth, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure I'll actually probably feel worse once I've gone to sleep and the adrenaline stopped, stopped surging through the veins and the bloodstream. But Dan, to anyone who doesn't know, Out of the Frying Pan is I suppose still a relatively new podcast. Then so's mine, really, relatively. But you must be coming up to about a year, or is it over a year now?
Just over a year. We passed a year last month. It was November of 19 that we started.
Wow. So, well, let's just go through this all a bit, because where did Out the Frying Pan as a podcast come from? What inspired it all? Because it just crept out of the woodwork. There was, for a long period of time, there was Green Dragon podcast, and then I did my podcast, and we were the only two, and then you came along, and then suddenly there's loads of podcasts. It's great. It's amazing.
It's Stu's rampant enthusiasm would be the best way of putting it. He has been into SBG for quite a while. He's been talking about it. He used to have a previous podcast, heresy-based predominantly, although sort of the last year or so of his previous podcast, Geno 52, it was more of an all-round hobby podcast.
Mm-hmm.
And then, he'd been, talking about SBG, and he'd been trying to get the rest of us into it. His other co-host, Tom, he's got an Army of the Dead army, but he wasn't really biting, and he'd been trying to work away on me for a little while. And then, I went up to Warhammer World, and it was the doubles tournament, and it just looked so great. It was just, everyone was happy and smiling. There's none of the usual hot-headedness you can sometimes get at the top tables of other game systems. Everyone just seemed really chilled and inclusive. Everyone was smiling, everyone was happy, everyone was talking to each other. I've always loved Tolkien ever since a young age, so that sort of, then and there I bought models. I went into Forge World, bought some Iron Hills, so he got me there. And then, I don't know, we were obviously chatting about it for a while and talking about the game, etc. And Stu and Sam, who was originally on the podcast, and myself were chatting one day, and then I think someone mentioned doing a cast, and that's it. Stu just literally grabbed that ball and ran with it. He wasn't letting us get away with that. As soon as he said something about a podcast, we were like, "Oh yeah, sounds fun, done." and then the podcast was born.
Well, it's brilliant. And you mentioned Sam, who is kind of a sort of co-host, irregular co-host, is fair to say. He dips in, and it's nice to hear him when he does appear in the podcast, because you get like a big chunk of hobby from him and things like that, and the extra voice. But it's largely been you and Stu, and strangely, which the more you listen to it, the more you realise how few games you've still actually played in the system, because obviously you started in November, so you were still building, painting toys back then. And I know you maybe had a few little games in the meantime, but then of course pandemic hits, so you're a podcast from some guys that have barely played the game, and you're straight into the system, and it's amazing, and you've captured everyone's imaginations because of your enthusiasm despite it all, which is fabulous.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say that it's been easy sometimes, because that lack of practical experience can make sometimes talking about some of the more rules-heavy subjects difficult. It requires a lot more research. A lot of the things that people can perhaps talk about off the cuff, we sometimes, particularly myself, have to do a lot of reading and interpretation, and even sometimes getting models out and testing interactions, like literally just playing with myself, as you've said a couple of times. It is
Well, that was late at night, Dan. That was when very few people watching when I was doing that.
Well, some people are more awake in the mornings. But it's I wouldn't say it's been a handicap. I think sometimes it's allowed, particularly myself, to approach things with a fresh eye, and because we've not necessarily been playing for so long, it's we don't have necessarily some of the preconceptions. Obviously, you see certain subjects come up in the hobby groups where there's these, those subjects, those hot and button subjects where, everyone intake of breath, someone's asked about, brutal power attacks and this, that, and the other. And we don't have that preconception. We've just gone with, we looked at the rules and went, that appears to be the way it is. And that's the way people have spoken about it. And half of these subjects, as has been pointed out, don't actually occur very often in the game. They seem to be subjects that they're more hypothetical rather than practical. So that's always been quite interesting, and not being involved for so long allows us to approach those things differently, which is good because it enables us to keep our positivity, because some of these things can be quite contentious.
Well, I think what I like is that you've got a fresh approach, because you haven't got any of those preconceptions, as you say. That it's basically you're reading it, reading the rules, you're reading the looking at the models with no kind of no kind of years and years of sort of hate or whatever built up over around a certain subject. So it's something simple like, you know, the new AMR model, that you can judge it on its merits rather than thinking it of being basically a recreation of a slightly dodgy older model or whatever, or it's anything that's like those, that you can just approach something and go, well, this is the heroic tier or whatever, and not know that beforehand it was all a bit more complicated or a bit different.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely that. There's it comes with its own frustrations. It's been touched on a few times as a new player, and this is, I'll stress this very heavily, this is definitely not a knock on Games Workshop. They have a lot of logistical problems at the moment. I can't get the whole range. A lot of armies are somewhat precluded for me because I just simply cannot get the models, and I'm not giving people on eBay hundreds of pounds for models that aren't worth a fraction of that. Especially when there's an overall plan, it does seem to be for SBG to release stuff in a sort of cyclical fashion to enable people to pick up those models they're missing from their collections. So I'll just wait. It's a little bit frustrating, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, I think I can see that, and actually, it's worth pointing out because a lot of us, people who've been collecting the in the hobby for many years, or have acquired huge collections that perhaps, you know, something like Mahud Raiders being out of production at the moment, and that eventually they will come back, according to Games Workshop. That it's fine for us to go, oh well, it's not a big deal because, you know, they'll come back, and, you know, I've got some anyway. That sort of thing must be really irritating to hear when you think, I don't care whether you've got them, I want them. It's my army that I want to start, and that was the book. I read through the book. They were the ones I wanted, the camels, and then they're not there. That must be really irritating.
At times, I don't know. It's very easy to get negative about things with hobby. And I came from quite a negative hobby space with other games that I play. And I've found that SBG has been overwhelmingly positive, and Stu feels the same very much with that. And we try and pay it forward by remaining positive. It's easy to get frustrated at times, but I genuinely, Thranduil was a bit of a pain in the bum because I wanted to do Thranduil's Halls. I couldn't get hold of the model. But then he came out. End of the world. You know, it wasn't the biggest problem in the world. There's certain armies I'd like to look at now that aren't necessarily practical. Mahud are quite cool, actually, and I like the rules. The camels are cool, but they're so far down the list of things I want to be doing. I've got so many different plans going ahead, and particularly the Quest of the Ringbearer books just throwing a massive rock in the middle of the pond and changed a lot of my priorities anyway, because, you know, there's certain things I want to do for the Fantasy Fellowship. I've got massively into that, and on top of that, obviously, we're doing this Helm's Deep thing, so I've got Uruk-hai to pay for that, so that's moved other things up as well.
Yeah, and I guess that's the thing. There's if you're interested in the hobby, then I'm sure you'll find something that you can enjoy, even if those Mahud aren't there. There's going to be something. They'll be around. Yeah, Nathan makes a good point. We all spend too much time running our hobby down. Yeah, 100%. You said it in one there, Nathan. And Dan, you mentioned you're building this Helm's Deep, and you and Stu are painting up some beautiful looking miniatures. That's kind of what obviously podcasting element of it is fascinating, that you've gotten into it, and you've almost got into the hobby as a podcaster first, almost, you know, like before you've even really had a chance to play games, and you've been doing the hobby mostly, the podcast and talking about it. But you come from a background of heresy, and you seem to apparently be an amazing painter, from what I can gather from some of the stuff you shared. I haven't seen loads of things that you shared, because I'm not quite sure who's who when you share things via the Out of the Frying Pan. But I'm just wondering, would you mind sending me some of your photos? We can put them up on the stream. And I really fancy talking about some of the painting styles that you regularly get out and do. So I know that you do things like airbrushing quite a lot.
Yeah.
And I've never really done airbrushing. I'd had a go with it a while back, but I'm just intrigued. I'd love to see some of your photos and to put them up on the stream. I should have asked you this beforehand.
Yeah, I'm just dragging some out now. It makes great viewing. This
yeah, it's great viewing. But we could talk about these things on the face of it while you're sort of searching for stuff. But also in the comments while people are watching, feel free to drop some questions in for Dan and also for Lockie. Lockie will be coming in the next few minutes. He'll be joining the stream. Lockie from Zorp. all aboard the hype train for the final hour. So this is going to be pretty exciting. So I can't wait. Can't wait to get Lockie in as well to jump in on this. But any questions about painting styles and about podcasting? Feel free to drop it all in there. GBHL podcast. So that will be Damien, I'd imagine. He comes in either as Battle Streams in Middle Earth or GBHL podcast. So I think it's him. He says, "Woo! After the frying pan massive, lovely to see Dan win everything Collister here at the end of all things." Indeed, yeah, it's getting close to the end of all things. Yeah, what was I going to say? Oh, about airbrushing. How did you start airbrushing, and why did you make the step into doing airbrushing? Because it seems like there's a high cost to do it, a high skill level kind of learning curve, and obviously it looks good when you've done it. But why would you start? I guess.
I think the biggest thing to take from it is it's not a magic bullet.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do everything with it.
Yeah.
I use a lot of different tools and techniques. I use a lot of airbrushing for larger items. I recently painted, actually, I wasn't sure if I'd need to have a few models. I did Witch King on Fell Beast.
Oh,
and a lot of the actual Fell Beast itself is done with airbrushing because it's just really fast to do really smooth transitions, large areas very quickly, because to be honest, blending across those membranes on the wings with a brush, now I'll pass, to be honest with you. It has its uses. Predominantly, a lot of it came from the Heresy stuff because a lot of big tanks, big models, in order to get a very smooth coat of paint on something very quickly and to build up tone gradations, etc., shadows, airbrush beats hairy brush every time, particularly across it, because as soon as you start getting brush streaks in the armor on tank paintwork and stuff, you can see it a mile off. So it's a natural progression. One of the biggest things I actually use it for is varnishing, because a lot of stuff that comes out of rattle cans can be very irregular, depends on temperature, etc. It gets worse as the more you spray it because of decompression. So I use it for that lot. Basically, you can do work with oils or enamels without it because you need to seal stuff down first. And then I use a lot of matte varnish on things to give it a final finish, because I find that a lot of paints, particularly the GW stuff, can come across quite satin, a little bit shiny, which with a more neutral color palette that Middle Earth can often have, that sometimes detracts a little bit from the model. Like when I was painting the Dorgodeur, you don't want shiny Dorgodeur.
Not really.
No, I mean, aside from the fact they're semi-ethereal, what's actually been dragged out of the, on the heights, out of the, the catacombs, the cask, is been sat in grave dirt. It's, been sat there for thousands of years, accumulating, all manner of stuff. So it's not going to look shiny.
Yeah, you're making me question my decision to have shiny Dorgodeur now. I used to gloss shine on them, and I like the look of them. But yeah, I like your idea there. And
did you do the blended?
I'll show you what I did. I did this. Is not quite blended. It's not quite. A
lot of people have done that where you've added the color into it, whereas mine are just there's no color. It's all just the black robes and stuff. It looks cool though.
Yeah, I mean, I like them. I think a lot of people have done the kind of really kind of fluorescent looking stuff. I didn't want it to go that far, but I actually just really like that colour, so I just went with that. And it was a relatively quick paint job, so and it's effective for something that I spent an awful lot of money on. I wanted to make sure that it was effective, and I didn't want to spend too much time on it. So questions. Yeah. We've got some questions coming in for you. Josh says, do you still play Heresy? What did and do you play? This is an SBG stream, Josh. What are you doing? But anyway, do you still play Heresy, and or has it been taken over by SBG? I suppose probably not much in the way this last year, but
well, I've not been playing much of anything this year, to be honest. What I have played has actually been New 40k, which is the first time I've gone back to that in about 10 years as well. So that's a bit of a renaissance. I mean, I will caveat, I did play Middle Earth a long time ago when it first came out, like a long time ago, and then I dabbled in it a little bit because I used to be staff. You have to have the armies. I had a Rooks back then, and that army went missing under circumstances we won't get into. So yeah, I still do play Heresy. I've still got, it's the largest portion of models that I own. Not just in physical number, but in terms of investment as well. It's an incredibly expensive game. I'd say it's prohibitively at times. It's something I'm still very much interested in, but it's not got my passion at the moment.
Yeah,
SBG is very much my passion.
it's taken over. It's taken over. That's good.
A
I
little
like to
bit,
hear
yeah.
that. I like to hear that. That's good for our game in particular, especially to have a someone like you who's so keen you making podcasts and doing all the other things and getting involved in all the streams and things like that. So it's ace. Hamdizzle says, "Can I ask how long Dan has been painting?" Yes, you can. As someone who's only been in Toy Soldier less than 2 years, it would be good to know how long it may take to become good at painting. Just before you say anything, Dan, good is whatever you make of it. First of all, because my painting level, I'm really happy with my stuff, but it's not even close to the level of some people. But it is all practice that makes perfect, isn't it? But Dan, how long have you been painting?
27 years.
Yeah, I see that. That's, so
I started young.
But it's worth saying it doesn't take 27 years to get to the level that Dan is at all.
I sucked for a long time, and then I think I was about 13 or 14 when things started to really click. And nowadays, in the age of YouTube, and because back when I was 13 or 14, not to age me too terribly, forums were barely a thing. So obtaining and sharing information was really difficult. Whereas in the age we live in now, where you've got all of the Patreons, all of the YouTubes, painting services, days that you can go away on. I mean, there's a group called Cult of Paint who do courses, and they do a Patreon service as well. And if anyone's looking to get into doing painting and to move their skills onwards, I would recommend them every day of the week. Like the two guys on there, Henry, who is a phenomenal army painter and probably one of the best teachers I've ever seen. Ever in terms of in any medium, he's a brilliant teacher, and Andy, who's a multiple Slayer Sword winning Golden Demon painter.
Wow!
And they can teach you about painting is amazing. So that's one of the biggest things about getting good, getting better, is to learn from people, whether that's through Patreons, etc., or just asking people. I mean, you can pop Stu or I a message anytime. I can't guarantee we'll answer it anytime, but we will come back to you and we'll give you whatever answers we can.
Yeah, I think my recommendation, if you want to get really good at painting, is to just practice a lot and paint a lot of stuff, and also to look after your paintbrush. You can that is one tip that I can pick out some of my brushes that are very old and that still have a pretty decent point on them. That is a standard brush. It's an Army Painter. I've rubbed the name off. I don't even know what it is anymore. It's like a standard brush, and if you keep your brush in a condition where it's always got a point, even though it's a big standard brush, by not getting the paint on the little metal ferrule thing, then it'll keep you make you a much better painter. Because if I can paint eyes with standard brushes, and that's because I look after them. And
agreed.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot to be said for that, and don't leave your paintbrush in the thing. Simple things like that, which I see newer painters or perhaps more slapdash painters make mistakes of doing. Those sorts of things are absolutely the ways to improve very easily, and you make a noticeable difference when you look after your brushes and things like that. So, and I also I'm not a person to paint out of palettes much. I paint straight out of the pot, but I'm very careful, and I do keep watering it down, which I know a lot of people will hate. I
can't conceive of the concept anymore. I just can't. But I mean, I still use actual tiles on occasion.
Yeah.
Just, the GW paint pad's really good. Best thing about that is when you're testing new stuff out, you can paint stuff across it, work out your blends, and then you can write on it and you can save it, so you can keep it for future reference. I found that amazing. Yeah, when you're back to brushes though, I mean, that's still, I mean, I've painted a ton load of stuff with that.
Yeah. That's a good point.
The general recommendation is to buy the best you can afford and just take care of it.
Yeah, I agree. And actually the best could that you can afford could well be, the free one you get with a pot of paints from Airfix or whatever it is. But yeah, as long as you look after it, then they can usually, the Airfix ones are a bit crap actually, but Games Workshop ones, Army Painter ones, I've never had a problem with. So, £4, £5, £6, that sort of price.
Well, in that price range, you've got Rosemary & Co. And they're the ones that I recommend. Series 33s, they're really good. They're generally my favourites at the moment because they bridge that nice little gap between affordable and like really high quality.
Absolutely. And so you mentioned your airbrushing. How much did you spend on your airbrush? Was it hard to master, or is it just because you've had a lot of practice with it, painting those tanks and things that you mentioned, that you're able to do things?
Well, to be honest, this was actually a present. I would have bought it myself, but luckily it was coming up to Christmas, and my parents and my other half went in on a airbrush compressor. It's a harder steam back. They're generally the brand I would recommend. They are slightly more expensive, but they are genuinely worth the extra. But there's numerous ones out there. The only ones I would advise is get something with a gravity feed. There's ones that have like a separate like glass. They're okay. They're more complicated. They're more prone to failure, I've found. The only benefit of those is it's easier to mix in the jars, but after a little while you can mix directly into the cups on those. As with all painting, or indeed any kind of skill, trial and error. I made a lot of screw-ups in the past. A lot of screw-ups. I still make screw-ups now. With all things, you have to be prepared to break a few eggs to make an omelette, as they say. There's lots of techniques I've still been trying. When I first did a bit of oils and enamels and glosses. The troll.
Yeah, I think that's the first one. This is just to show some of the standard that Dan comes up with, because this guy is ace. I love that.
That's mostly airbrush.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. I picked this one because of that. The grey tone on the sort of inners of the leg and how it blends into the fleshy tone on the outsides. That's clearly airbrushing. But I'm amazed that you've done most of that airbrush. Where did the airbrush start and the airbrush end?
Well, pretty much all of it got, in terms of all the skin tones and stuff, got done with an airbrush. And then I just did the armor plates in with some metals that painted the strapping in, a few facial details, added a couple of extra highlights around the face with a hairy brush, and then sealed it down with the airbrush afterwards and gave it a bit of a glaze over. But that's mostly airbrush. And that model took me about an hour.
An hour. Yeah. Wow, that is a top effort. That is really, really, really cool, and that just shows. I mean, obviously, we mentioned the experience goes into that, the many, many years of experience, I'd imagine. But it shows what's capable. You can, dotting the I's and the teeth. I guess that was all paintbrush, but other than that, it's
pretty much
all the blends.
Yes, it's. To be fair, it's the first time I tried it. The last time I painted one of those trolls, I don't know, about 13 or 14. I did it with a brush, and it was the old cave troll, and it looked terrible. So I wanted to try doing it with the airbrush, and I had a free afternoon, and I just thought, there we go. Yeah, about an hour or so.
Crack on. Let's have a look at something else. Let's open up the shared screen again. What do we got? This one is your Franjul that you mentioned. So this is a lovely piece. And actually, this face is there's a lot of layers. I guess this is paintbrush stuff.
Predominantly that model, yes.
Yeah. So on the face, the variation of skin tone is really quite outstanding. I think you can actually make out the very elven sort of feminine face there. Love it.
I had to rebuild his nose actually, because it's fine casted. His big divot on the end. I had to use liquid green stuff, about 4 or 5 layers, but just build his nose back up with liquid green stuff.
Oh wow!
Such a pain. That model was full of problems. The first fine cast, but. Yeah, and I've changed his sword arm a little bit because because it's normally across his body, but there was such a mold issue in there that I had to change it.
Oh dear! Well, it shows that a bit of extra work.
Yeah.
There you go. Well, let's. So let's just look at some comments. Damon says, I don't see the appeal or advantage of airbrushing. I painted that model troll a couple of years ago, and it took me about 9 times as long and looks a fair bit worse. Yeah, I mean, it's all about skill levels as well, isn't it? I mean, Dan, you might be able to. How long would it have taken you to paint that troll not in airbrushing? Standard, do you think?
4 or 5 hours, I'd say. I'd do it a lot with sort of a lot of wet blending and stuff.
Yeah.
I think it would look quite messy to begin with, and then you just refine it as you bring the layers up. It's actually a really interesting comment Hamders will put in there about, yes, that one. I actually do use Citadel, but I transfer it. I don't know how people can see. I bought a load of these dropper bottles from China. good old China, and basically decanted them. Use a mix of water and as a basically an artist's medium called Liquitex, and I just add it to the right consistency, and then I use so you can use GW stuff through an airbrush, no problem. It requires a bit more work. I mean, if you've got your Vallejo, I mean that model color stuff is no thinner or thicker than GW, so yeah.
This is another amazing face. I mean, the muscle tones, like just the gap between the face, the nose, and the kind of cheeks. There's some really top notch work here. I really like this Legolas. Really nice work. And I think someone else was saying, Sophie in the chat, saying I spend more time cleaning my airbrush than I do using it sometimes, but it really speeds up some of the tedious jobs. Base coating large amounts of anything that isn't rattle can color is so fast.
As I told her, she needs an ultrasonic cleaner for cleaning her airbrush out because it's just a build up of paint. So get yourself an ultrasonic, Sophie.
There you go, ultrasonic cleaner. And see, you mentioned the rattle can stuff. I largely do things. I spray coat black, and then I spray coat either a brown or a silver or a red or whatever the main colours are, and then I do everything else over the top. And I don't take a long time on stuff, but I do. Yeah, I suppose I do spend I could spend a fair bit of time on each model, but I find that I do. Maybe I'm just reluctant to change my ways, but I feel like I can do it fairly quickly as is. What would you say to people who say things like that? Say, well, actually, I can do a decent job without it. Would you encourage us to try or stick with what we know?
I would encourage everyone to try everything because you never know what you're going to find is the best way of doing something until you've tried everything. But that's a quite flippant way of expressing things when it is so expensive. I completely understand. It is expensive, like everything to do with this hobby. But, you know, if you can do it with a hairy brush and you're happy, do it with a hairy brush and be happy. As you know, it's just another tool in the box. I mean, there's an awful lot of snobbery about a lot of things. You know, people talk about contrast paint and they're quite snobby about it. They're like, oh, you know, it's for beginners and stuff. Actually, in terms of use, it's got some amazing uses as a glazing medium and for doing certain, you know, the browns they do for doing leathers are amazing, which for the mid-love community could be just phenomenal.
Yeah,
look at it.
I think Damien and Steve we were talking about this last night about browns in the Middle Earth range that you get models like an Urukai, which is like brown with brown leather, and then like a brown face, and then you know brown straps on the leather. So I can imagine it would be very useful to have even just something to show a different texture. So having a snake white leather contrast wash, I can see the advantage of this, although I still haven't purchased it. Again, you might be able to see in the background, I've got my painting table right there behind the light, actually. And it's got just piles of stuff on, and they're all old paints, and I haven't used any of them. Some of them I haven't used for years. Some of them, things like Codex Grey, that's still going strong. I mean, that is an absolute legend of a paint, and that shouldn't really be lasting this long, but it is.
Some similar ones. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking old paint, you got...
Oh, that is
green.
That trumps me. I don't know where my my oldest paint is. Let me just because we are comparing old paints now. Where is it? Oh, it'd be in my drawer somewhere. Actually, I don't have it to hand. Oh, it's over there. I can see it. Hold on.
That's still.
I'll do it, Steve, and reach across from the other side of the room. This was the first thing I ever bought in the hobby was a set of Chaos Knights on a car boot sale, and it came with a pot of black, pot of silver, and a pot of bubonic brown.
Oh, the old bubonic brown.
Yeah, and I still have it, and it's actually very good, and I've been using it a lot more recently. It's a lovely little paint in the hex box. It's never dried out, and it looks absolutely ace.
I'll put that somewhere, but this will make Damien happy. Goblin green.
Oh yeah, that's a classic goblin. See, I've never owned one of those, so you predate me.
Has no use. Sorry,
you win at being able to resurrect. I almost said it, and then I thought, but excellent stuff. One of the Ham Dizzle, sorry, was Ham Fast. I like that. Ham Fast was asking about other tips to keep things good and healthy. I think one of the best purchases and discoveries I ever made, which is not revolutionary one was the Lamy and medium stuff. Like I add that to most of my paints all the time now, just to keep them all moist, because I leave the lids open all the time when I'm painting. So and I think that I used to think water is exactly the same, it'll do the same job, but it just doesn't work exactly the same. So
although if you wanted to do it en masse, that's what I use the Liquitex for, because you can buy it in quite big bottles and you dilute it with water. Because Lamy medium, if you're buying it in large amounts, ends up costing quite a lot of money.
Yes, I'd imagine it was. I'm sure there's probably some way of getting some kind of medium that isn't called Lamy and medium. So Liquitex is that.
Yes, you can get it from Hobbycraft or most artist shops. You can get it on Amazon.
Well, there you go. I think that's some great tips. Any more requests for great tips for painting, or questions from Dan, the legend of painting that we've got? Because not just a podcaster with a silky voice. I think Damien said it's like liquid gold or something. He was saying, there we go, here it is. It's like pouring honey into my soul, Stu, out of the frying pan. It's such a delicious listening experience. It's like someone's giving my heart a head massage. That's quite descriptive. That's quite descriptive. I like that. Top Tables Gaming, you still here, lol? Yes, I am still here. I'm actually feeling surprisingly perky, considering I've got 55 minutes until I've done 24 hours on streaming. But yeah, thanks very much. Dan, rolling in prizes after wins over the weekend. Right, with that in mind, I know you've got some, we might have some more questions, but I think it's about time we add Lachlan Linton Keane to the stream. Dan, are you okay with sharing the limelight for a bit?
I can do that.
in the final build-up? We'll give him a few. I can see him moving around in the other room, so give him a minute. Okay, he's entered the room, and I think he's wearing boxer shorts.
Well, it is summer, isn't it?
Yeah, I think maybe that's why he's just covered up the camera over there. Right, I can see him in the studio getting dressed for the show. So he looks like he's ready now. So let's bring him on into the stream. Welcome, Zorpa Zorp's torchbearer. It's Lachlan Linton Keane.
Hello. Hey Harry. Hello. Hey everyone.
Hello.
Hey Dan.
How you doing?
Welcome to the stream. This is Entmoot Live. We're into the 23rd hour, or I suppose is it the 24th hour? Well, we're coming up to
24th hour. Are you like absolutely fried right now? How are you holding up? I've been sort of peeping in throughout the day, and it's been a long haul.
I thought I would be a lot more tired than I am. I feel like because I'm getting close to the end, I'm okay now. I'm going to be fine. But I think the timing, and I think Damien and Steve predicted this last night. The hard bit was going to be the early hours of the morning, and around about 4 o'clock was for me. So that was about 7 hours ago. Was very difficult. Very difficult because it was really dark, and my food had all completely settled. And I was like, right, okay, now I'm really struggling. But luckily, we had some amazing people from around the world, including the Unexpected podcast guys from America, and the Durin Show, which is a new podcast, which I was fascinated to meet 3 out of 4 brothers who do a SBG podcast. Which
is so cool. I've actually been to check out the
Durin.
Really awesome.
I'd heard it mentioned a few weeks ago. And finally took the plunge and started talking. I realised it, and I was like, "Oh, okay, get these guys on." And they'd been to a tournament in the southern states of America, so they were talking about that. And then we had talk about Minimize in Australia. That's too far away from you, isn't it? You're in Brisbane.
It is, unfortunately,
in Melbourne.
It's still very cool.
Yeah, so I've had Jacob Lucas from that on overnight, and Kylie earlier in the morning about 7 o'clock. I don't remember anymore. But anyway,
it's all a blur.
It's all a bit of a blur. But Zorpa Zorp and Lockie are in the building now. Right.
Oh, I need to hang on. I meant to summon my people. Let me do my posts. All right, there we go.
Oh yeah. Summon the people.
The banners have been flown. The calls have been made. There we go.
Yeah, excellent. So Lockie, first of all, you were going to come in last night. You were going to play Fatty Bulger.
I know. It looked so much fun.
I know. I'm so sorry about this, but I hopefully your child is okay.
She's good. It was a very tough morning for my poor little monkey, and Mum was just like, please don't go. So yeah, we were. She's pulling up much better now in the evening of Australia, because it's just gone 10 p.m. here. Good old time.
Amazing. Well, there you go. Look, and the beacons are lit. Hamdil says the beacons late is the hour in which this conjurer of cheap Vegemite chooses to appear. Indeed. Harry says, "Who's that good-looking Australian?" I can't see one on the stream, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I'm not sure who he's referring to.
Kylie says, "Lockie." So we've got you in mainly for bants and just general chat.
Yeah, I'm captain of morale. This is the last hour of the run. Having done, I cheat when I do my 24-hour sort of projects, because I've done 2 of them, but I've always done it in 2 12-hour blocks. So I haven't actually done the full 24-hour run, but the 11th hour of a 12-hour block I am experienced with, and it is tough. So yes, I'm here to pep you up, Harry, and yourself, Dan. Even though you haven't done the long haul, but I'll rope you into it, Dan. We've got to keep Harry going.
well, actually, Dan has done a very good job, because Dan, I know you've been watching and commenting throughout the 24 hours, and I know that some people in the stream, including Nathan, has been very much in throughout the whole time. Tom Wag, I don't know whether he's still in here, but I saw him comment a while back when we were doing the game. So he's been in for almost the entire 24 hours. So Tom, if you're, I know. And someone said earlier, if Tom Wag is still in it at the end, then they'll donate extra money. So Tom, a comment below just to prove you're still here, and then someone will donate extra money. I can't remember who it was. But I've got some games to play with you, you guys. Ooh. So I don't know whether you were here last night. Dan definitely was. I know you said you're dipping in and out, but it depends on how focused you were. But we've got what we're calling the observation game.
Okay.
It's a terrible name. I need to come up with something good. It's called Ent-Attainment, or Ent-Elude. It's the Ent-Elude between things. Yep. Yeah, we've got a shaking hand there. So everyone Tom Wag is still here. He's been doing the same amount as him, so that is support.
Nice work, Tom. Excellent work.
Stick it on in. Harry's eyes have gone down in the west. How did it come to this? Okay, right. Okay, so the game is basically I play you a clip from the films. Okay. I think I've only got Lord of the Rings ones left. Go on.
Excellent. No, this is totally going to be like Riddles in the Dark, the video version, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the equivalent. I needed to come up with something.
Brilliant.
So I've got 3 clips left. I think. Oh, and actually, it might just be 2 now. I think I played one of them and not deleted it. So I'm going to play a clip, and you've got to pay attention very closely.
Okay.
What is happening in the thing, and I'm going to ask you an obscure question about what you've just seen during this clip. And then everyone at home is going to play along as well. This is the Krypton Factor moment. Yes, that is correct. This is apparently some game show in the olden days here. Right, anyway, here we go. Let's play the clip. 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Get the rope stuck! Frodo! No! Come on! Come on! How far to the nearest crossing?
The Brandywine Bridge.
And there you go. Okay.
All right.
So the simple question is, what was missing? So wait a second, because we need the comments to catch up. That is the question.
I know what it is.
What was missing? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. If you know for sure.
I was like, oh, is this a different cut? Where was that?
So what was missing Comment
right
below.
now, I'll seem like an absolute arrogant wanker. Dan,
Well,
do you have a clue?
I hope you're wrong.
No.
But, there we go. What the people are guessing what the question will be down below. Top Table Gaming says, is it 204,336 ripples in the water? No. Is it? The answer is 4. There are 4 lanterns in the sea. No. These guys have been playing all night, you see. So what was missing?
I was watching the lanterns and I was like, how many on the shore? How many on the boat? How many on the far shore? Because I was like, that's a really visual thing that you might ask.
Exactly. That was the sort of thing I was doing late last night. But I'm surprised actually. There's very few people getting it. Oh, okay. We're starting to get some of the answers right. So what was missing? What was missing? Battlestreams in Middle Earth says Tauriel was missing. That is true. The hobbits yelling. That's not quite right. How many hobbits is what Neil thinks we're asking, but no. We've actually a surprising lack of answers. Have you got any idea, Dan, what was missing from that scene?
No, I think I'm suffering from that thing where you know something that well, your brain fills in the gaps. So even if you did cut it out, I can't remember what you've missed. I can't remember what that scientific term is, but like in music, you deliberately fill in the gaps. Your brain just fills it.
Yes, like when someone says diddle-a-da, diddle-a-da, diddle-a-da.
Yeah, exactly.
You do the end note in your head, or when you say "don't think of grey elephants" or something like that, and you think of grey elephants. So this is amazing. I'm surprised. I thought loads of people would.
There's 2 of us so far. If I'm right, there's 2 of us.
There's Daniel McNee who's got it right. So Lockie, what do you think the answer is?
I'll do a reenactment for you.
Yeah.
How far to the nearest crossing? Brandywine Bridge, 20 miles.
Yes, that is correct. Well done. Yes, there was a missing line. It was actually quite poorly chopped out. When I listened, but listened in the headphones, you could hear the click when it went, which I hadn't noticed when I saved it. But yes, I actually edited out the line 20 miles. So well spotted.
I want one. Here we go.
So well done, Zorp. Lockie Linton Keen takes a prize. Your prize is a bit of an ent draft.
Ant draft. Oh.
Who? You? Then what? Then me.
I pressed the wrong clip, so it's just you're meant to get a little sip of ent draft, and he goes.
Oh, I see.
So there we go. That was ace. So we've got the Brandywine Bridge. We've done that one. So we've got another one. Didn't even notice. Says Neil. There you go. That's what.
No.
See, I'm 24 hours in almost, and I noticed, but then I did do the editing. So Harry Potter playing Mary there. I like Damien thinks that was Lachlan Linton Keen's impression of Harry Potter playing Mary. Excellent. Right, okay, let's do another one.
Okay.
So
game face.
Game face on. It's actually not far away from that scene. But out of whack. So here we go.
In terms of edit timeline or geographically, is this a film location trick clue?
Well, we shall see. We shall see. Here we go.
What's that? nothing. What is going on?
That Black Rider was looking for something. Or someone. Frodo?
Get down!
There you go. I think I might have cut that a bit too long, actually. I thought it was going to end a lot earlier than that. Maybe I didn't export the right clip. But anyway, the question is, I'll just get the exact wording correctly, just in case. So guess what you think the questions are going to be in the stream right now. What creatures do we see acting strangely because of the Nazgul's presence so close to the ring? So I want specifics here, not just a generic catch-all term. So what creatures
I'll let you go first now.
acting strangely because of the Nazgul's presence so close to the ring? So just give everyone in the comments a chance to catch up because it's a bit of a delay. This is some good. Prepare yourself for how many worms that are there. Not far off. 7 worms. How many legs on the millipede? Blades on the Nazgul boots. This is what people are thinking. They move to and hide behind 3 trees. No, it's about those things. So, okay, Josh is getting some of the answers right. Dan, what do you think? What do you think?
Well, yeah, the spider, the millipede, and the worms.
Oh, I think you're missing a couple of things there. A couple of things. Yeah.
What else have we got? Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess we might be able to count his own horse, potentially.
Yes, excellent. So 4.
And the hobbits.
yes, you've got it.
Brilliant.
Hobbit being Frodo, of course, acting strange because he's doing the ring.
Very nice.
So there you go. Harry Bates says this is a weird point to jump in with no context. Yes, I agree. So there you go. That is the game. I think I do. Do I have one more clip? Maybe I have one more clip. Let me just have a look. Well, I do. I did use this one last night.
I haven't seen it. Let's do it.
I was just trying to think whether. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll use this one again. People who've watched it, but I've got a different question for it. So.
You're taller. Who? You? Than what? Than me? I've always been taller than you.
Pippin, everyone knows. I'm the tall one. You're the short one.
Please, Mary. You're what? 3'6" at the most? Whereas me, I'm pushing 3'7". 3'8".
3'8". You did something.
Mary, don't drink it! Mary! No, Treebeard said that you should never need something. He said it could be dangerous. Give me back, Mary. What's happening? I've got my leg, Mary.
There we go. End draft. I love this. So some people are already guessing what the question is and guessing some things. Battle Streams and Miller says that was the answer around midnight, but it's a different question. The question is, how many leaves fall on top of Merry and Pip? No, that's ridiculous. The question is, how many sips of Ent draft do the hobbits collectively have?
Interesting. Okay. And is the question hobbits plural?
How many sips do the hobbits collectively have of the?
Okay, cool. So we got to count the grab and sip that Merry goes for when he takes it off him. Oh, Dan, what do you reckon? I think I've got a number.
On screen, I'm going for 5.
I think I'm going to go with. We see Merry, Pippin, taking those sips and the 3, 4. I'm only going to go with 4, I think, but I didn't think to count that at the time, so I'm trying to wing that.
Yeah, thank you. This is what last night I asked the question: how tall is Merry? And then too many people knew that he was 3'6". So I thought while I was doing it, I should have asked this.
Yeah.
And so this is what people are coming up with. We've got Mary has 3 sips, which is accurate. Joe says 4 sips of Draft. G Wiz says 4. Rubbish in Rubbish Out says 4. We've got another guess for 4. 5 says Damien. 7 says Neil McLaughlin. 3 for Pippin, 1 for Mary. I think it's the other way around. 5 for Art at War. Does Mary's massive chug count? Yeah, I think it counts as 1. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, that's 1.
5 is the guess from Daniel McNee. It is 4 in total.
Oh!
Well done, Lachlan Linton Key. Excellent work. So that is 2-1 to Lockie in the 2 versus 1 Entmoot entertainment quiz thing. Intermission. There we go. So I've run out of clips, so that is the end of the Krypton Factor for the day. But we are literally coming into the final half an hour stretch of this thing, which is getting kind of crazy. So in the next half an hour, I mean, I've got a couple of things that we need to do. I need to give away a Hobbit hole. So for anyone who hasn't been watching the stream, this is a beautiful Weta Workshop. I think it's 35 Bagshot Road Christmas decoration. Hopefully, one of you watching will get this right now. And so essentially, this is to encourage people to donate, to push us the last few minutes. So if you're watching right now and you fancy a chance to win this, donate to a wonderful charity, which I will share a little short video for, and then I'll share the details. So have a little watch of this video that I put together with the local food bank. This is what we're supporting. This is why I'm doing this whole thing. 24 hours of streaming to help people who've really been affected by the coronavirus pandemic, particularly financially, and therefore it's literally affecting their stomachs.
I mean, first of all, it's been very busy. We've increased by 108%. Since March, we've given out 52 tons of food. A lot more people have had to go on benefits this year. Universal credit, the numbers have increased so much, but that's because people haven't got jobs anymore. We had a mother come in after not eating herself and mashing her last potato for her 6-month daughter, and she came into the food bank because that was her level of desperation. It just makes me want to cry. But I'm happy that she came. I'm happy that she was helped, and we've been able to support her further and connect her in with lots of different places that can help her further. So I'm pleased that we were able to be there for her. And but the fact that she was in that position in the first place is just absolutely heartbreaking.
Excellent. There you go. So that's the food bank charity. Dan, I know you need to head off any minute now, and so I'm going to trade you in for Matt King in a few minutes' time. But Dan, I really appreciate your company for this time, especially helping just get through this last hour or so has been amazing. The final run up. We'll hold on to Lockie if that's okay. Lockie, if you've got an extra half an hour in the bag, excellent. I just want to quickly share this with both of you while you're here. This is the total we've got to so far, £1,053.
Wow.
This is ace. So we've gone up about
awesome.
100 and something pounds, I think, in the last half an hour. So this is ace. But Dan, thank you very much for joining in. We'll trade you in for a Matt King. But I really appreciate your silky tones for the last hour or so, and for the Frying Pan podcast. A shame Stu couldn't come in, but I know he's got family duty today, which
he does, unfortunately. Bless him.
But we look
thanks for having me
forward
on.
No, you're most welcome. We look forward to hearing the next Out of the Frying Pan podcast. Right, Dan, cheerio.
Lovely to chat, Dan.
Yes.
You too, buddy. Take it easy.
See ya.
There we go. So that is Dan, and I believe I've just got a message from Matt. So I'll just send him an invite in the old chat. And so, Lockie, if you could just Phil, you're used to that for a second.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, let me just bust. I'm not BBC radio level of Phil, but I can do YouTube live streamer level of Phil for you. So
please do.
24 hours is pretty insane. It's definitely a long run. I've got questions. First of all, I want to find out what happened in the Fatty Bulger battle report that I didn't get to see live. And also, what is Nori Gate that is being mentioned by the commenters in our chat here?
Okay, so first of all, out of the amazing battle report of Fatty Bolger, which was Stephen Damien from Battle Streams in Middle Earth late last night, from about, I think it was about 9 o'clock until 1 that they stayed in. So they were amazing, 4 hours. So I mean, a relatively short stream by their standards, to be fair. We played Fatty Bolger, The Escape of Fatty Bolger, which is from an old White Dwarf magazine, which I've ripped up somehow. Oh, where's the other half of it? Anyway, essentially, this is Fatty Bolger escapes from Crick Hollow and is pursued by 3 ringwraiths. It's actually in the new White Dwarf book.
Awesome!
So absolutely, have a look at it. I didn't realise this until last night, but
that's so funny. I love how you're like playing the scenario off, issue 278 or whatever it is, and it was printed in the new book all along.
Yeah, I know. I can believe that. I mean, this book has been kept relatively pristine since I opened it, because I've got a lot of the old White Dwarfs. But so what happened was Fatty Bolger tried to escape and was pursued by ringwraiths, but then the ringwraiths, played by ably by Steve, managed to not cast any magic for the first 3 turns. Rolling about 3 or 4 dice to get 2s and stuff like that. So
excellent.
So that was a good start. And eventually, Damien worked out that it's actually quite a difficult scenario, because the objective was Fatty has to escape via the west board edge, and the ringwraiths have to capture Fatty, so knock him out, and drag him off any board edge. So Fatty was moving all the way to the board edge.
And then they just knock him out and grab him.
Yeah, they could do. But despite that, he did manage to escape by the skin of his teeth.
Brilliant.
Helped by the, probably by the duff rolls from Steve, to be fair. So, and also, Steve did ignore some of the advice from the stream and from Damien and from myself. So he might have done a bit better if not. But there you go. So that's what happened. But that is all in stream number 2, which is available.
Excellent. Yes, because of course these will be up on YouTube for people to watch back too. So I'll have to have a look.
Yeah,
and it's nice that history held, fear fire foes, awaken Buckland. That's good.
Exactly.
We like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the other question you said was about Norrie Gate. Now, this is so Norrie Gate is one of those games we were just playing, the Krypton Factor style games. Basically, he said. It was one of the quizzes when the dwarves come out of the toilet. So in The Hobbit.
Yes, in Lake Town. Yep.
Yeah, in Lake Town, exactly. And there's a great moment where, why are there dwarves coming out of our toilet? So basically, I asked the question, who comes out of the toilet? And the answer was Dwalin, Bilbo, Ori, and Biffa. Or is it Boffa? Biffa. And everyone claims it's Norrie, even though it's absolutely not Norrie. I mean, there's this whole gate thing. But if you search for Ori, he is played by that young guy, Adam Young. Adam Brown, young guy, Adam Brown. And it's very clearly him in the clip. You don't see it for very long, but it is him. And
I see. So there was some contention among the viewers about your ruling.
Yeah, exactly. Even though we'll
have to do a frame-by-frame forensic analysis.
Feel free. And I don't know what all this people are saying. It's for charity. I don't know what that means. Is that because I think I said flippantly, oh, it doesn't matter, it's for charity or whatever. and I think everyone's getting all their panties in a twist over that. Is that what it was, Damien?
Definitely.
No one's questioning Ori. Oh, okay. You think it's the guy at the end that's Ori. So
I think they think that it's Norrie, not Biffa, or whoever comes out last, I think. Yeah. I don't know.
It's clearly Biffa.
The fourth one that you claim is Biffa, that's Norrie. Whoa, there's some strong opinions. We'll have to get
who else was in the stream, because I can't remember who else was playing along at the time. There was someone else, I'm sure there was. Was it Steve? Anyway, whoever it was, they said that it's the guy with the axe in the head. So it's definitely Biffa, and I thought it was him as well. So I therefore am correct, because it's my stream and it's for charity. So that was the debate. But yes, so that was good fun late last night. But now I think hopefully Matt King may be ready to come in, because Matt King is basically giving away a prize.
Ooh, exciting!
So I've got the Hobbit hole, and Matt was very gracious to say that he also wants to encourage people to donate the money. So he said, why don't you just give away a ticket to the first tournament that is likely to be happening next year in the UK, which is really exciting. It's sold out already. Of the demand, yeah, exactly. For the demand for this has been so high, and he was still willing to give me a ticket to give away. So Matt is ready to jump in at any time, and we will give that away. But what I'll do, I need to actually compile, because basically what I'm going to do is go through the Excel spreadsheet of the people who've donated in order to draw this. So I need to download that and do some faffing around to do some random stuff. So what I'll do that. We'll have a small break, rest my voice, give us a chance to catch up, give people a chance to donate up until 25 minutes to, and then we will draw after that.
9 minutes, people. Get those donations in. It's a good cause. Get on it. And some cool prizes too.
Yeah, some cool prizes. So so we'll do that. I'll have a break for briefly while I do that, and we'll be back. Lockie, hopefully you're willing to stick around for an extra few minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be here.
Absolutely. Brilliant. All right, let's get my little tune thing break with the Fatty Bolger picture in. Yay, we're back. Welcome back to Entmoot Live. We've got 23 minutes left. This is very exciting. The battle rages on in the comments about Origate. So it rages on. It's Norrie. His hair just looks completely different because it's all down. You can tell from the face beyond. I disagree.
Norigate 2020.
Nathan says definitely Biffa. And there you go. Maybe you should all just provide pictorial evidence of your assessment of this Norigate.
I'm sure the GBHO will be inundated with photos.
Hashtag Norigate, get it trending.
Yeah.
All right, okay. Yeah. So I mentioned we've got Matt King arriving in the studio. So let's introduce Matt to the world of Entmoot Live. Hello, Matt.
Hello.
I think
Hello.
you can hear us.
Can you hear me?
I think yes, I can hear you. I think there's a little bit of a delay there, but hello, Matt.
Can you hear me?
So
Sweet.
yes, we can hear you. I just think there's a big delay. That's all. So go on.
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, we can hear you, but there is a big delay.
Yeah, there is a bit of a delay. Unfortunately, the laptop's been working for about 2 hours.
That is an insane delay. But Matt, we'll try and pursue just for a little bit. And once I've finished talking, just explain. You've offered to give a prize to the winner of or one of the donors to encourage people to donate, basically.
Yeah, well, obviously, with everything that's gone on this year, GBHL being suspended and even today, well, hopefully, the event's going to start running next year. And Into the West is for the first event. Yes, sure, a bit. Let's be realistic. Might go ahead then. Might have to go to the backup date of June. But charity stream, why not? Let's give away a ticket in your charity stream. Get us in there. Plus, the tickets did sell out in like 10 minutes yesterday. So, gives everybody a chance to get their hands on ticket, whether it's for January or June, and get some gaming.
Excellent, Matt. Because your internet's so rubbish, I'm going to just dunk you out. But you've explained it. Thank you very much. It's been a really generous gift. Thank you very much for offering it up. The sellout tournament is a great ticket to offer. Sorry, a great prize to offer. So thank you for joining in. I think your Wi-Fi is just rubbish or something like that. But thank you very much. So there you go, Matt King. There, the delay was a little bit painful.
Wow,
there.
sold out in 10 minutes. That is excitement from the community to get back to gaming, isn't it?
Absolutely, and we have a ticket to give away. So I've downloaded the spreadsheet of all the people who have donated. I won't be showing this because obviously some people want to keep themselves private. Some want to keep the number, the amount of money they donated private, and some people want to basically. Some people just. We don't want to advertise the fact that they've got emails and all that sort of stuff attached to this spreadsheet. So you trust me, there's 105, there's 105 slots here. There's a person in every other slot. So let's just randomly assign a number. So what I'll do, I'll get another window open where I shall have a random number generator. Random number generator. I've got strange.
I'm highly disappointed that you haven't printed out every single person's name
and
then put it on a wheel. Spun the Entmoot live wheel of giveaways.
I did toy with the idea, but yeah, I think we're going to have to do it. When it's to put random in, it comes with a random dwarf name generator for some reason. But yeah, random number generator. Right, here we go. So
Google's spiderbots have been listening to you there, and they're well aware of your usual search history.
24 hours worth of stuff. So I'll share this so that there's no funny business, at least as regards the number. So share screen. I guess it's probably not really worth doing this because ultimately you don't know what you're cheering on. But someone is going to get a number between 1 and 105, and this is for the ticket. This is for the ticket. So this is the big one. So it randomly generates the number. Beep boop beep boop beep. 80. Okay, right. I'll wander through the spreadsheet. Here we go. Number 80 is Nathan Talbot. Excellent. And Nathan has been an absolute legend for. I think he stayed in for pretty much the entirety of the show. So Nathan. Amazing. That is great. So Nathan Talbot, look, he's here. He's been talking to us, so he's right in the building. So amazing. So congratulations. You're a winner of a ticket to Into the West. Sorry, you're not going to get this probably. But
it could come up again.
It could. It's not impossible for 80 to come up again. So the final thing. Matt King apologizes for the delay, everyone. Wow, the laptop's been updating for 2 hours. The iPad obviously couldn't hack it. But thanks, Matt, for dropping in and just showing us what's what anyway. So finally, this is the big one. I'm very excited about this. So for a hobbit hole, and this looks amazing. Have you seen these, Lockie? Look, I mean,
sorry, is it like a Weta slight sign piece?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the Hobbit Unexpected Journey Weta Workshop, designed by the same artist who worked on the film. It's a Christmas edition of 35 Bagshot Row, and
that's cool.
It says in the hole, and on the back it says, "In a hole in the ground there lived a hobbit. The Christmas spirit was cast upon it. Our jolly crew planted pine and snow. Above the red door hangs mistletoe." So
very nice.
This is lovely. And so let's generate a random number. Here we go. This is for the winner of the Hobbit hole.
Yeah, I was wondering Kylie's comment there. It's like, it's definitely going to someone in Australia, so you have to pay shipping, Harry.
Yeah, I really hope not. It's 23 on the thingy. So number 23 is it is Rowan May. Rowan May, who I think is still in the stream. I've definitely seen his name popping up.
Yeah, I think I saw Rowan's name earlier.
He was definitely in at some point tonight, or this afternoon, or this evening. Rowan, round of applause for Rowan. He
well done, Rowan.
Big support. I know you've been in and out throughout the morning, and I think you were really early in the morning. Actually, I'm trying to think. I'm scrolling back through, but either way, Rowan May, I've got your email address, so I'll be able to send you a message to say congratulations and well done for doing this and supporting the stream. And I guess that's all the content left. That's all I have. I have nothing else to do. The commentators, so let's just see what people are talking about, because you commentators curse that, Kylie. It's totally going to be shipped back to Tasman Sea. Yeah, that would be annoying because you pay import charges and stuff like that. So it would be really annoying if it came here and then went back out that way. But anyway, yeah. I don't know where Rowan May is. I'm pretty sure he's UK based. He might even be Nottingham. I feel like I've spoken to him before at tournaments, if I'm right. So Luke is saying congrats to both winners and well done for the 24 hours. There's Rubbish in, Rubbish out saying well done, congratulations. There's lots of it. Nathan says we'll contact Matt for the ticket, so that's already sorted out. I don't have to do anything. That's great.
Hands off. Excellent.
So I guess there's only a few more things. Let's just talk a little bit of SBG for a while, because Lockie, I've been inspired largely by to do this stream by your live streams yourself, because you were kind of the first person in the SBG community recently to do streams, but not just streams where your people are talking to a camera, which has been done in the past, but high quality, high concept, high production value. I mean,
high quality.
Well, yeah, they are. They're like, I mean, look at your setup. You've got a lighting rig. You've got a cool microphone. Look at me. I just got crap all behind me. It's just awful.
I still have crap behind me as well. I just shoot it at f4, so it's out of focus.
You see, that's what I would love to do. Mine, in fact, my camera has been just moving in and out of focus the whole time, and I don't think anyone's noticed, or if they did, it's probably too low quality to notice. But it's all the time. It's just zooming in and out. You can see it now.
Yeah.
Really focus on it, and it makes me feel a bit seasick. But I was inspired by you and by Damon and Steve, who were inspired by you to do something like this, because you create such an amazing community by just being on air and having people comment and
it's so fun. It's like nothing else. Like, you know, the crap that's gone down live on stream because you're playing games and people are just shouting stuff at you.
Yeah.
And there's all these like private in jokes and memes that not really that many people know, but the same guys and girls come back to the stream every fortnight, and it's pretty hilarious, all the weird stuff that's gone down, because, you know, it's a live stream, so you just embrace the madness. We don't take it too seriously. You know, we've had terrain features, attacking characters, and, you know, all sorts of nonsense. It's good fun. It is really good fun.
Absolutely, they are so much fun, and you know, you don't often get sort of people, hundreds of people or dozens of people watching you play with yourself on camera. But you do, and I did yesterday, playing through some of the scenarios and playing with Damien and Steve on the stream as well, directing Fatty and the ring raise and stuff like that. And it's great. And actually, in this time of challenging times of coronavirus, it's been really great to have that community of people all, you know, doing what we love, do it get engaged in our hobby, and it's been ace to see that. Yes, Dave says Rowan is UK, which is good, so I'll contact him soon. Yeah, Josh says, stop saying it, you're on YouTube, not OnlyFans. Excellent. Okay, I have one last thing to address, so let me just get this right. Hold on, where has it gone? Oh, where did it go? Let me just see. Sorry about
Michael's just posted up a lovely comment. He says, it's just been amazing to be able to interact with so many around the world with a shared love and interest in Middle-earth, with Harry doing a wonderful job of facilitating and conducting the madness. And Maddie King just asked, Harry, you've been speaking for nearly 24 hours. How's your voice holding up? And we must all, for those who don't know, Harry is an experienced campaigner in this particular line of work. But how is your voice? And when are you on radio next? Are you worried about pulling up for work?
I've got a day off tomorrow. I made sure of that. My voice is, I can feel it straining. But I have been drinking lots of water, and I've not eaten very much salty stuff other than my pizza. So I think I'm okay. I prepared. I was prepared.
Yes. Did you get any Andy Serkis Gollum juice ready?
I did. I made a batch of it, but I actually didn't have as much honey as I hoped. Damien's going, yes, hurry! And the reason for that is because I'm addressing Norrie Gate finally. Justice for Norrie. This is to round off this. Yeah, sorry guys, that is clearly Norrie.
And yeah, so I'm guessing you saw. I think that might be.
I saw a fish or a leaf or whatever that is in the top right there.
Or perhaps something less enjoyable than a leaf.
Yeah. Yeah. So Justice for Norrie, you're right, Damien. I'm sorry, you got the points last night. Yes. Well done. Well done. So there you go. Justice for Norrie is indeed there. And I've got 10 minutes left still. Maybe I should have done the prize draw a bit later. But do keep me going. I need the last final momentum of
you can do it.
Tom Wag has been here for the whole time. Tom,
that's an impressive feat.
I almost want to say, Tom, do you want to jump in for the last 5 minutes? Because are you able to get on camera? Because you've been awake for 24 hours. I'm intrigued at what you look like as well. How have you fared? So, in fact, I'll send you an invite just on the off chance that you've got time.
What does Tom need? Essentially, just like his phone with the webcam on the phone, right? And that'll hit him in.
All he needs, or even a laptop or whatever. But I'm pretty sure I have you on Facebook. So I'll yes, there you are. I'll send you a link, and if you don't appear, that's fine.
Nathan Talbot says 10 minutes plus the encore. Of course.
I really don't want to do an encore. You know,
Damien and Steve have to come back and replay a highlights version of the Fatty Bulger scenario.
Yes, yes, that would be great. And I think the hardest thing, because I wanted to do this, obviously to raise money for the charity, obviously to talk about the hobby and to get everyone in, but also the idea of filling 24 hours with content is not easy. And the best thing about this is that when I sent messages around to people in the SBG community, 2 and a bit weeks ago, everyone, bar a couple of people who couldn't do it, everyone said yes. And that is just a testament to A, how engaged people are in the community, B, how jolly and willing everyone is, and obviously willing to get involved in such a great cause. So thank you to everyone who's been in. I'm going to just run through the list of people who have been involved in the last 24 hours, because it's without everyone, it would have been absolutely impossible to do this, because
you just as someone who's experienced, and I do my streams solo, so it's hard to find stuff to talk about, to keep going.
Really is.
24 hours, wow.
And especially
at the key.
Yeah, exactly. And throughout the night, when I wasn't sure whether people in Australia would be watching, but there's been people watching throughout the whole thing, and that's been amazing. So, first, the first couple of hours, I did stuff on my own. Everyone was playing along, playing with the Orc Attack scenario, which was ace. I really enjoyed doing that from the first White Dwarf, or first White Dwarf, Lord of the Rings in it. Then Damien did actually.
Is that the one with it's like the high elves trying to bust through with like the 2 different orc parties. Yeah, that's a great scenario. I've played that before.
It was good. It was good. And actually, I didn't allot enough time for it because it was getting really tense. And the elves were dropping like flies, and the Numenoids dropping like flies to the orcs at the end. So it's really good. Great fun. I highly recommend that. And great retro thing. Damien Dudash of Poland, the Ardacon 29 champion from Poland, came along from 2 o'clock yesterday, which was amazing. It was really interesting to hear his perspective on the game and talk about his tournament winning list and how it's changed, because it included Shades and the Goblin Town mercenaries and Spider Queens and all these nonsense that you're not allowed now. But fascinating insight to competitive list building, which we continued with Jasmine Tetley yesterday afternoon, which is great fun. I love Jasmine. We go back way to the start of me getting into the hobby. One of, if not the first person I played at a tournament, Jasmine, and amazingly friendly and helpful. And we did a doubles session. I think it was that same tournament somehow. I think it was like the first day we played normal, and then the second day we played doubles or something like that. Jasmine talked us through the fantasy fellowships and the interesting stuff that can be found there. So that was all. This is all accessible, of course, so you can all go back and watch this.
I'm really keen to listen to some of these segments. They sound awesome. I might throw on tomorrow while I'm painting.
Yeah, absolutely. Feel free. And obviously you can fast forward through the gaps and things like that. So that'd be good. And Jasmine talked through the GT, because Jasmine has top table at the GT a couple of years in a row now. Then World Champion dissected lists that people had sent in, which was awesome. Lots of people were sending in lists. We got, I think, about 15 or so lists in the end that he chopped up and dissected as the champion of the Great British Hobbit League from 2019. That was great fun. And just reminisced about SBG generally and tournaments. Dan Entwistle, who is soon to be a writer for the Middle Earth strategy battle game, came in the last opportunity. We're going to have to talk
his
to
last
before,
public appearance.
Yeah, before he's absorbed into the behemoth that is GW. He was great. We got I think if you listen back to that, you get a bit of an insight into the man himself and his likes and dislikes. So you get a clue as to what he might be interested in. But obviously, I asked him some direct questions, which he was quite keen to ignore. But that was great. And he talked about how he started up the Facebook community as well, which was awesome. Then Dewey Evans joined at half 7 yesterday, and we did an SBG quiz, which was incredibly difficult. I was eating pizza.
I've got to go back and watch that. I'm a bit of a Lord of the Rings quiz trivia aficionado, so that'll be fun.
Yeah, and Damien jumped in at the end of this to reveal his answers. He'd been playing along, and Damien is often in the team that wins the quizzes at the Warhammer World GT and things like that. And he struggled. We really struggled. So I'd love to hear what you've got.
I better test my medal. That sounds good. The gauntlet is thrown down.
Get in there. That'd be great. Then we had Damien and Steve last night, of course. The battle streams, more kind of relaxed evening chat about the hobby, and then we played Fatty Bulger's Great Escape, and we carried on chatting into the wee hours. Then Jacob Lucas from Conquest Creations in Australia and talked about Minimize and his channel, his YouTube channel, Into the Small Hours. So thank you to them. Thank you to him. Then the DCHL podcast, Unexpected Podcast, which feels not that long ago now. Devon and Matt came in. Rainier got lost, I think, in the time zones. He's in Korea, so I think he got confused about the times. But anyway, Devon and Matt were amazing. We had played the game Duel, which is where they each deliver an army list, and then we showed them a board. They said how they'd set up, and then I voted on which one is likely to win. That was great fun.
Very cool.
Yeah. Then the Durin show. This was really cool. At 4 o'clock in the morning, I was chatting to 3 brothers out of 4 who host an SBG podcast. The newest podcast on the block, I think.
Of the many.
Yeah, of the many that have now sprung out.
Many more coming as well from people I've been speaking to.
Yeah, and I know there's another unexpected podcast that's just come from some guys in Australia that you probably know or have played against. I've heard
very well indeed.
Yeah, and that was great. So it's great to hear all this content, really, that's coming out. Then the Green Dragon podcaster herself, Ardacon Masters Invitational Champion, Kylie, came along, talked about Ardacon memories, and also reviewed Minimize early in the hours. And then at 7, this was great fun. I was amazed at how much I enjoyed building this fence. I made a fence with Andrew Cox, who you know from the Beard Clipper channel.
Yeah, and many other things.
Yeah, and he helps you with the Ardo Unleashed and the tourney. So had a really relaxed morning, having a chat with him, and he was teaching me how to build terrain, which was fab. Then Jeremy from the Green Dragon, we had a controversial debate. Thank you very much to Jeremy for engaging in the third-party miniatures.
The
debate.
king of controversy himself.
Indeed. And then out of the frying pan, we've just had him, Dan. And then Lachlan Linton Keane, you're here at the end of all things. So thank you very much to Lachlan Linton Keane. And we've got a legend. We've got Tom Wag in the building. Tom, how are you doing? I think he's fallen asleep.
Oh, yeah, I'm good.
He looks exhausted.
Yeah,
we can hear you.
There's a bit of a delay. I think it's because you're on the phone rather than Wi-Fi. But you've been here for the whole 24 hours. Why?
I don't know. I got to about 4 a.m. and I was like, well, I might as well see it out now. The different guests just got a different thing in. It was all just interesting. Every guest had their own thing, and I was just like listening along while playing on some games on my laptop and stuff, and just was like, well, this is fun to listen. And then you hear another whole different thing from another person. So I thought I'd just carry on listening, and obviously doing a great charity thing. So.
Well, Tom, I appreciate that. And I think that says it all, that you've been willing to stay for 24 hours to do something to support a charity venture, a little bit of a crazy venture. But we've played a couple of times, many times at tournaments as well, Tom. And, it's always been a laugh chatting with you. So I'm glad that you've been here at the end of all things. It feels very appropriate as we literally cross the line into the 24th hour. It's 12 o'clock. I'm here. I've made it. So thank you very much, everyone. That's it. I've done it.
24 hours. Well done.
I can't believe it. I feel a little bit crazy for doing this, but very appreciative. I've hit £1,341 on the charity fundraiser.
Awesome.
So smashing my original target of 500, smashing the second target of 1,000, and then cruising past the 1250 target I set in the wee hours of the morning. This is amazing. Thank you very much. So I appreciate you both dropping in. I'll say goodbye to both of you. Tom, really appreciate it. Lockie, really appreciate you being here. I really appreciate your time. Everyone else, you've been absolutely wonderful. It's been quite a journey doing 24 hours of streaming. My voice is hurting. I'm going to go to sleep soon. But I want to thank you, and some of you may not have been here for the whole 24 hours. You may have had me on in the background, unlike Tom. He's been here the whole 24 hours. You may have had me on the background, or you may have just dipped in, dropped a comment here and there. But there were people watching for the whole 24 hours, which I think is amazing, considering this is a hobby that not many people play. It's a niche. It's still a niche game, but I guess it shows the strength of this community when you come to 24 hours and people have been watching the whole time. It's insane. And this hobby has kept me sane for the last 9 months and perhaps the last few years. It's been wonderful to be involved in this delightful community of people. And look at what we've done. We've raised lots of money. I'm getting all emotional because we've raised £1,300 or so for a really important cause. And I think at this time, coming up to Christmas, it shows your worth in the same way that, Denethor will say, show your worth, Captain of Faramir, and you have truly shown your worth as a community. And I think that my favourite thing about the books, the community, about the Lord of the Rings generally, is that sometimes all it takes is for a small person to change the world. And I haven't changed the world, but as a collective act, we can all help one another just a little bit. And Adam Troke pointed this out at the very start. He was one of the first, if not the first person to donate to this cause. And he pointed me towards a fantastic quote from Tolkien, which has always delighted me. It says, "I have found that it is in the small everyday deed of ordinary folks that keep the darkness at bay. Small acts of kindness and love." And that, I think, says it all. And I can't believe I'm tearing up after 24 hours. So here at the end of all things, I want to thank you all for being here with me. And thank you very much for watching Entmoot Live. It's a mess. It's a mess. Thank you very much for watching. Peace and love. All the best. And yeah, I've done 24 hours and 3 minutes. Goodbye. Thanks for watching.